Hello, friends. I'm back again for the third time in 22 hours. It's totally healthy, right? No, I'm not tired yet. And there's still the threat for tornadoes from what is still currently Hurricane Idalia. It probably will become a tropical storm by the time the 5 p.m. advisory will come out. But, ladies and gentlemen, there is the threat for tornadoes. And that's exactly what we're going to look for. The stream, I'll tell you what, is not going to be as entertaining as the past two. Not going to be as much information. It's going to be a lot of radar watching. And it's going to be a lot of me telling you guys which towns and which cities are going to be impacted. So, we're not expecting like a crap ton of data, a crap ton of interesting stuff. It'll just be radar. A lot of it's going to be radar. A lot of it's going to be cameras. So, big thing that I need from you guys is that when I do cover specific areas, when I do cover specific things, I need you guys to make sure that if you know anyone who lives within these areas, or if you would like to help me spread the information, you do so. You tell people what's going on. So whether that's by hitting the thumbs up button down below, whether that's by taking the live stream, sharing it with more people on social media, because the threat, the additional threat with Idalia here, sure, there is storm surge, and of course I can go to all my other cameras that I have up and down the East Coast here that can kind of show you what I mean, but the other threat is the tornado threat, and that is kind of what I am looking for. So I'm going to try my best. I'm going to try my best to try and catch a lot of these storms before they move on through. Someone asked earlier about Myrtle Beach. There's a bunch of storms that are moving through Myrtle Beach right now as we speak. And there's also another storm just to the south and west of Conway that's also rotating. Don't be surprised if this gets a tornado warning. A tornado warning here for Marion and Horry. Could be a tornado warning over there for you guys. So watch out. There is rotation on those storms. But look at all these other storms that are off the coast. You see this? That is an abundance of rotation that is off the coast that's going to make its way towards land. So a lot of these could be water spouts. We had a water spout that made landfall in Charleston about, 30 minutes to an hour ago? Went on through and did that. So same thing can definitely happen, and there's a lot more storms out here that actually look to be a bit more significant. And this is around the time of day in which stuff starts to become significant from the tornado department. So we are definitely going to keep our eyes peeled. But the main thing that I want, to make sure that you guys know is that I'm going to be covering this area. It's going to be a lot of tornadoes that I'm going to be talking about. Not really as much of Idalia itself, although we are going to be talking about some of the gusts and some of the flooding possibilities, such as rain and storm surge. But I'm going to try and catch a lot of these warnings before it happens. At least I'm going to try my best. So I want to make sure that if you guys know anyone who lives within these areas, that you guys let them know what is going on. That'd be greatly appreciated, at least. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button down below if you haven't already. Once again, we're going to want to continue to spread the information with more and more people on YouTube. All right, let's get into it. A lot of these storms over here that are surging into the portions of extreme eastern South Carolina. We're talking about Myrtle Beach. A lot of these areas over here actually have rotation. Once again, the one that I'm watching for very closely is this one south and west of Conway. If you know anyone that lives south and west of Conway, heading off towards US Highway 378, you need to let them know they need to get into their safe space, because this is definitely a storm that can try to produce a tornado. I don't see a whole lot of spectrum width. That usually indicates some turbulence, but there is a little bit there. So once we see or I should say if we see spectrum width start to increase there on that storm, we could potentially be talking about maybe a tornado within that actual cell. So definitely something to watch out for. But you can see here on radar, the rain is trying to wrap around into a little bit of a hook, just like that. We have a lot of these mini supercells that are going to try and continue to form and then move inland to try and produce tornadoes, some of which will actually be producing tornadoes on the water. Those are called water spouts, and they'll actually be making landfall that way as well. So just things that we got to continue to watch out for as this continues to move about. Something tells me, yeah, we haven't had a new update there from a reflectivity standpoint, or I should say a velocity standpoint. So that's not really going to be all too significant there to mention. How long should we have to worry about tornadoes in Wilmington? I would say all the way up until probably 10. You still have a while before stuff actually gets to Wilmington, but right around 10 is when I think stuff can start to move off into your general area. We also have a storm that is trying its best to produce a water spout. I want to see, do we have a camera that looks east? Yes, we do. MUSC, Rutledge camera. This camera right here might be able to see if there is a water spout or not. And actually, funny enough, I see a mesocyclone. So there is rotation. That might be a wall cloud right there, ladies and gentlemen. That might be a wall cloud, which means this thing could be trying to form a tornado and or water spout as it is making landfall here. So this is east of Charleston, South Carolina. You can see how quickly this thing is racing across, but that is your wall cloud right there. That right there. The rotation, if we correlate it, earlier it was a bit stronger, especially as it was making landfall. Once again, red's moving away, green's moving towards, so counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere. That is what we are looking at with that. And it actually had spectrum width drop too, so a lot of turbulence within that area that meant that there very well could have been a water spout with that storm. I wonder if they could potentially issue a tornado warning for this. Once again, we're looking at a live view here out of Charleston, South Carolina. We're looking east, and this is a wall cloud right here. This is a wall cloud on the backside of the storm where there is potentially a water spout somewhere underneath it. If you guys would like to continue to spread the information with as many people as possible, that would be greatly appreciated. We want to continue to try and make sure that people are informed. We always want to try and spread awareness here on this channel. And we've been doing it for the past 22 hours. We've been covering Idalia from a landfall perspective. Now we're covering it from a tornado perspective because the tornado threat is now the maximum threat to life and property now. So that's what we want to try and cover here. So please be sure, if you know anyone that lives within any of these areas, we are talking about areas along the coastline of Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina, specifically South Carolina and North Carolina. Georgia's starting to kind of get out of it. We're also talking about areas that are a little bit further inland as well. So if you know anyone who lives near Charleston, Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, Jacksonville, those areas, it'd be greatly appreciated if you guys could spread the information. So it looks like the wall cloud's slowly starting to dissipate on the side. I'm actually going to try and see if I can full screen that a little bit better. Push it over to the side a little bit more as well. I can't see a water spout there. Not as of right now, but still something for me to continue to watch. There is some rotation that could be approaching Georgetown, South Carolina. So that could be something. The rotation that is south and west of Conway is actually weakened. Whether or not it produced a tornado, it doesn't look like it. It looks like the spectrum width never really took off on that storm, so no real turbulence to indicate from there. And of course, Just for reference, the reason why we look at spectrum width is because spectrum width indicates turbulence within some storms. And if turbulence aligns with the rotation of a tornado, then it's likely that a tornado is ongoing because tornadoes cause turbulence. That is another storm right there. This might actually be a water spout right here that could approach areas of Myrtle Beach. There's actually a water spout. And this will be heading off. Looks like it'll be on the northern side of Myrtle Beach. Not North Myrtle Beach, but Myrtle Beach proper. We've got here, according to radar, you can see greens are moving towards the radar, reds are moving away, so right in the middle. There seems to be a water spout here, indicated by spectrum width. There is some turbulence. And if this thing continues, this thing could very well make landfall and end up producing a tornado. And that's what a lot of these storms that are off the coast of the Carolinas are going to do. They're going to try and spin up, they're going to try and produce tornadoes, and then they're going to try and make landfall. So we want to try and call them out before it happens. Thank you guys so much for all being here. If you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button down below so that way we can continue to get this out to more and more people on YouTube. Same thing with subscribing as well. All of it is free. It's a win-win for both of us. Someone asked about Columbia, South Carolina. Believe it or not, Columbia, South Carolina isn't expected to see too much. Just a lot of just general rain. So, if you're that far inland, you guys are fine. Like Columbia, Charlotte, Raleigh, you guys are good. Are there any more storms that are going to be making landfall right here? It's hard to say. Because I want to see if there's also another camera that I can use, or several cameras that I can use that is along the coastline. I do have one that's all the way up in Wilmington. As for Myrtle Beach, I have one in Myrtle Beach. I have two in Myrtle Beach. This looks to be looking south. This looks to be looking south. Will that help us if the storm makes landfall? Doesn't honestly look like it, to be honest with you. So I might have to... Well, actually, this one might help. Let me adjust the color. South and beach camera. Because of course. And we'll have this camera that's over at Myrtle Beach. Hopefully, if we do see some activity, we will be able to see something. Because I have all sorts of cameras up and down the coast. So I'll try to figure something out, see what's going on. Let's see. Let's look at the chat a little bit. Places near Jacksonville. Heavy rain and wind. Thoughts for people in places near there. Yeah, wind is going to start to uptick here pretty soon. Once the first wave of storms move on through, that's when wind gusts can start to get heavier. At around midnight tonight is when stuff can become pretty intense for y'all. Probably at its peak. And then by the time it gets towards... tomorrow afternoon, depending upon how far west you are, stuff will start to kind of downtick a bit. Now, if you're along the Outer Banks, stuff will probably start to uptick again, and we could potentially see some significant wind gusts as well. We are 23 minutes away from the next advisory from the National Hurricane Center. And as of right now, as of right now, I could pull it up here for you all to show you that I'm not lying. The last advisory, which they stopped doing hourly updates at 2 p.m., it still was a hurricane. 75 mile per hour hurricane over land. Pressure of 981 millibars. I am fully anticipating it to be a tropical storm by the time the next advisory comes out. And if it doesn't, well, then, I don't know, sue me. But that's the next advisory. And as I said, we're not really going to be looking at Idalia as much anymore because it's not expected to be as significant of a threat. The rain and the wind isn't that big of a deal. Sure, the storm surge is still a thing. But the main threat now is actually going to be the tornado threat. The tornado threat is really going to start to take off here. And we can already see there's a lot of these thunderstorms that are off the coast right now. There's a lot of them. I mean, I can start circling all of them if I really wanted to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can count them all if I really wanted to, but I mean, I think you guys get the point. It's pretty endless here, and we're going to get a constant barrage of all these storms that could try and get close to the coastline. So my whole thing here is that I personally hope that the people who are along the coastline are indoors for the duration of this event. For the rest of the time Idalia is here, you need to be indoors and you need to stay away from windows. Partially because of the flooding, of course, the storm surge, but the other part of it could be because of the fact that these storms could be producing tornadoes on the water, which is technically called water spouts, and they could be making landfall in those areas. So that's what I want to make sure that you guys understand. If you know anyone that lives along the coastline of the Carolinas, I recommend you let them know that just because Idalia is moving on through and that it is weakened doesn't mean that it is completely over, because of the exact reason that I just mentioned. If you know anyone that lives along the coastline, whether it's a vacation here in the Carolinas, or if they just live there, feel free to send them the stream. I'll be sure to kind of give them an idea as to how long they need to prepare for certain storms to make landfall and stuff like that, because there's going to be a lot of them. And I'm going to try and be, I'm going to try and be as proactive as I possibly can be. Like, for instance, I just mentioned earlier that North Myrtle Beach and Myrtle Beach, there's probably a water spout or two off the coast right now that could be making landfall over near your areas. And I'm actually going to include the Carolina Shores and the, I think that's the Charlotte areas. I'm going to actually include those areas because there are so many different areas of rotation that is sitting along this line of thunderstorms right here, that if one of them ends up becoming significant enough, we could potentially see a water spout. And by the time we get towards the coastline, that water spout, when it goes over land, ends up turning into a tornado. So that's the main reason why we are live here for a third time in 24 hours. I know it's been a lot of stuff. Talked about Idalia last night and how it was rapidly intensifying with the Hurricane Hunter data. We looked at the before and afters and looked at live cameras and watched the landfall of Idalia. We saw a pavilion that was, I'm pretty sure it's got some concrete that it was cemented into, but that got swept away. We saw a mobile home get swept away. We saw a camera inside the eye live as it was happening. More storm surge, all sorts of crazy stuff like that. And then, of course, now we're going to try and catch a tornado. We're going to try and see if we can find a tornado on camera to try and get the whole shebang. We want to try and make sure that everyone is safe here as well while we are trying to catch a tornado. So we're trying to do everything here. We're trying to do everything. We're trying. Georgetown and Pawleys Island, I should say, There's a storm that is about to make landfall over here. It has some rotation. It has. You can see greens are winds moving towards the radar. Reds are winds moving away. There's also a second area of rotation right next to it. So I'm not going to say anything about twin water spouts, although they do happen quite often. But water spouts are very much so possible with those storms. We also have water spouts that are likely ongoing just off of the coast of Myrtle Beach at this moment. It's going to be very difficult for you to see anything because there's a lot of significant rain, but there's a water spout right here, due east of proper Myrtle Beach. And it is pretty consolidated. Spectrum width indicates that there's a lot of turbulence with this water spout. Do not be surprised here if we see this start to try and truck up north towards the North Myrtle Beach areas. So if you're in Myrtle Beach, if you're in North Myrtle Beach, I would watch out for the potential of a tornado warning to get issued. And if it does, make sure you guys get in a sturdy building and stay away from windows. You have a friend in Bluffton? What do I think? Let me take a look. How far inland do I think it'll reach? Realistically speaking, I think it'll reach as far as probably 95. Anywhere along I-95 is where I think the tornado risk will stop. So any further west than that. But other than that, that's pretty much what I look for. All right, Bluffton, South Carolina is over near that Savannah areas. So there's going to be a lot of strong winds here soon as a gust on the backside. So watch out for that. Because the eye is still all the way over here near Statesboro, just to the west of Savannah. And there's also a lot of storms here that also could be trying to produce little spin-ups as well. Yeah, there might be a little areas of convergence that could be forming a new tornado threat to move up the South Carolina coastline. So maybe we aren't completely done with Charleston quite yet. But as of right now, Bluffton, I would say you guys will honestly be almost done and over with by late evening tonight. Late evening. Yeah, it did get up to a category 4 prior to landfall, and then it undergone a process called an eye wall replacement cycle, which essentially weakened the storm, or the maximum intensity of the storm, I should say, but it also broadened the wind field to the point to where more people felt its impact. So on one hand, it wasn't as strong, but on the other, it was definitely a lot more widespread than we would have wanted it to. Murrells Inlet. By the way, if I mispronounce any town names or stuff like that, please feel free to correct me in chat. And keep correcting me until I get it right, because I promise you I'm not doing it on purpose. Murrells Inlet, as of right now, should kind of actually be fine. But there's going to be another band of storms that are going to try and move on through here shortly. I'm actually thinking sometime around 45 minutes to an hour. So you got a little bit of time, but not too much. You live in Fayetteville? Fayetteville, I think, is actually, though it's on 95, I think you guys are actually a little too far to the west to really get a whole lot, besides really a lot of rain and maybe some wind gusts. So you guys should be fine. That's going to be a heck of a storm that's going to try and rotate here. Look at this rotation that's just off of the coast here. That's a new tornado warning. That's in Georgia. So, wow. New tornado warning. And yeah, there it is. That is a new tornado warning for Georgia. This is specifically for Screven counties and Effingham counties, that'll be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 4:46 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Egypt, moving north at 20 miles per hour. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. So if you guys are in that tornado warning here, this is near, I think they actually had an area where it said locations impacted. Yeah, locations impacted include Newington, Oliver, Shawnee, Egypt, and Kildare. So if you're in those areas over here in Georgia, you guys need to get in your safe space. Lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. You also are going to want to get pillows. You're also going to want to get hard-soled shoes. If you can get a helmet, then do so. If you don't have a helmet, just put a pot on your head. Works the same way. So make sure you guys stay safe from this storm. Once again, it is a tornado warning here. We got another tornado warning that just got issued. I don't know why they are not audibly calling this out. It's kind of weird, but this is a new tornado warning. Oh, wow. Look at this rotation that just blew up here, chat. Oh, my goodness. Which radar is closer? I think Charleston is still closer. This is some pretty strong rotation right here, guys. This is some pretty strong rotation right here. This is just to the east of Wando. This is going to head towards the Hugger area. If you are in Hugger, South Carolina, you need to get in your safe space right now. Lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And this is a pretty strong rotational couplet right here. You can see that right about here is where the actual rotation is. You can see the reds are winds moving away. Greens are the winds moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And look at that. It just tightened up. I wonder if normalized rotation. Yeah, normalized rotation's picking it up. We are a little bit far away from the radar, so it may not be rated as higher values of rotation, but this is definitely some strong amounts of rotation. And there is some turbulence within this storm, too. We could probably be seeing a tornado right now. It is possible that we could be seeing a tornado right now. So once again, if you're near State Highway 41 here in South Carolina or areas near Hugger, you need to get into your safe space here. Possible tornado is going to be heading off into your area. And once again, that is a tornado warning for Charleston and Berkeley counties here in South Carolina. That'll be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So Hugger and then potentially Bethera. Bethera could potentially get some impacts here from that storm as that moves on through. So really need to watch out for that one, guys. Really need to watch out for that one. Let's go back to the other tornado warning here. I just wanted to see if this does, or this has done anything. It looks like it's trying to consolidate. It looks a bit more like convergence, though. So the big difference between this rotation here and the one that is over near Hugger is that notice how the pixels are kind of on an angle. It's not like it's block to block, pixel to pixel stacked on top of each other. And it's kind of more at an angle here. And we call that a bit more convergence. We call that convergence here with our radar signatures. Contrast to what we see over here with this other tornado warning. Notice how it's block to block, pixel to pixel stacked on top of each other. So until this storm down here over near the Kildare, the Oliver, and the Newington areas does that, right now it's going to be a lot of strong damaging winds associated with this storm. But just because it is strong damaging winds right now doesn't mean that it can't be a tornado in the future. And there is a very good reason why a tornado warning has been issued for this storm. So once again, tornado warning for Screven and Effingham counties until 5:15 p.m. in Georgia. If you haven't already, please be sure to help us spread the information with as many people as possible by hitting the thumbs up button down below or by copying the link to this live stream and putting it on social medias. We want to try and get this out to as many people as possible, especially since a lot of people think that Idalia, though it has weakened, and that it's not, a category 4, category 3 hurricane like it was this morning, a lot of people still think that now that it's weak, it's not really going to do a whole lot. And there's a reason why I'm live right now. It's to cover this tornadic activity, and I want to make sure that all those folks stay safe. So if we could spread the information, that would be greatly appreciated. Huji? Huji? Perfect. Huji. Saza. Seiza. 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 Got it now. That is a significant water spout off the coast. If that continues, that's going to head off towards the Southport areas here in North Carolina. So that's going to be a storm to watch out for. That's a heck of a water spout. I'll tell you what. That is doing dents. And then, of course, we also have our other water spouts that are off the coast of Myrtle Beach and North Myrtle Beach. So once again, if this thing continues to maintain its intensity, and it even still says that it has a water spout right now. If this thing continues to say exactly that, we could be talking about another tornado warning over here near Myrtle Beach. It could very well be possible. I have no idea if these cameras are going to be useful to us. I don't think they will. It honestly is worth a shot to just look at it anyways. No, they won't. So it's still good for us. If there's any more activity that tries to hit Charleston, we'll be able to call it out. Another storm, once again, it's approaching the Pawleys Island general vicinity. That would be something that we're going to have to watch out for a little bit of rotation, because it does exist there. So if you know anyone in Pawleys Island in South Carolina, I would advise them to watch out. Man, that storm is contaminated. It's going to be pretty difficult for us to be able to see really anything. The one thing that I do know is that this thing is intensifying as a tornadic storm. There's a good reason why we have a tornado warning on it. Yeah, man, oh man, this thing is really trying to produce a tornado. And someone mentioned it's... Huji is what they said it was. So Huji in South Carolina, you guys need to get into your safe space right now. You need to get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If you know anyone, by the way, who lives along the coastline from South Carolina, the border of South Carolina and Georgia, all the way up towards the Outer Banks, feel free to share this live stream with them, because I'm probably going to be live streaming for quite a while here. There's a bunch of these storms that are going to try to make landfall here from these outer bands of Idalia. And these outer bands have the potential to produce tornadoes, which just so happens to be the strongest risk from Idalia as of this moment. So, yeah, like for instance, there's a water spout that's off of the coast of Myrtle Beach and North Myrtle Beach right now. It's actually, if I were to measure it out here, how far away is it? It's about 7 miles away. Now, the good news is this thing is moving at 20 miles per hour, so it's going to take a little bit for it to actually get there to the coastline. but there is a pretty prominent water spout that is off the coast of Myrtle Beach right now. And you can see it right here from the spectrum width. Spectrum width indicates a lot of turbulence. And if you guys have ever seen a tornado video, they look pretty turbulent. And that's because they are. So it's really handy for us to be able to find that turbulence here with the radar here. And that's exactly what we have. We have turbulence. We also have some rotation here. You can see greens moving away from the radar, reds moving away right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Right now, it looks to be a water spout. And it's actually a pretty strong water spout at that. The normalized rotation is at the moderate stage here, which is that green color there. So very interesting to see. There's also another water spout that's off the coast right now that's actually at the upper stages of moderate in that yellow too. So a lot of these storms in general, all right, it's not just the one storm, it's multiple, it's several storms that are going to be making landfall. And don't be surprised if a same area gets a tornado warning over and over again, because that's just kind of what tropical systems do. They continuously produce these little storms that form off of the bands of themselves, and they try to produce tornadoes. So once again, don't be surprised. All right, don't be surprised if we see a lot of this activity build up, because there's a good chance that it will. There's a very good chance that it will. So hopefully I'll try to be able to call it out well beforehand, though. That's what I'm really going to try and do here throughout the rest of this stream. And we're going to be here for a while. So feel free to help me out. If there's anything that I am mispronouncing in the chat, any town names, I want to make sure that transparency is key and that there are no miscommunications whatsoever between myself and you guys who might be watching at home. So feel free to do that. And on the other hand, if you would like to also help me spread this information with as many people as possible, please be sure to do so. All right, share the stream around on the social media. And if you would like to share it on YouTube, do so by hitting that thumbs up button down below. Hit that like button. You can even subscribe if you really want to. That helps us get onto YouTube's algorithm. Looks like the rotation that's over near Huji, or Huji, I believe is what it's pronounced once again. Huji. I'm trying. Huji, or Huji. Anyways, it looks like the rotation over there is starting to weaken pretty significantly. So that's the good news. But there is an updraft on this storm, so do not stray away from this thing quite yet. I'm looking at the differential reflectivity here. I can see there is a area of red right in that general vicinity there. And that tells me that this storm has an updraft, which means it also has a mesocyclone. And mesocyclones come with rotation. Rotation mostly come with tornadoes. So that's what we're going to want to look for. We're going to look for those storms that have those pretty strong updrafts with them. We also still have that tornado warning over in Screven County in Georgia. It still has rotation, believe it or not. It still does. You can see reds and pinks are moving away. Greens are moving towards. So right in the middle over here to the south and west of Newington is where the rotation would be. It's also north of Oliver, which means that areas near Kildare and Shawnee is in the clear. And it's actually the majority of Effingham, actually all of Effingham County is in the clear right now from that singular tornado warning. Now, could there be another tornado warning? We'll have to see. But yeah. It is the 5 o'clock advisory. And it more than likely means that Idalia has turned into a tropical storm, and that is exactly the case. Which means we will have to update our title. Tropical Storm Idalia. There we go. The thumbnail we can change here in a little bit. Honestly, it's not that big of a deal, but we can. We can do it. I'll just pull up that on the side there and see what we can get. What about Oak Island? How bad is it? Well, let me take a look and see where Oak Island is. I'll be able to tell you. Oak Island, North Carolina. All right, so the big thing here is that if you're along the coastline from South Carolina to North Carolina, the one thing to get straight here is that there is anticipated to be multiple rounds of storms to make landfall, some of which could be producing water spouts. And when the water spouts make landfall, then of course, they turn into tornadoes. And look at that. It's actually a special marine warning that just got issued because of a water spout that's going to be trying to make landfall over near Myrtle Beach. There's actually 2 of them. And so the big thing here to take away from all of that is you just need to make sure that you have your emergency alert notifications on. Now, I'm going to continue to update you guys all the way throughout into the late evening, maybe even the beginner stages of the overnight hours, because this tornado watch actually expires at 10 Eastern. So that's 5 hours from now. But I will make sure that you guys know exactly what's going on within these storms. But we have multiple storms off the coast of Myrtle Beach right now that have rotation. The storm that's over near Pawleys Island, once again, I've been talking about this thing for quite some time. It looks like this thing still has rotation. Don't be surprised if that could potentially get tornado warn too. That is a powerful water spout as well. We'll have to see where that makes landfall, but honestly, these are some pretty strong storms that are starting to move on through. Let's take a look at our live look from North Myrtle Beach, where a storm that has a water spout possible at least, is trying to make landfall. And while that's the case, I'll update you guys on the other tornado warnings that are currently ongoing right now. So the tornado warning over here in Berkeley County, South Carolina, looks like that rotation is starting to intensify once again. It is going to head off towards the Bethera areas. And I mentioned that this storm was not done. It was not done yet. It definitely doesn't look like it's done yet. The rotation has come back. So Bethera, South Carolina, I would advise you guys to get into a sturdy structure and get into the lowest innermost part of that structure. But yeah, that storm does not look like it's done quite yet. Still looks like it has some rotation. You can see above me, red's moving away, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. This counterclockwise spin. And it's still there. It's still there. So that's definitely something that we're going to have to watch out for. The stuff that's over in Newington and Oliver, it's pretty dead. I'm going to be honest with you. There's not really much stuff with that storm. So it should be fine. That does mean that a lot of the activity is going to be a little bit further north, though. Man, that storm near Pawleys Island is really starting to intensify. I'll tell you what, that storm near Pawleys Island is starting to intensify quite a bit. We've changed radars. It is now northeast of this storm. It's over in near the Wilmington areas. Green's moving towards the radar. Red's moving away. Right in the middle. It's where the tornadic rotation would be. Take a look at the normalized rotation. And you can see right above me, it's in the moderate stages of rotation. Got some green values in there. And that tells me that this thing is definitely rotating. And then some. We have a live look right now with this camera. This is at Myrtle Beach. And this is where a potential water spout could be making landfall. right around here somewhere. We have a couple areas of rotation. Only a couple, believe it or not. So we have had what looked to have been a pretty intense water spout earlier. You can see that it was right there. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. That rotation on its approach to Myrtle Beach actually weakened pretty significantly, and actually, from the looks of it, kind of died. There is a new area. There's actually two new areas of rotation that is trying to develop. One that is right next to it. So somewhere in here, red's moving away, green's moving towards. So my assumption is somewhere in here. That'll begin to start to develop. And then there's another area of rotation right here. Now, the reds aren't significant, but we're seeing something that research has showed us to be something called a left flank velocity enhancement. That's pretty advanced for a bunch of the weather nerds and the meteorologists out there. And we have a left flank velocity enhancement within that storm as of right now. It's actually coming through this area, and you can see that this storm is also hooking on the side. The rain's trying to wrap around. It's fully trying to condense something. I fully anticipate us to see at least some form of an attempt of a water spout before we see landfall, and this could be heading off towards the North Myrtle Beach areas, the Nixon Crossroads areas, and areas east of that, maybe even to Sunset Beach in North Carolina. So that'll be something that we're going to watch for very, very closely. But this is a clear, well-defined hook echo. Clear, well-defined hook echo embedded within this line. We're going to be watching out very, very closely to see if it does produce a tornado. If you haven't already, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps us spread this out to more and more people on YouTube's algorithm. And that's what we're going to want to do. We're going to want to try and continue to expand our outreach so that way we can spread awareness. That is what we try to preach here on this channel. And we hope that by spreading awareness, people can actually be a lot more prepared for these storms when they actually occur. So please be sure, if you haven't already, it is important that you guys hit that thumbs up button down below. And even subscribe if you're new, so that way you don't miss any future content that I provide similar to this. Has there been any confirmed tornadoes today? There's been a confirmed water spout that made landfall. So that could technically be a confirmed tornado. It's a really interesting question to ask, honestly. I'm really interested to see. We still have a 10% chance for tornadoes that is ongoing right now. Yes, one tornado. Emergency management reported a car that was flipped over at an intersection. And that was from a tornado. There's only been one report today. Only been one singular report. Horry County, that's what it's pronounced. And that's over near Conway. I'll try to remember that. I'll try to remember that. Once again, if I mispronounce any towns, counties, cities, all sorts of stuff like that, listen, I'm trying. I'm not quite too familiar with some of this geography over here. But I want to try and help as best as I possibly can. And if you guys would kindly just correct me in the chat, that would be amazing. Oh, that is a significant amount of spectrum width over near Pawleys Island. We'll see. We'll see if that has something to do with a decent correlation. That might be a confirmed tornado, ladies and gentlemen. That looks to be a tornado that just occurred that is heading near the Bethra areas. That looks to be an ongoing tornado right now that just occurred. south of Bethra and moving into Bethra right now as we speak. Rotation definitely looked like it supported it. It was over near the Huji areas. And yeah, it does look like it did something. There's a bit of debris right here. What we're looking at is correlation coefficient. And correlation coefficient actually tells us if we're looking at rain or if we're looking at a mix of rain and something else. Or even if it's not rain. So all this red that you can see around here, this is meteorological stuff. This is rain. Okay? All these yellows, these greens, these blues, this is not rain, or this is a mix of rain and something else. It could be smoke, it could be bugs, it could be birds, it could be air. But in some instances, when it aligns with velocities, it can also be debris. And there is a good chance, that this could potentially be debris. Mainly because differential reflectivity supports it as well. I'm going to look at, yeah, and PHI supports it as well. That was a tornado. That is a tornado debris signature that just occurred. And look at that debris signature now. It is heading into Bethra. If you are in Bethra, South Carolina, once again, we urge you to get into your safe space right now. Lowest innermost part of your building. And stay away from windows. If you have a bathroom and a closet in the center part of your building, get into it. If you have pillows around that you can quickly get, please get them. Get hard-soled shoes. Get helmets. If you don't have a helmet, put a pot on your head. It'll work the same way. But it does look like we potentially have what seems to be a tornado that was in progress and may very well could still be in progress right now heading into the Bethra area. There's also another area of rotation to the south and east of it that is just to the south of Schuylerville. So if you know anyone that lives near the Schuylerville area and the Bethra areas, might want to watch out. That tornado warning just expired. I'm curious to see if they issue a new tornado warning because it is around the time to which that tornado warning was supposed to expire in general. Someone asked, Lake City, South Carolina. I want to look that up real quickly. Someone asked in chat, and I was meaning to do that. Lake City. And once again, the whole purpose of this stream right now is to try and make sure that you guys are able to know when this stuff is coming, as well as in advance. Lake City, honestly, you guys don't have the highest chance of seeing as much activity as what's happening near the shore, but there is still a small chance. So just make sure you have the emergency alert notifications on, and of course, wind gusts are still going to be a thing all the way up until late tonight. So just make sure that you have the emergency alert notifications on in case anything important occurs. I have no idea if my phone blew up or not. That's cool. I thought I heard like a big notification that came on my phone. Still have a couple areas of rotation. Still have a couple of them that are trying to develop. We have one that might be coming off the side here. Little bit of a hook within this storm that's just off the side of North Myrtle Beach. Once again, that's a new tornado warning that just got issued. Let's try and pull up where that new tornado warning is. Evelyn with the 25 months, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Since my internet went out, but my power stayed on early this morning due to the storm in Spring Hill, Florida. Sheesh. That is crazy. But I'm glad you're safe there, Evelyn. They have issued a new tornado warning. It is for this storm here that's near Schuylerville. Okay. So they have issued a new tornado warning here for Bethra, Schuylerville, and Jamestown. We've mentioned that Bethra and Schuylerville could have potentially had a new area of rotation there just a short second ago. And it looks like the National Weather Service does think so as well. So the threat for a tornado is definitely possible here, and you can clearly see there is rotation with this storm. Reds are the winds moving away from the radar. Greens are the winds moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. It does have some normalized rotation on it, so there is some decent rotation. And there is a little bit of a hook. It actually has a little bit of something called a bounded weak echo region. I'm not sure. Yeah, the velocities have not updated, so we'll see the velocities update here in a second. But the storm actually has something called a bounded weak echo region, which is essentially when the storm wraps the rain all the way around the rotation, making it rain wrapped. But the inside of the rotation doesn't have as much rain, and so you can actually see the tornado if it's on top of you. That's the only catch. And yeah, that is indeed a bounded weak echo region. Potentially, maybe not a debris signature. We could see still some contamination from that, but this very well could produce a tornado here very soon. Jamestown, Bethera, and Schuylerville. This is a tornado warning here for South Berkeley County, I should say, not southern Berkeley County. We're talking about eastern Berkeley County here in South Carolina. And that'll be in effect until 5:45. I saw the 45 and I was like, all right, I'm so ready to say 45. 5:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So please get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows if you haven't already, as this storm does look like it has the potential to try and produce a tornado. I'm going to try and scan some of the other areas here that are down here. If we're not careful, we might see another tornado warning over here in South Carolina, but it would be over here near the Hampton area. It's like Furman and Estill. We'll have to see. We'll have to monitor that storm for trends. I don't know how that's not tornado warned. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know how this isn't tornado warned. I'm going to be honest with you. This should be tornado warned. It really should. That is a powerful updraft. I don't know how this isn't tornado warned. It's not on the ground right now, but that is some very powerful velocities. You can see on the upper, this is some stronger values of normalized rotation right here. Yeah, how this thing is not warned is beyond me. This is for eastern Georgetown County. This is areas northeast of Georgetown, north of Pawleys Island, heading into the Plantersville area, west of Murrells Inlet. And there's the new tornado warning, just got issued for it. Right on schedule. I mean, we've been talking about it, though, for so long. And how it's managed to go this long up until this point is still a little bit beyond me, but it's now warned, and now people in the front are now able to get into their safe space. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Georgetown County in northeastern South Carolina, southwestern Horry County in northeastern South Carolina, southeastern Marion County in northeastern South Carolina.
So all those areas that just got mentioned there, you now have a tornado warning for your area. This is probably going to be a tornado. This is more than likely going to be a tornado. You guys need to get in your safe space. Lowest innermost part of a sturdy building and stay away from windows. If you have a bathroom or a closet in the middle, get to it. If you are passing by some pillows, if you're passing by some hard-soled shoes or maybe some other things, please get to it as well. Tornado warning in your area. That is another tornado warning. Listen in. That's not listening in because it's in a National Weather Service Charleston jurisdiction. But guess where it's for? Guess where it's for? The Furman area. It's exactly what I just called out for. Furman in South Carolina, there's a tornado warning for your area. If you're in Furman, if you're in Scotia, here in South Carolina, you need to get in your safe space. This did have some decent rotation. It was there towards the ground. You can see reds moving away and greens moving towards. So there was rotation over near Pineland or north of Pineland. It was going to head towards the Furman areas. Now that rotation is not really as strong. I mean, the rotation is there in the upper levels, but it is not as strong as it once was. So maybe a little bit of a late warning, but still something that should be considered. Back to the tornado warning over here near Schuylerville in South Carolina. This is heading off towards the Jamestown and the Bethera areas. So once again, tornado warning over here for Berkeley County in South Carolina. That'll be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We can take a look and we can see the storm. It is a mess on reflectivity, but inside that mess somewhere is the rotation. There is some there. We can see the greens are the winds moving towards the radar, which is over near Charleston. And we have reds moving away right in the middle. This counterclockwise spin is where the tornadic rotation would be. So once again, Jamestown, Bethera, as well as Alvin. Guys are going to need to get into your safe space right now if you haven't already. Lowest innermost part of a sturdy building and stay away from windows. If you have a closet or if you have a bathroom that's over there, please be sure to get to it. There's also another storm over here near McClellanville. This also has a little bit of rotation, not very strong right now, but something to note. It does exist. It could potentially try and become something. So maybe the areas over to the east of Schuylerville, they might have to watch out for that storm. Moving off to the north, we still have our tornado warning here. Very powerful storm that is north of Pawleys Island and just to the west of Murrells Inlet. Once again, the normalized rotation values are pretty high. They are pretty high within these areas. And because of that, I firmly believe that we could be talking about something that is tornadic here soon. But once again, we have a new radar that we just popped up here. It is in Wilmington, North Carolina. So greens are the winds moving towards the radar. Reds are the winds moving away. Counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere is where the tornadic rotation would be. Doesn't seem to have a tornado debris signature quite yet, but it still has some pretty powerful rotation, once again, as we have mentioned. And you can see here on reflectivity, this is a classic Hook signature. Rain is wrapping all the way around here to try and create that counterclockwise spin. There is a little inflow notch right here for moisture to try and come in and also aid that counterclockwise spin. So somewhere there, just to the east of Plantersville, is where that possible tornado could be. So once again, Plantersville, Bucksport areas to the west of Murrells Inlet could potentially be something tornadic over there. Myrtle Beach is currently seeing a lot of activity right now. Nothing that's super tornadic, fortunately. But there are going to be some more storms that are going to head off into your area here. I would say within the next 45 minutes to an hour. So definitely something that I would watch out for as that continues to move on through. There's also some other storms that are moving off towards the Charlotte areas as well as Southport. Those ones could potentially try to produce water spouts and then make landfall as tornadoes. So something to watch out for with those storms as well. A little bit of rotation here north of Myrtle Beach. Could potentially try to head off towards areas east of Conway. But the storm, that I will say, is starting to weaken quite a bit. So that one may not survive for too much longer. But just something to kind of, keep an eye out for if you're in some of those areas. Michigan is safe from Idalia. It's the areas along coastal Carolinas now. And of course, some of the areas in extreme eastern Georgia because of some of the flooding. But right now, the main threat from Idalia here is the tornado threat. All the tornadic storms that can be moving ashore and producing tornadoes along the coastline. As I said, we're going to try and continue to call out as many storms as we possibly can ahead of time. We want to make sure that everyone is informed before it even happens. That's the plan here. We want to continue to spread awareness, and by you guys being here, you guys are actually helping us spread awareness as well. If you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps us get this out to more and more people on YouTube. And if you also haven't already, if you know anyone who lives along the coastal Carolinas areas, share this live stream with them. Or share this live stream on social media. Any way that you can help us get this out to more and more people, that would be greatly appreciated. Wow, that is a pretty powerful water spout that is off that coast there. From the radar, it looks like that cell near Schuylerville in Berkeley County. Looks like that rotation has weakened a little bit, and it indeed has. No debris signature to note from that, so that's kind of good news. That's kind of the good news. So if that thing can continue to weaken, that probably would be the best case scenario, but it still has some rotation. You can still see the reds moving away, the greens and grays moving towards. It's very broad. Nothing is pixel to pixel right on top of each other. But there is something there. So that is something that we're going to want to watch. Trying to see if there's any other areas of rotation over here in southern South Carolina. I don't really see a whole lot, to be completely honest with you. But I will keep looking out for that. If there's any other areas that could have rotation, I'll try to call it out. So I think the main storm right now that is looking the best here inland that could potentially try to produce a tornado is this one over here near Plantersville. Plantersville, South Carolina, and areas near Toddville and Bucksport here in South Carolina. This is just to the west of Myrtle Beach. If you're in these areas, I highly recommend you guys get indoors and stay away from windows because this thing is a mini supercell. I mean, look at this thing. It's got a full body of rain. The rain's trying to wrap around into a hook. No debris signature, fortunately. And it's even got a powerful updraft here, according to the differential reflectivity. So this thing is definitely cooking. This thing is a supercell. And once again, I would not be surprised if this thing produces a tornado here very soon. So there's a tornado warning for this area because of it. This is a tornado warning here for Georgetown. Someone pronounced the... someone said what it was supposed to sound like earlier, and I completely forgot. But I'm going to say Horry. And Marion County is here in South Carolina. This tornado warning will be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That is also another supercell that is off the coast. That is also another supercell. That might head off... The current trajectory takes it north. That might head off to Holden Beach. So if you're over near Holden Beach and west of Holden Beach in North Carolina, could potentially be a water spout that can try and make landfall there shortly. Does Onslow County, North Carolina have any tornado chance? That is a good question. Let me take a look. Whenever I can, I do try to answer a couple of questions from chat, but when there's tornado warnings and stuff like that that's ongoing, I hope you guys understand that yeah, I can't really do that. Yeah, there is a chance for tornadoes for Onslow County, North Carolina. It'll be a lot later on this evening, but yes, there will be a chance. New update just came in. No debris signature, fortunately. Spectrum width is increasing, however, within this area. That could tell me that we could be seeing a tornado here. It is a lot of turbulence that we're starting to pick up here from this radar. I want to see if there's any cameras. I have a whole camera map full of shenanigans. I want to see if I can find something with any of it. That is still a very powerful water spout. If that thing continues to move up in its current trajectory, that's going to get very close to Myrtle Beach. And of course, we have a camera in Myrtle Beach, so we might be able to see the water spout as it passes by. Hopefully it dies by the time it gets to Myrtle Beach, though. Hopefully it does. But Myrtle Beach, the timing for you all to see that storm, is about a half an hour to 45 minutes from now. Half an hour to 45 minutes from now. It's pronounced Ori. Got it. Ori. Savannah right now is just experiencing some light winds with some tropical storm force wind gusts. Nothing really too much, to be completely honest with you, though. I think it's you're still going to see those wind gusts, but stuff is going to start to kind of slow down for you all once we get to the evening. So that'll be kind of the good news for you all. But yeah, Savannah is looking good in regards to what's happening around it. Is there a camera in North Myrtle? Yeah, there is. There's also a camera over on Ocean Isle Beach that I have. I've got a couple of them. So I'll actually show you guys the camera map that I have here. All of these red dots are cameras that face south, and all these green dots are cameras that face east, and then the orange ones face west, and yellow move around. So I don't really like those yellow cameras. So I have a couple of them, and hopefully we'll be able to see something, but it is hard to tell. I might want to pull that camera up just because that actually is looking more north rather than east, but it is kind of looking east, to be fair. So we'll keep that camera around. We'll see if we can find anything. That rotation that's over in Jamestown, South Carolina is still there, so it's not done. We very well could be seeing a continuation of this tornado warning. I wouldn't be surprised. That would be for Georgetown and Williamsburg counties. That'd be specifically near the Andrews area, as well as areas near U.S. Highway 17A, 17 alternate, and U.S. Highway 521. So if you're in those areas just to the west of Georgetown, you need to watch out. If you guys know anyone else that lives along the coastline of the Carolinas, feel free to share this information with them, or tell them to turn on the emergency alert notifications, because there very well can be a few more opportunities to where we could be seeing tornado warnings. So something to watch out for with that. And I appreciate you guys for also being here. You guys are helping me spread awareness. We've been spreading awareness for Idalia for the past 24 hours while being live, although we haven't been live for 24 hours exactly. But over the past 24 hours, we've been covering this system extensively. And we want to continue to spread awareness, because a lot of the people that are out there think that, oh, Idalia's already made landfall. It's now a tropical storm. Why should we pay attention to it anymore? Now this is where things start to kind of go up a little bit. The tornado risk is now the primary risk now, especially as we head into the afternoon, into the early evening. That is when tornadoes usually start to really fire off in any circumstance. If there's any environment that is right for tornadoes, it'll do it sometime around then. So we want to make sure that we spread awareness that there could be tornadic activity, and hopefully people know that there's a tornado watch that's been issued for this area. I mean, that's the big thing to take away. Hopefully they know that a tornado watch is here. So I appreciate you guys helping me spread awareness. Storm that's northeast of Plantersville just refuses to put down a tornado, which is a good news. Bad news is it still is in a position to try and put down a tornado. Strong turbulence is being registered here from the radar, which usually indicates that there's something tornadic ongoing at this time. Still strong rotation, at least moderate rotation, I should say, not strong rotation. So this storm is definitely still there. It's still trying to produce a tornado. It's just hard to see based off the radar if it actually did. But we shall see. That's also a skinny water spout that's off of the coast of Holden Beach. I want to see if we can see that. Can we see that? I'm not sure we can. But I'm going to try. We're going to try and see if we can find... That's probably not going to help us out a lot. That is surf. Ocean Isle beaches. I wonder if this camera is moving around. If it's not, that might be a perfect camera. It might be. We'll see. But I'll keep an eye on that. Tell you guys if something changes. Once again, cell northeast of Plantersville doesn't seem to be producing a tornado right now, but it very well could. If you're near areas like Bucksport and areas west of Bucksport and north of Plantersville, recommend that you guys get indoors and stay away from windows. Lowest innermost part of a sturdy building, because a tornado warning has been issued for your area. Also, still is a tornado warning for eastern portions of Berkeley County in South Carolina. I don't know why they haven't canceled this warning. I think it expires in 6 minutes, and they don't want to just expire it to expire it. They want to just kind of let it go out on its own. It's my own personal Google map for cameras and stuff like that. I'm going to be trying to turn it into a website, though. I really want to turn it into a website so that other people can see it. I will say there's going to be some portions that could be behind a paywall. So, like, super specifics, like what direction cameras are looking at. That could be behind a paywall. But other than that, I really intend on trying to collect as many cameras as I possibly can and throwing it on an interactive map for people to just say, oh, well, there could be something happening here, like beach or weather or crime or festivals, stuff like that, you know? I feel like something like that could be pretty cool. So... yeah, it does look like this storm over here that is going to the west of Georgetown here in South Carolina. It does have general rotation, but it's not super significant. So this also might be a storm to watch, but it doesn't really have a whole lot going for it at the moment. Is that a debris signature? It's hard to tell. It is very hard to tell. But it looks like we have a tornado that's in progress. It looks like the cell that is north of Plantersville has finally produced a tornado. It looks like the cell north of Plantersville has finally produced a tornado. If you're near US Highway 701 and State Highway 281, or is this 281 or 261? This is 261. State Highway 261, north of Plantersville, you need to get in your safe space now. Lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, and stay away from windows, because it does look like this thing... or it does look like it has tried to produce a tornado. Let's go back over here to this camera that's looking at Myrtle Beach. I don't like some of the other cameras that are there. Yes, it does look like it has produced a tornado. We might also be seeing a storm trying to produce a water spout that could make landfall over here in Ocean Isle Beach. Which means it's probably a good idea for me to go back to that camera. Let's go to the Ocean Isle Beach camera. I'm going to actually edit that. Should be able to see something around Ocean Isle Beach if it does produce a water spout. Looks like that supercell that was producing a strong water spout earlier is kind of weakened a little bit, but it is still producing some good rotation. That's a pretty powerful water spout that could be heading off towards Ocean Isle Beach here pretty soon. I'm not sure if they're going to issue a tornado warning, but it looks like this cell has actually formed 2 water spouts, and it actually cycled. So there's water spout number 1 that died, and the new water spout's right here. I wonder if this could potentially recycle again. I really do wonder if this thing could recycle again and produce another water spout in the same storm. It's got a ZDR arc. It'll do it. It's just not a super strong ZDR arc. And that's a supercell there, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Look at the hook. Don't see a water spout on the Holden Beach camera. I don't see it right now either from the Ocean Isle Beach camera, but to be fair, we would have to look through a lot of rain in order to get to that, so we'd need to wait in order to see it. Wait a bit. Looks like there's also another storm that's going to try and head towards, or move along a similar path as this supercell. Holden Beach and Oak Island in about 45 minutes might need to watch out. We have no more tornado warnings as of this moment, which is great. It does look like Minecraft. With all the blocks and stuff like that. I do see that. Yeah, this thing might be trying to produce a water spout right next to Ocean Isle Beach. Let's go to the Ocean Isle Beach camera. And let's take a look and see what they're looking at, because this is looking in that general direction. I don't see any wind that's really picking up. The storm hasn't really hit quite yet. There's a person that is also walking outside. I think that might be a delivery guy. Yeah, we have no more tornado warnings as of this moment right now. I wonder if that cell, did it produce a tornado? Yes, it did produce a tornado. We did have a brief tornado that formed north of Plantersville, and then it dissipated immediately. So we technically weren't wrong. That cell did produce a tornado. Just wasn't a super strong one, which I'm very happy about. Do I know anything about Kershaw County, South Carolina? That's a good question. Let me take a look and see. And of course, if you guys have your counties, and you want to ask in the chat, feel free to do so. Now would probably be the best time before some of these other storms make landfall, especially as we're watching these cameras live to kind of see what all is happening. But Kershaw County is very far off to the west, so honestly, the only thing you guys have to worry about is aerial flooding. You might get some wind gusts, but other than that, you guys really should be fine. Are Furman, Scotia, and Estill all clear? Yes, they are. That tornadic storm, as soon as they issued the tornado warning, believe it or not, it actually died right then and there. So you guys are fine. Yeah, I'm going to make sure I watch out for you guys over in Onslow County. Don't worry about it. I got you guys. If I see anything that's coming up in your area, I'll let you guys know. I'm assuming that is Calabash County. If not, it is just Calabash. Calabash, North Carolina. Yep. Yeah, you guys are going to want to watch out. There's a few storms that are moving through the area right now. That might be a possible tornado and or water spout in between Holden Beach and Ocean Isle Beach. That might be a possible tornado that just made landfall. Regardless, we have another water spout that could potentially make landfall here very soon. So if you're in the Ocean Isle Beach and the Holden Beach area, so this would be southwestern New Hanover County, I think is what it is. Or is it, no, I think this is Brunswick County. I think this is Brunswick County. The way this is oriented is so weird. Brunswick County, North Carolina. Yeah. So the way that it's oriented here on my screen here, it's so weird. Brunswick was literally hidden from me. But that's Brunswick, southwestern Brunswick County. Southwestern Brunswick County. New Hanover's not in it yet. New Hanover's not in it yet, so don't worry about it. I'll tell you guys when you are. But southwestern Brunswick County here in North Carolina, there are a couple areas here to where there could be some tornadic activity. And I would recommend you guys get in a sturdy building and stay away from windows. There very well could be a tornado warning that could be issued here. Keep Columbus County in the loop. Where is Columbus County? That's the question. Columbus County, North Carolina. Oh, that's right next to it. Yeah. If I see anything, I'll let you guys know. Has the storm already passed Collection County? Give me a second. Edisto Island. Edisto Island. A lot of the storms already have. So yes. There are a couple extra storms that are around that's moving through Edisto Beach right now. None of which have really a whole lot of rotation, but you guys won't really know if you guys are out of the clear until that band moves on through, which won't be for another, I'd say 30 minutes, maybe a little bit more than that. You have a family trip booked for Orlando and Miami this weekend? You should be fine. I don't think you have any reason to really get, stop the booking. Because believe it or not, those areas weren't hit. They kind of were missed. TDS south of radar in South Carolina. Where now? I have no idea. Oh, south of the radar in North Carolina. Doesn't look like it. Might be that. Yeah, it could be that. That looks like a debris signature. Yeah, that looks like a potential tornado that occurred over on the western side of Holden Beach. That's what it looked like. Edisto? Or Edisto? Edisto. My bad. I'll try to remember it. I'll try. But that does look like a tornado that did occur. Good call. And we mentioned earlier that there's a bunch of water spouts and or tornadoes that are trying to make landfall here in southwestern Brunswick County. Some of these can go under the radar. What I mean by that is it's literally right next to the radar to where it can go under it. The radar isn't able to really pick it up unless if you have a real trained eye or if you're really trying to like search for every single little thing. So it does look like we did have a tornado that was on the western side of Holden Beach. How's Myrtle Beach? Myrtle Beach, you guys are about to get another round of storms here very shortly. None of which doesn't look like it's going to impact you directly, but North Myrtle Beach, however, might see some pretty strong activity. So I would watch out for that. Southport, I'm telling you guys right now, you've got quite a few storms that's heading off into your area here as we speak. One of which is supercellular in characteristic. You can see the rain wrapping around pretty clearly. So when that storm does move off into your area, do not be surprised if you guys see either some strong damaging winds or maybe even the chance for a tornado. But I'm letting you guys know ahead of time. What in the world happened here? Ooh, the storm northwest of Graves and Georgetown might need to be monitored. Georgetown County and eastern Williamsburg County here in South Carolina. I'm putting you guys on watch, especially if you're north of US Highway 17 alternate. Near that US Highway 521 area and north of that. I'm putting you guys on watch. You guys need to watch out for that storm. Could potentially be something tornadic that can try to move off over there. Just got a text real quickly. There we go. What in the world? Why did I get so many messages? This doesn't make any sense. Yeah, no. Just got a weird text message from someone, and no thank you. No thank you. Looks like there still could be potentially an area where a water spout could exist over here near Holden Beach. Holden Beach. Someone said there was a camera over in Holden Beach. Holden Beach web camera. Oh, there you go. There's a camera in Holden Beach. So we might be able to find something with that storm that's making landfall right now. Keep Carteret County in your sights. Carteret is which? Oh, that one's up there in Morehead City. Yeah, I'll keep you guys, I'll watch out for you guys. I may not be able to live stream the entire night because the threat may also go into like tomorrow morning. And honestly, I don't think it would be a great idea for me to go through 36 to 40 hours with only 3 hours worth of sleep. I don't think that is healthy for me. By the way, I appreciate every single one of you guys for helping me spread the information with as many people as possible. We're also growing our community, which means we're also, as a community, spreading awareness. We do this all the time, all right? We do live streams, we do videos, we try to make sure that people have a general idea as to what is happening. That is what we aim for every single time we create content on this channel. So if that sounds like a great idea to you, and if you're all for that, hit that like button down below and hit the subscribe button, all right? And if you want to, even hit the notification bell. Because I'll tell you what, this channel, I love to inform you guys as best as I possibly can. I try to give you all the details, everything. So that way you guys know what exactly is going on. Oh, I am definitely not tired. I'll tell you what. I will be tired a lot later on this evening, but I am not tired right now. I took a little bit of a break, and then I came back, and I am feeling great. That's why I'm also talking about every single storm under the sun, because I want to make sure that I'm on every single one of them. That camera that we're looking at right up there is in Holden Beach, to where there could potentially be a water spout making landfall there. It's possible, but there's a tornado vortex signature that is in that area. So I'm looking out here. I'm trying to see if that is possible, perhaps. Might actually want to look at that Ocean Isle camera again. We can have control camera. Oh, that's cool. I can control the camera, apparently. How do I do that? How do I control the camera? Oh, I gotta wait a couple seconds. I have never done this before. Select view. East Beach. Home. No. Surf. I want surf. Nope. Yes, I want to control again. Wait in line. I have no idea. There might be a water spout over there. It might be over there on the left. I have no idea. Huh. We'll just let other people go with the flow then. Oh, I can control it again? Nice. Pier number 2. Pier 1. Nope, we want pier number 2 then. What about umbrellas? What does umbrellas do? No. All right, we want pier then. There we go. So we should see something here now. I think I fixed the camera. It looks like Southport might potentially see a water spout, just as I kind of anticipated, honestly. It looks like it's possible. There's a bit of a hook echo that is present here on radar. It's wrapping all the way around. And yeah, it does look like Southport. Might be a water spout over there. Could potentially make landfall over there near Southport and areas north of that near Boiling Springs. Or Boiling Spring Lakes. Highlander with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And Brian with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. What about Little River? That is a good question. I'll pull that up here in a second. Little River is near North Myrtle Beach. So right now you guys could potentially be seeing here in about, I'd say 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, you guys could be seeing a strong storm capable of producing a water spout in your area. So I'd watch out for that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Southport. I'm pretty sure. Oh, this is a 3D camera. Storm was all hype. Tell that to the people who lost their homes today. Oh, that is a very interesting sight there. Could we be seeing a water spout in there? That's looking into the rotation west of Southport. Could we be seeing a water spout in that? That is very interesting. I'm thinking it's that blob right there on the right. I want to move it back over. Can the camera stop moving, please? Why did it zoom in there? That doesn't make any sense. All right, we'll come back whenever we have a decent view, because I'm pretty sure we have a water spout near Southport, North Carolina. I still think areas over near Myrtle Beach, specifically North Myrtle Beach, should watch out for the potential of water spouts to try and make landfall. So something to make a note of with that. There's also a storm over near, sounds familiar, Pawleys Island. That is also trying to rotate as well. You can see with the normalized rotation, I'll just pull this up in general. You can see there is clearly something here. So it does look like there is something that could be trying to be tornadic there. And that'll eventually head towards the Plantersville and the Murrells Inlet area. So watch out. I don't know where this thing is looking now. This thing is going a full 360. Everything that has to do with Charleston right now, there's some storms that are passing it. But realistically speaking, it's not all that significant for Charleston anymore, which is good. I'll let you guys know if something does change. Speaking of something that could potentially change, we could potentially see a tornado warning over here in northwestern Colleton County, as well as eastern Hampton County. Because there's a little bit of rotation right here. It's a bit of convergence, but I wouldn't be surprised if they called it. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. So if they called that with a tornado warning, I genuinely would not be surprised. All right, here's that view again of that storm to the west of Southport. West of Southport, potential water spout and or tornado that is in that area. It is hard to see. It is very rainy. What about Jacksonville, North Carolina? Jacksonville, North Carolina is not there quite yet. It'll, your activity will start to increase in a few hours. And it'll be an overnight threat for you guys. Should Fayetteville be okay? Yeah, Fayetteville is pretty far inland, so you guys should be all right. That might be another water spout that's trying to form near Holden Beach. May not be a strong water spout, but it is trying. I'm not sure I can see anything of real significance here in Southport off of this camera. I can't see anything, at least. There's another camera that I know I have. That's not really helpful. So we're going to have to rely on that camera to see a whole lot. I'll go back to our radar here. And I want to emphasize real quickly that though Idalia is no longer a hurricane and that it's now a tropical storm, the main threat for it now is storm surge and tornadoes. And earlier we had quite a few tornado warnings. Now it's kind of calmed down a little bit, but it still has a lot of areas to where you could potentially see tornadoes that can occur. So do keep in mind that just because we don't have any tornado warnings right now doesn't mean that we won't have any more for the rest of the evening. We have a lot of these storms that are off of the coast that are building up, and these are the types of storms that are going to be the ones to try and produce tornadoes as they make landfall on shore. So keep in mind, it's not just going to be one storm, it's going to be several. So need to watch out for that. Could I check Carolina Beach? I definitely can. Carolina Beach, if I pull it up here on Google Maps is north of Southport. You guys have a little bit of time. Oh, that storm over near Southport is going to become significant. There's a very good shot that we could potentially be seeing a very strong tornado. Or not like a very, but like a strong tornado. One of the strongest ones of the day if it drops. St. James, Yaupon Beach, Southport, watch out. Very well could be a tornado that could form right in your area. Need to watch out now. Carolina Beach, you guys are all right for right now. There's going to be some storms that are going to try and move into your area. My best guess, according to the storm track, is sometime around 45 minutes from now. That's based off of what I see on the radar. But this thing is starting to intensify with its rotation. And I wouldn't be surprised if this thing really does something. So Oak Island, St. James, Southport, areas north of Caswell Beach, and areas near North Carolina State Highway 211. We've got some pretty strong rotation here. Red's moving away, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Let's go back to the live view here. This is going to look west of Southport. We're going to see if we can see if this thing is going to produce a tornado. Oh, that is significant. Velocity's just uptrended significantly. This thing's on the ground right now. This thing is on the ground right now. It's so rain wrapped over there. It's so hard to see. But this is producing a tornado right now just to the west of Southport. Just to the west of Southport in North Carolina, near the St. James area. This would be near some of the golf courses and north of the airport. That's a new tornado warning that just got issued.
Tornado warning for southeastern Brunswick County in southeastern North Carolina.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is what looks to be a pretty strong storm and or tornado. I'm pretty sure it's a tornado. From the looks of it, it looks like it's a tornado. That might be it. It's hard to tell. That might be a smudge on the screen. It is a smudge on the screen. No, it's not. That might be it. On the right side, it just went over the side. It looked like there was a bit of a wall cloud there, or some form of condensation congealing. Looked like it could have been a funnel cloud right there. This looks like, yeah, there's the debris signature. It's on the ground right now. It is on the ground right now. Let me pull up Radar Omega. Specifically, this is going to get near the Southport Supply Road. This will get near the St. James area and the Midway area. If you guys are in these general vicinities, you need to get into your safe space. All right, we've been talking about this storm for a while, a long while. We said that this thing had the potential of producing a tornado. It is doing so right now. It is just to the west of Southport in North Carolina, and if you are over near that area or over near the airport in Southport, this is the Cape Fear Regional Jetport. The Cape Fear Regional Jetport. If you are near that, if you're near any of the golf courses over there, we're talking about the Players Club, we're talking about the Reserve Golf Club, we're talking about areas near St. James and north of St. James, we have a tornado that is currently in progress and just did damage. It just did damage. It actually did damage on the golf course. Specifically, it's the Players Club golf course near Beaver Dam Creek. So it is just to the north and west of the airport. Just to the north and west of the airport. We just had a tornado. that was ongoing. It did damage. You can see here in the correlation coefficient, everything that is red here is rain. And everything that is not red can either be a mix of rain and something else. But usually when it's green and blue, it is equally mixed. And when it's on top of velocities, it is a debris signature. It is a tornado that is in progress. Usually, if the blue and green was by itself and there was no velocities that was there, we would be talking about birds, bugs, smoke, air, stuff like that. Not in this case. You can see here in the normalized rotation, we had moderate values, higher values of moderate that is being outputted here by the radar. Spectrum width shows a lot of turbulence. That is exactly what we see here on this radar presentation. And the correlation coefficient, if we go back or go up a scan, there you go, go up a scan, you can clearly see there's a clear correlation coefficient debris signature that just occurred. If you guys know anyone that lives within these areas, you need to tell them to get into their safe space right now. Lowest innermost part of their building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. This is a classic supercell. You can see the hook wrapping around just like this. Inflow coming in unimpeded. And then there's another one that's south of that as well. So maybe another storm that could try to produce a tornado that is heading off towards the general vicinity of Southport. So if you're in Southport, if you're in St. James, if you're near the airport, if you're north of the airport, right? And if you're near the Boiling Spring Lakes area, you need to get into your safe space right now. This is in Brunswick County, North Carolina. Brunswick County, North Carolina. Still has a slight bit of a debris signature. Still has spectrum width consolidated right where that velocity is, which means this thing still has turbulence. This thing still is on the ground as of right now. So please be sure to get into your safe space if you haven't already. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. If you know anyone that lives in these areas, share this live stream with them. If you want to help me spread this awareness of these tornadoes that are ongoing, hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps us get out to more and more people on YouTube. It's the YouTube algorithm. But yeah, we've been talking about this storm for a long time. You can ask chat if you're new to say, how long has he been talking about this storm? And they'll tell you not only was it well before the tornado warning, it was also, you know, quite a while ago. We let people know probably a half an hour with the advance notice. Might be a couple other storms that are south and west of Myrtle Beach with a little tiny bit of rotation. Nothing really too significant to note. Maybe the storm north of Pawleys Island, approaching the Murrells Inlet in the Plantersville area. We had a tornado earlier north and east of Plantersville. So that might be something interesting to note if another storm goes over that spot. It looks like the storm is trying to recycle. It looks like it could be trying to form a new rotation on the northern side, which also means that there could be a new area of rotation moving up towards the Boiling Spring Lakes. So we have rotation number 1 right here. Once again, red's moving away, green's moving towards. The counterclockwise spin is where the tornado is at. But we have a second one up here. Once again, green's moving towards, red's moving away. So it does look like this thing could be recycling. And what that means is that the old tornado might parallel State Highway 211. It might parallel going west, and then this new one will head off towards the north. And we call this thing, it is decoupling from the mesocyclone, and it is therefore it therefore has deviant tornado motion. We also call this occlusion. Is Camden, South Carolina going to be okay? Let me check to see here real quickly for you. Once again, if you're just tuning in here right now, we have a tornado warning here for Brunswick County in North Carolina of a tornado that just occurred. Just did damage. So if you know anyone that lives in southern Brunswick County near the Southport area, the Oak Island areas north of Oak Island, tell them to get into the lowest innermost part of a sturdy building. Camden's pretty far off to the north and west. You guys are fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's closer to Supply Road, Southport Supply Road. Almost near. Apparently, this is Midway. There's an area called Midway here. It's right near that. It just went over the golf courses. That's where it did damage. Is Henderson County, North Carolina good? Henderson is... Why do I feel like I've heard of that county before? Why do I feel like I've covered that county before? Let me check. Let me check that. Henderson County, North Carolina. Yeah, you guys are good. You guys are good. Yeah, I knew there was a reason why I knew that I covered that county before. I've done some severe weather events live here in that area. Maybe not exactly in that area, but there's been some tornado warnings that I've covered. Mainly from some of the stuff that has happened in Pickens County, South Carolina, but I knew that sounded familiar. That is a well-defined hook echo. Still, look at this here. It is really trying to wrap its rain around. It is really trying to form that tornado again. Currently kiteboarding in Carolina Beach. The wind is starting to get gnarly. Yeah, just be careful, all right? That's rip currents are no jokes here. No joke here today. I wouldn't be out in that surf. I wouldn't recommend being out in that surf. But I would say you probably have about 45 minutes before a storm moves on through. So enjoy your time for another little less than a half an hour before storm moves on through. And these storms have all had the opportunity to be tornadic at one point in its life, so the consistency is there. Once again, we still have our tornado warning here for southern Brunswick County here in North Carolina. Had a tornado earlier. I'm actually curious to see what the delta velocity of this tornado was. How strong was it? 70 on top of 41. That is a strong tornado, believe it or not. That is a 100. It's actually 70.5 on top of 41.4. So that is a 111.9 mile per hour delta velocity. I believe that is an EF2 if they were to find damage like that. Enhanced Fujita scale. Images. Yeah, 111 mile per hour winds to 135. That is an EF2. And anything that is EF2 strength or stronger is classified as a strong tornado. And then I think, what, EF3 and above is violent? Is that what they do? I believe that's how they distinguish it. Storms are now moving into Myrtle Beach right now as we speak. Fortunately, not a whole lot of rotation is within a lot of these storms, so no water spouts seem to want to make landfall in those areas, which is the good news. But I also want to inform you guys that we still have a lot more showers and thunderstorms that are off the coastline and that are still building. And these are the types of storms that are going to try and produce your water spouts to make landfall. Or even if they continue to sustain further inland, like the one in Southport did, or the one all the way over in Georgetown County, I think it was. No, it was Berkeley County. In Berkeley County did. They can also produce tornadoes a little bit further inland. So EF3 plus is intense. EF4 is violent. Okay. Honestly, I don't know the difference between intense and violent in that situation then. Like intense, I don't know. It sounds a little, if not somewhat similar. Usually I just know that if it's EF3 or above, it's pretty strong. That's what I see. It looks like the camera is actually looking at the second storm. Is that a water spout right here, chat? Is that a water spout? Is that a water spout right there, chat? I think that's a water spout, chat. I think that's a water spout. I'm dead set in thinking that's a water spout. They're going to zoom out here again, look to the right. That's a water spout right there. And if that makes landfall on the coast, that's going to be a tornado. That is a water spout. And they're going to tilt the camera away, of course, because this camera is not actually controlled. It is automated. That looked like a water spout to me. Be a wall of rain. I saw something that was condensed into a little tube there. I'm pretty sure I saw something that condensed into a tube. And usually, tornadoes and water spouts can have rain wrapped around it as well. So you got to look for that tube specifically. But here is the rotation. Here is the rotation. You can clearly see it's here now. Green's moving towards, red's moving away. So there is clearly rotation that is moving over the Caswell Beach area. Someone asked about Beaufort, South Carolina. I think you guys are honestly fine. We're going to get another look at this. We're going to get another look at this because we just saw on radar that there is rotation in that exact same area that we called out for. It looks like it might have dissipated. It looks like it might have dissipated. And if it was a wall of rain, that would have stayed there the entire time, but it didn't, which is very interesting. That tells me that that was a water spout. And once again, if water spouts make landfall, if they make landfall, they are tornadoes. And that's the additional threat that Idalia brings with us today, is the tornado threat. So a lot of these storms are making landfall from the outer bands of Idalia. They have rotation. They form water spouts and/or tornadoes. And then they work their way inland. And yeah, this thing still has rotation. I'm actually going to pull back here to the radar, show you guys the velocities once again. I'm actually going to go, there's a lot of contamination in this area, but you can definitely see green's moving towards, red's moving away. So there is definitely counterclockwise spin here. Let's go back to the live camera. If we can see, it looks like this is part of the wall cloud too. It looks like there's an inflow tail right in there. So we'd be watching somewhere here. Yeah, this looks like the wall cloud. Somewhere under there would be where the water spout would be. So if that camera could move back over there sometime soon, that would be greatly appreciated, so that we can actually see what's going on. Actually, hold up. It still can. I have no idea where this camera is looking. I'm going to keep an eye on it on the side. We still have a tornado warning here for Brunswick County. This is specifically for the Boiling Spring Lakes area, as well as the Bolivia areas. If you're in those areas, you need to continue to seek a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. Lowest innermost part of a sturdy building if you can. Bathroom or a closet would be preferred. This is moving from left to right, which means this looks like it's looking west. Which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. If I refresh that. Oh, here we go. We're back at it again. Oh, that is a wall cloud. That is a heck of a wall cloud right there. Is there a water spout? Survey says no. But that is a heck of a wall cloud right there. That is a mean-looking wall cloud. That is a mean-looking wall cloud that is right next to Southport. So we probably could be seeing another storm that could try and produce a water spout again. But there is clearly spin in that area. I want to see if this camera here, will it finally update? I really don't think that camera is going to be all too good. We're going to come back to this camera here. And just a reminder, there is rotation here. There's been numerous storms that have tried to produce a tornado here. Can we find that water spout? That has a little bit of an appendage right there. That could be a funnel. It's hard to tell. It's very hard to tell. That could be a funnel. This area is another appendage right here. But this area, I'm honestly really interested about. That area over there on the right. I think that might be, if there was a water spout that could turn into a tornado, I think it would be on that side right there. I'm pretty sure it would be. But this is currently located in Southport, North Carolina. The threat from Idalia here right now is no longer the winds, and it's not really as much the flooding anymore, unless if you count the storm surge, which we will talk about every now and then. But it is now mainly the tornado threat. The tornado threat has been heightened because of a lot of the storms that are marching their way in. The enhanced vorticity in the atmosphere makes the environment favorable for tornadic development. And because of that, that's the reason why we are streaming right now. We are trying to make sure that everyone who could be in the path of this system, these storms, ranging from South Carolina up to North Carolina and the Outer Banks, we want to make sure that you guys have all the information that you may need. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas, I recommend sharing the information. You can either share the live stream or just text them and say that you guys need to be weather aware. Although I would greatly appreciate if you would share the live stream, of course. And then I would also greatly appreciate if you guys were to help me spread awareness here on this channel and on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up button down below, and even subscribe if you would like to. You can unsubscribe after the stream, but that's how YouTube's algorithm works. So if you do both, you help us get this out to more and more people on YouTube, which is what we want. All right, the camera's going to pan around. I'm pretty sure this thing is producing. I'm pretty sure this thing is producing a water spout. So we might be able to see something as this thing is panning through. It's kind of like the big reveal almost. But it's either producing a water spout or producing a tornado again. And it's going to be almost the exact same area too. It's going to be at that airport. All right, here's the look. Can we find it? Okay. There's the wall cloud. That might be it. The camera is out, I think. Come on, tell me it's not completely out. That might be it. That might be the funnel cloud over there. Right here behind that building. Right there. That does look like it is the case. Yeah. Yeah. That looks like there's something behind the building. Looks like there could potentially be a tornado right in there. Right behind the building that's west of Southport. And the velocities actually seem to support that thesis too. Pretty strong rotation here. You can see greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. So right here, just to the east of St. James, near the airport, is where the tornadic rotation would be. Let's look back at the camera again. You can see very low-hanging wall cloud, of course. Very low-hanging wall cloud. And there's a piece of cloud that just extends all the way down a little bit further, back behind the building. Which could potentially hint that there very well could be a tornado. I want to see, is this other camera doing stuff right now, or is... I have no idea what this footage is from this camera. So I'm just going to leave this camera up. I'll go back to the radar for now, but I want to show you guys something that's very interesting with the radar. And this is something that you don't really see from tropical systems and storms that spawn off of the outer bands. This right here is a classic supercell. Not just because this thing is wrapping its rain all the way around into a hook, right? Not just because it has higher reflectivity values that could indicate that it has smaller amounts of hail within it. This thing has something called a differential reflectivity arc, a ZDR arc, I should say. And it looks like, oh, that might be, no, it's not quite yet. It is not quite yet. But it looks like, to me, that this thing is trying to intensify. The supercell is trying to intensify. And as I said, very well could produce a tornado here very, very soon. We saw this thing produce a water spout right before it made landfall. We saw it produce a water spout right before it made landfall. We're going to see the new shot here. We're going to get new footage from this camera. We're going to see what exactly that storm's going to be looking like. Because it had a well-defined wall cloud. Here's your outflow boundary. That is nasty. That right there, if it can turn a little bit more to the right, that might be a tornado in progress. It is definitely at minimum a wall cloud. But it is very hard to see. That is nasty. It is clearly rotating. It is clearly rotating. So we cannot confirm that there is a tornado in progress right now through this camera. We cannot confirm it. But we know that it is a rapidly rotating wall cloud from the camera. Rapidly rotating. And oh my goodness, look at that drop off. That, yeah, that looks like we could potentially be talking about a tornado here. Let's go back to radar. And once again, let's let you guys know where this storm is going to be heading off towards. This is going to be heading off towards the Boiling Spring Lakes and the Bolivia areas here, as well as areas near St. James. It's actually going over St. James right now as we speak. It is just passed over the airport, just to the west of Southport. All right, so if you know where Southport, North Carolina is, that's where it's at. And it is going to be heading off to the north. And this is in southern portions, or at least southeastern portions of Brunswick County. That is where this thing is probably going to continue to go towards. Yeah, that looks like this storm is really trying to wrap around and do something. Wow. And look at that storm surge there, too, with the winds associated with you. You can see all the waves that are just racing its way inland. So not just the supercell here, but the winds associated with it's creating some aerial flooding as well. Or at least it is possible that it could. That's also another random storm that's passing by. I wish we had another camera on this. What if I go to... Is there another camera here that I can use? It doesn't look like it. Oh. This might be one. This might be good enough here for you guys. If this can turn a little bit more to the right, then sure. It's as close to debris signature as you are going to get without it being a debris signature. Why is it zooming into those areas? I have no idea why it's doing that. But it's got a pretty well-defined wall cloud on the side. I'm pretty sure this thing is producing a tornado. This is north and east of St. James, just by a half a mile, per se. This is just to the west of Southport. If you guys live in those areas, you need to get into your safe space right now. Lowest innermost part of a sturdy building. We're trying to see if we can find that wall cloud here again. If it can just pan the camera. I honestly have no idea where the camera pans. But I mean, we've seen a water spout with this storm. We have seen a water spout with the storm, so it has a history of producing tornadoes. Oh yeah, look at that. That's a well-defined wall cloud on that right side. Well-defined wall cloud on that right side. Yeah, it looks like it's on the ground. That might be a debris signature here, according to radar. That might be a debris signature. You can clearly see the hook, right? Rain wrapping all the way around, and then there's a little bit of a ball right here. You see that little ball? That little ball is where the tornado is likely at, right in there. And it is likely, at least in my opinion, a tornado. And it looks like the velocities have picked up on this thing according to it too. While that's doing the thing, I want to try and see if I'm missing anything. There's a little bit of rotation over here near Bucksport and Toddville. This is over in Horry County, southern Horry County. So this might be something to watch out for. It might head off to the west of Conway. So you guys might want to watch out. Other than that, there aren't really any other storms that are rotating. At least ones that are near land. So that's the only one that I really want to talk about in that sense. But yeah, once again, It looks like this thing is producing a tornado right now. And there it is. That is a big debris ball. That is a deep correlation coefficient drop right there. That is a big debris ball. So a tornado in progress north of St. James, heading towards the Boiling Spring Lakes area here in North Carolina. This is a well-defined debris ball that both lines up with reflectivity, correlation coefficient, and differential reflectivity. This has everything you need to confirm that this is a debris signature right now. And for reference for correlation coefficient, if you don't know what it is, reflectivity is self-explanatory. This is how much noise the radar is seeing, but it could easily be oversimplified as how much rain you're seeing or how much stuff the radar is picking up. Correlation coefficient can actually filter between what is rain and what is not. These reds and maybe even some of these yellows, this is rain. Maybe different sizes of rain particles and stuff like that, but it's rain. Once you start to get into the green and blue, and that's a new tornado warning, so listen in.
Tornado warning for southeastern Brunswick County in southeastern North Carolina.
So once again, another tornado warning. We've been watching this storm like a hawk. We've been talking about this thing well before it even was tornado warned. All right, we've been telling people that this thing's going to produce a tornado. Look what it did. Correlation coefficient, once you get into the greens and blues, that's when you get a mix of rain and debris. But if you get into the deep blues, the dark blues like this, that's when it's mainly debris. That's when it's usually nothing but debris. And this tornado is picking up a lot of stuff from the ground. It's picking up a lot of debris, and it is spewing it up into the sky. And that's the reason why we have a debris signature there on correlation coefficient. Still is there. Still, look at that velocity signature there, too. Looks like it's intensifying. Let's take a look at a delta velocity, which is essentially how fast the winds are within the storm, within the the tornado. 58 on top of 39. Velocity's actually just decreased. So it looked like it just peaked and then it weakened just a bit. But we are talking about a ballpark, all right, a ballpark estimate of a little under 100 mile per hour winds. But we also have to remember that radars update every minute and a half, which means this could very well have been stronger in between scans. And I actually think that's kind of a realistic thing to think about. Because as quickly as these storms do form, at least these types of storms that we're anticipating today from the outer bands of Idalia, they also do dissipate quite quickly. So this is, once again, a storm that is currently producing a tornado. It is on the ground right now. This is north and west of Southport. We saw the storm produce a water spout. We saw the storm march its way in with a very large wall cloud, and we could have potentially seen a funnel cloud on stream here as well with that very same storm. So once again, we've been tracking this for a very, very long time. We're telling you right now, because of the fact that we've watched it move inland and we've seen how it's progressed, this thing does seem to be capable of producing a tornado. And the radar has said it itself that it is currently lofting debris into the atmosphere. It is currently doing damage at this moment. It just crossed over Highway 211 and it is heading over towards Boiling Spring Lakes. So this is in North Carolina. Once again, Brunswick County in North Carolina. This is north and west of Southport. This is west of Carolina Beach. And this is going to head off towards the Boiling Spring Lakes area and the Bolivia areas. So guys, I ask you guys, be greatly appreciated if you would help me spread the information and spread awareness with as many people as possible. If you know anyone that lives in these areas, please tell them what is going on. You can, just send them a text message, say get underground. You can share my stream, whatever. Any way you can tell them to get into their safe space, you can. Also, please be sure, speaking of sharing the stream, take this live stream, share it on social media, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. All sorts of other areas that I haven't mentioned. All right, if we can continue to spread our outreach to more and more people, we can hopefully connect with more people that actually could be impacted by these storms. The last thing that you can help us spread awareness with is if you hit that thumbs up button down below, you help us get this out to more and more people on YouTube, because that's how YouTube's algorithm works. So if we feed the algorithm, we can continue to get this crucial information out to people who need it. So once again, tornado warning here for Brunswick County. That'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. For a tornado that was in progress, it now still seems like it is lofting debris into the air. It still has debris in the air at this time. And because of that, it still looks like a tornadic thunderstorm that is moving about. The good news here that I can tell you all is that it looks like the turbulence, according to the spectrum width, has decreased. It looks like the spectrum width has decreased. So that's the good news there. If we were to pair up the actual rotation, which is right here, and the turbulence is not under the rotation, which means that this tornado very well could be weakening completely. There is, I will say, a new storm, not really a new storm entirely, but it is a new storm that is developing to the north of this. This originally produced a tornado as well in, believe it or not, the same exact area. Almost the same exact area, actually. It was separated by about a half a mile. It is recycling, and it is forming a new area of rotation, and is going to get very close to Winnebago over here near Highway 17, US Highway 17, and this will eventually get off towards the areas near Northwest in North Carolina. So if you know anyone that lives in those areas or any of these rural areas over here in northern Brunswick County, you need to tell them to also seek shelter now for some tornadic activity that could be moving through your area. There also looks to be what appears to be a waterspout that is trying to develop here off of the coast of North Myrtle Beach. So North Myrtle Beach and areas over near the border of North Carolina and South Carolina, we're talking about the Sunset Beach area, you guys could potentially also see a tornado. It is possible that you guys could see a tornado make landfall. It'll be a water spout over the water, and then once it goes over land, we could be talking about it turning into a tornado. So please, 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 if you haven't already heeded the warnings from the National Weather Service, or if you don't have your emergency alert notifications on your phone, all right, it's on your phone where it tells you, hey, a tornado warning has been issued for your area, right? If you don't have those turned on, you won't know as quickly as you should, especially if you are along the coastline. So, please, please, please do that. Just got an interesting text message from someone. And they wanted me to talk about how the fact that this storm near Boiling Spring Lakes is actually recycling. And it actually is. We could be seeing a new area of rotation trying to develop. It is possible. So even though the storm that is over near Boiling Spring Lakes is not producing a tornado as of right now, although there is still debris in the atmosphere at this time. So no one under any circumstance should be outside at this moment. There could very well be a new area of rotation developing here to the east of Boiling Spring Lakes. We have a lot of very strong winds surging towards the radar here. If this red can wrap around on that southern side, we could potentially be seeing another tornado from that storm. So something to watch out for that. The storm that's over near Winnebago seems to be starting to gust out. The rotation seems to be starting to turn, or the storm, geez, I can't speak right now. I need water. Good thing I have water on my side. The storm seems to be turning into a wind maker. It is gusting out and it is bowing out, where we have a lot of wind that is surging in behind it. So that's the good news. That doesn't seem to be as tornadic. However, the storm that's near Boiling Spring Lake is doing exactly what I said it can do, which is bring that red around towards where those bright greens and potentially blues are. Oh, that is a significant water spout. Look at that. Wow. That is a significant water spout. How long will it take for this thing to make landfall? If this thing survives, it'll take about 10 minutes before it makes landfall. Is there a camera in that area from North Myrtle Beach? I don't have any that is north of North Myrtle Beach. That's where it's anticipated to make landfall. I do have some that's over in Ocean Isle Beach, which kind of looks off to the south. But I only say kinda because it kind of does. It's not really the greatest, I'll tell you what. And we probably won't be able to see the water spout if that's the case. Yeah, we wouldn't be able to see it right there, so. Go back to our camera here, enlarge that. Oh, and yeah, 100% this thing is trying to recycle. Will it be able to successfully do it is the real question. Looks like the velocities have gone down, which means that its attempt to do so might be failing. But this water spout here that's heading towards the North Myrtle Beach area might not. This thing is still going. Still a pretty powerful velocity signature here. For reference, the strength of this water spout, if it were to do damage, if it was over land right now, is... Ooh. 105 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the tornadic winds are. 105 miles per hour. Which is just 6 miles per hour short of the technical term of a strong tornado, which is EF2. How long has this water spout been here for? It's been here for a while, actually. I wonder if it will dissipate anytime soon. I really hope it does. Newest velocity scan shows that it did kind of dissipate a little bit, which is the greatest news I've heard all day. Besides maybe Idalia weakening before landfall, of course, when we were live on that. Which, yeah, we've been live for a long time here today. That's a new tornado warning, by the way. There it is.
Tornado warning for southwestern Brunswick County in southeastern North Carolina, northeastern Horry County in northeastern South Carolina.
Well, that's the new tornado warning for North Myrtle Beach. There's a lot of people that live in North Myrtle Beach. There's a lot of people that are vacationing in North Myrtle Beach. If you know anyone that lives over there, in Nixon's Crossroads, at the Carolina Shores, at the Longs area, over here on the border of South Carolina and North Carolina, there is a storm that has the potential to have a tornado ongoing right now and can move over land and do damage. So please, 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 if you are in any of those areas that I just mentioned, that I just called out for, you need to get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as possible. You want to put layers, right, to protect yourself. You also want to get pillows. You also want to get hard-soled shoes. You also want to get helmets. If you don't have a helmet, get a pot. Get a pot, stick it on your head. It works the exact same way. All right, so there's a tornado warning that just got issued. This is for Horry County and Brunswick County on the border of North Carolina and South Carolina. That'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So please be sure, all right, there's a lot of people that live in this warning. If I actually pull it up here on X or Twitter or whatever they call it, and I show you guys here how many people, the population, you can see right here, almost 55,000 people that live in this tornado warning. So it is imperative that people take this seriously. Of course, if you would like to help me spread awareness of this storm, please be sure to spread this live stream to all sorts of social media sites, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, any sort of areas that I haven't mentioned. Any sort of awareness is good awareness. And if you would like to help us spread awareness here on YouTube, hit that thumbs up button down below. And you can undo this after the stream if you want to, or if you just enjoy it, then you can keep it. But you can even subscribe. Doing both of those things, hitting the subscribe button, hitting the thumbs up button, they actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. And as I said, you can undo it after the fact. You know, I'm not here to do it for analytics and stuff like that, based off of, you know, subscribers. I just want to try and get this out to as many people as possible, because that's what we try to do every single stream. That's what we try to do every single video. So once again, tornado warning has been issued here for eastern Horry County. This is for Myrtle Beach. This is for Carolina Shores. This is for Nixon Crossroads and Longs. Let's do that. Update. There we go. So I've updated the title of my stream to suit that exactly. There is still some pretty high values of turbulence with this water spout. This thing is not done. This thing looks to me like this thing is still on the water. This thing is still currently trying to produce a water spout, which could eventually turn into a tornado. This camera is actually looking a bit north. This is from Myrtle Beach, but it might be a little too far away for us to find anything, honestly. This could be the wall cloud right here, though. Like the backside of the storm. But I don't think we're going to see anything more than that from this camera. Not unless if the other camera that we have rotates. And this thing is currently fixed on a position to look south. So we won't really have a good view of that one. Sheesh. The good news for the folks over in eastern portions of Brunswick County, it looks like both the rotations have weakened significantly and substantially. However, there is still a storm that is there. It is still a supercell, and it could still potentially try to produce a tornado as it moves further inland. So we'll have to watch out for that. But the good news for you all right now is that stuff is starting to kind of clear out in that department. We could also be talking about here pretty soon some more storms. Let me actually see if I can move my radar over here to Morehead City, because there's some more storms that could potentially be trying to make landfall over here near the New Hanover County area, the Pender County, and then eventually maybe even the Onslow County areas. So we'll come back to that here in a bit. But once again, the bigger threat here is what looks to be a water spout that's going to make landfall as a tornado. This looks to be making landfall here very soon. This thing has not dissipated. It still has turbulence within this thing. It is weaker, though. That is the good news. The storm is weaker than it once was. But it looks like this is going to make landfall, and it is going to produce a tornado. So if you live over here in North Myrtle Beach, Cherry Grove Ranch, areas near Little River, Nixon's Crossroads, Carolina Shores, and areas to the west of Sunset Beach, you need to get in a sturdy building. Lowest innermost part of your building and away from windows. If you have a closet or a bathroom that fits that, perfect. Get into that. Otherwise, get in the innermost part of your building, get pillows, put furniture in between you and the outer walls, get helmets, get hard-soled shoes. If you don't have a helmet, put a pot on your head. It works the same exact way. But it does look like we could potentially be talking about, and it's still going. It's still going right now as we speak. It looks like this water spout will make landfall as a tornado. So yeah, the Cherry Grove beach areas, North Myrtle Beach, Cherry Grove Beach, Little River, Carolina Shores, and areas to the west of Sunset Beach. If you live in those areas, you need to get in a sturdy structure now. Once again, please be sure to spread the information with as many people as possible. That would be greatly appreciated. Once again, hit that thumbs up button down below, and even subscribe if you would like to help us boost this stream onto the YouTube algorithm. You can undo both of those whenever you're done with the stream, or if you want to stick around here for future streams and help me get information out to other people who may need it as well, that's completely fine too. But help me boost the algorithm so that way we can continue to spread this out with more people. Spartanburg's going to be fine. Anything that's inland past I-95, so anything that's west of I-95 is going to be fine. I wouldn't worry about it. It's the areas that are along the coastline and maybe 20 to 30 miles further inland than that. Link to Cherry Grove. There's a Cherry Grove webcam? Cherry Grove webcam. Here. There's a webcam at Cherry Grove. Oh my goodness, it is currently getting assaulted by rain. Or at least it temporarily was. What is it looking at now? Once again, if you're near Cherry Grove, if you are east of Cherry Grove, if you are near Myrtle Beach, if you are east of Myrtle Beach, if you are west of Sunset Beach, if you're near Little River, if you're near Nixon's Crossroads, if you're near Carolina Shores, you need to get in a sturdy structure now, get in the lowest, innermost part of a sturdy building, and stay away from windows. Does this thing pan down to the north? Does it like give you a beach view? I have no idea. It's being moved by viewers? Really? Control. How do we do that? Click control icon on the bottom right. Camera control will allow you to select a view from the top right corner. Oh, pan to the left, please. Yeah, how do we do that? I have no idea how to do that. It looks like it's making landfall here right now, guys. It looks like it's pretty strong. If it can move off to the left. We'll have that camera on the side, and if it changes, I'll switch it over. But once again, tornado warning here. Myrtle Beach has now been excluded, or I should say North Myrtle Beach has been excluded from the tornado warning, which is good. It is now areas that are over here near Cherry Grove Beach, Little River, Sunset Beach, and Carolina Shores. If you're in those areas, you need to get into your safe space. Sturdy building. Lowest innermost part of it. It says 40 moves before you can move it. Really? How can I find that? Can people like pan it over to the left? Like, can that happen? It's really interesting. Should get another update here in a second from the velocities. It should tell us that this is, yeah, there it is. Spectrum width is pretty high. Turbulence is there, which means this thing has officially made landfall. This is a tornado. That is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Brunswick County in southeastern North Carolina.
Wow. So they issued a new tornado warning. Click on the camera icon. That's just a snapshot. Oh, my thing almost died. That would have sucked. We'll keep the live stream up there. New tornado warning, however, for Brunswick County. It is an entirely separate rotation that is now merged with the old one that produced a tornado west of Southport. And so now it's over near the Winnebago, the Leland, and the Sandy Creek areas here in North Carolina. If you live in those areas, you need to get in your safe space right now. Lowest innermost part of your building. This is fortunately going to go to the west of Wilmington. Just the west of Wilmington by a little bit. So if you live to the west of Wilmington near Leland and Sandy Creek, as well as areas along, this is US Highway 17 and US Highway 74, you need to get into your safe space once again, lowest innermost part of your building. It looks like this storm has once again made landfall. It is moving. Oh, what in the world? How do I control this? You select a view from the top right corner. What top right corner? $49 ahead. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. We were going to try and get a good view of the tornado here. And the camera just is kind of not the greatest. So that sucks. But this is currently located. We have 2 tornado warnings. One on the border of North Carolina and South Carolina. So this is north and east of Myrtle Beach. And the other one is just to the west of Wilmington, North Carolina. New velocity scan came in, or a new reflectivity scan came in. That's a debris signature. That looks to be a debris signature. Yeah, that looks to me like we have a debris signature here, or at least a potential debris signature. We'll see if the velocities overlap. But it looks to me Yep, that's a tornado in progress right now. Tornado is on the ground. It is heading towards the Calabash and the Carolina Shores area. So if you're in Calabash and Carolina Shores, you need to get in your safe space right now. Cherry Grove Beach and Nixon's Crossroads, you are in the clear. You guys can get out of your structures. You can get out of your safe space right now. The camera is a scam? That makes sense then. Little River, you are not in the clear quite yet. You are not done. You need to continue to stay in a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. My allergies is acting up, so I apologize if I scratch my nose. But please, 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 get into a sturdy structure right now. It appears that a tornado is in progress at this time, and it is approaching the Calabash and the Carolina Shores area. So Little River, it is moving off to your east right now. It is just to the east of you, but you are not cleared to get out of your safe space quite yet. Let's go back to the tornado warning that's over here near Winnebago. It looks like this thing is also trying... It is also trying to produce a tornado. Nothing really consolidated quite yet. Not quite yet. We'll see if it tries to continue to intensify further. But definitely a storm that we're going to want to watch out for. We also have a couple other storms that are over here near Carolina Beach and Silver Lake. That will be heading off to the north, and that will start to impact areas of New Hanover County. So areas near Wilmington, you guys will need to watch out here very soon. That is... Yeah, it looks like a brief tornado did occur. Still got spectrum width drop as well. Still got a spectrum width drop. It is now impacting the areas of Calabash and Carolina Shores. So I think it was a brief tornado. It still may be on the ground right now because it still has rotation. You can see reds are the winds moving away. Greens are the winds moving towards. So right in the middle here is where the tornadic rotation would be. And the normalized rotation further emphasizes that. Earlier, it actually had some pretty moderate rotation as it moved ashore. Now it's not as moderate. That radar is having some issues. There might be another storm that could try to produce a water spout moving into the Ocean Isle Beach. Oh, they finally moved the camera to the left. They finally moved the camera to the left, and it's already too late. I think we should have cameras that should vote on which direction they're... Oh my gosh. All right, let's see if there's any damage. That's the least we can do. It's up here. It would be over here. That's where the water spout would have made landfall. Somewhere over here. But obviously it's too late now because people don't know how to operate a camera. Ugh. And there's people playing in the water too during this. Yeah, that's enough. Do not be out in the surf while Idalia is moving through. Rip currents are a major issue right now. That's going to start intensifying. That might head towards Wilmington. We could be talking about a potential tornado over there. That's a water spout that is also off the coast of Carolina Beach. Or at least that looks to be a potential water spout over there. That could potentially make landfall somewhere near Seabreeze. That could make landfall somewhere near Seabreeze. But yeah, this rotation over here near Silver Lake is going to continue to move along State Highway 133. It'll go to the western side of Wilmington. The western side of Wilmington. So if you know anyone that lives on the western side of Wilmington near the Leland area, we can also be talking about areas near Claremont and Belleville, as well as Landvale and Spring Hill. If you live in those areas west of Wilmington, there appears to be a tornadic storm with tornadic rotation that is moving off into your area. And if it produces a tornado, it'll be moving off near you guys. So my recommendation here is you guys need to get into a sturdy building and get into the lowest innermost part of that sturdy building as you can. If it's a bathroom or a closet with no windows, perfect. If it's not, get, pillows, get furniture, get mattresses, put it in, put as many walls between yourself and the outer portion of your home as possible. If you also have time, get helmets, get shoes, get any sort of protective gear that you can get on the off chance that this thing does produce a tornado. If you don't have a helmet, put a pot on your head. Get a pot, put it on your head. It'll work the same way. Tornado warning for Horry County has now been canceled. So Horry County should be fine. There is a new area of rotation, however, that is north of Longs. That might be something for us to watch out for a little bit later on, though. But maybe areas near Loris in Horry County in South Carolina, we'll need to watch out for that. Rotation still continues over here, the Carolina Shores area. It doesn't look to be producing a tornado as of right now, but this is clearly a supercell. Clearly a well-defined supercell with rain wrapping all the way around. So this is definitely something that people are going to want to watch out for. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for New Hanover County in southeastern North Carolina, northeastern Brunswick County in southeastern North Carolina.
Well, here's the interesting thing, chat. First off, the storm that's near Silver Lake is producing a tornado right now. Yeah, that's a debris signature. That's a debris signature right there. So if you are near Wilmington, especially if you're on that western side of Wilmington, you need to get in a sturdy structure right now. All right, lowest innermost part of your building. In the innermost part, if it's a bathroom or a closet, perfect. It's also got to be a sturdy building as well. All right, mobile homes will not cut it against tornadoes. So you need to be sure you're in a sturdy building. But this is a tornado that is currently in progress right now to the west of Silver Lake and to the south of Wilmington. It will head off to the western portions of Wilmington. You can clearly see the rotation here. Greens and blues moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Pixel to pixel, gate to gate velocity right here. That is where the tornado is located. You can see underneath the rotation right here, if I circle this, you're going to see an area of green right there. That is a debris signature. Everything else in red is rain, and the radar can differentiate between what is rain and what is rain with other things. And this seems to be, yeah, that is exactly what it is. The latest update just came in, and now you have a blue in the correlation coefficient, as well as some low differential reflectivity values. This is indeed a tornado in progress. It is doing damage to the west of Silver Lake. It is paralleling State Highway 133. So State Highway 133, that is where it's at. It's actually a little bit to the east of State Highway 133. But if you're over there along the border of Brunswick County and New Hanover County here in North Carolina, you need to get into your safe space right now. Once again, we also have another storm that's going to be making landfall here near Seabreeze and Carolina Beach. This looks to be a water spout that will make landfall. So if you're over in those areas as well, you need to also get into your safe space. Sturdy structure, lowest innermost part of your building. Interesting thing about it is they actually warned the storm that was off the coast rather than the one that's currently doing damage west of Silver Lake, which is kind of really interesting to me. But the point being is that it is doing damage right now. It is a tornado in progress heading into Wilmington. Let me update the stream real quickly. Want to make sure that people know that we are covering this. And I want to make sure that we continue to extend our outreach to more and more people. We want to try and create awareness for these storms, especially as they are happening. And we do that quite frequently here on this channel. But we want to make sure that we do that constantly. And we can't do it without the support of you all. So please be sure to let people know what is going on, whether that's via text message or whatever. If you would like to help spread this stream out to more and more people, copy the link, send it to friends and family, and even onto social media. If you would also like to help us get this out to more and more people, because that's a new scan there, and that is still a debris signature. That is still a tornado in progress. If you would like to help us get this out to more and more people on YouTube, hit the thumbs up button down below, and then if you don't like the content or whatever, or if you're done with the stream, you can unsubscribe. You can subscribe right now and then unsubscribe afterwards. I'm not going to be doing this for the subs. I really want to try and get this stream out to as many people as possible, so that way people know what is coming towards them. So once again, tornado in progress. It is heading into the southwestern portions of Wilmington, North Carolina right now as we speak. It'll be heading off into the western portions of Wilmington here very, very shortly. There is the rotation right there. Reds are the winds moving away. Greens are the winds moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. You can see here on the normalized rotation that it is within the moderate threshold. In this green coloring right here, it does have some moderate rotation. So this is a pretty strong storm here, producing what looks to be almost around a strong tornado. And the reason why I say almost around a strong tornado is because the National Weather Service has classifications for tornadoes. And our best guesstimate right now is this is a strong tornado right now. It is not an intense tornado. It's not like things are going to be flattened. But it is a tornado doing damage. And it can impact people's livelihoods. Life and property is what we're talking about here. Velocity's just updated. 52 on top of 40. That is a... Jeez. That is a 90 mile per hour delta velocity, which is getting up to strong tornado if they were to find damage like that towards the surface. But we also have to remember the radar updates every minute and a half, which means it may not be getting all of the data here. It could have very well been stronger. It very well could have been weaker in between those time frames. But the one thing that we do know right now is that it is currently doing damage right now as a tornado. It is heading towards Wilmington, North Carolina. So if you're in those areas, you need to get in your safe space. Tornado warning for western portions of Brunswick County has been canceled near the Carolina Shores area. Don't be surprised if they issued a new tornado warning, however. I think it's actually possible that they could. If they do, it's going to be for areas near Longwood, as well as areas near, I believe that is actually State Highway 904. So if you're over near Longwood, I would keep in mind for that storm over there as well. And there's also another storm that is over near Loris and Longs in South Carolina. That is eastern portions of Horry County. There's a little bit of rotation over there that people should pay attention to on the off chance that that thing does produce a tornado. But let's go back over to this thing that is approaching Wilmington, because as I said, this thing is still producing a tornado. It is still going. It is still heading into portions of southwestern Wilmington right now. And this is Wilmington, North Carolina, for reference, for people who are trying to figure out where exactly this is at. So if you know anyone that lives anywhere near Wilmington, North Carolina, please tell them to get in their safe space. That's a stronger velocity couplet now. That is 35 on top of 60. It's a 95 mile per hour delta velocity right there. That is a classic tornado signature as well. Yeah, this thing is still going. This thing is still in progress. A tornado that is moving off now to the north. It is getting very close to US Highway 17 and 74. It is getting very, very close. And that's what a lot of these storms here, that's kind of the reason why we're live streaming right now. this storm was originally one of the storms that were out here in the water. And these storms have been making landfall here. So when we call out your county, when we call out your town, when we say, hey, these storms are going to be moving into your area, watch out. You know, we're trying to make sure you guys know ahead of time what's going on. Future reference. If I do call anything over here, all right, eventually stuff is going to start to head towards Onslow County and Carteret County. It may not be as significant as it is right now. We don't know, okay? But we want to make sure that people know ahead of time that you guys are up next as these storms move on through. So please be sure you guys watch out for those storms that start to make landfall. EL with the 2, thank you so much for supporting the channel. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. It looks like the debris signature has fanned a little bit. Notice how we don't really have any blues or greens. So there is still a lot of debris in the air. I wonder if that means that the rotation has weakened. And it has. It has weakened just slightly as it is moving into the western portions of Wilmington right now. But there is still rotation. There still is debris in the air, which means it is not safe for anyone to be outside as of this moment. It is not safe for anyone to be outside as of this moment. People are asking some of their areas, the specific areas, if they're fine. If they're west of 95, you guys are fine. Don't worry about it. It's areas that are a lot closer towards the coastline that can be impacted here by these tornadic thunderstorms. Not that it will matter a whole lot because we don't really care too much at this stage with it being a tropical storm, but in 26 minutes, the 8 o'clock advisory will come out for Idalia. It'll probably weaken further as a tropical storm, but yeah. Trying to see what this camera is looking at, not too much. If you're just tuning in here right now, I want to mention that there are 2 tornadic thunderstorms right now that are moving into the general vicinity of Wilmington, North Carolina. So if you are in Wilmington, North Carolina, there is no reason for you to be... that is a confirmed tornado now. Radar confirmed. Yeah, it took them a while for them to confirm it, but there you go. A second tornado may be located 3 miles north. So there's 2 tornadoes, or 2 possible areas of tornadoes inside the same warning that they've outlined. That's what they said here. So that is a confirmed tornado warning now. Confirmed tornado warning. If you're in Wilmington, you need to get in your safe space, all right? The first tornado is heading off towards the west of you. The second one very well could be moving through downtown Wilmington. So we'll have to see. But Wilmington, regardless, do not take that chance. National Weather Service has officially confirmed that there is a tornado that is that has occurred and that very well could still be occurring. And it is moving into the Leland areas, according to this warning box. It is moving into the Leland areas right now. Check Raleigh. Raleigh's fine. As I said, if you're west of I-95, you're good. We don't need to be talking about that because they're not getting a whole lot of storms. If you haven't already, please be sure to spread the information with as many people as possible because we want to continue to get this information out to more and more people. Hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps us get onto YouTube's algorithm. And if you want to go even further, you can hit that subscribe button and unsubscribe after the stream. Because if you hit that subscribe button too, it helps the algorithm as well. Or if you want to just, leave the subscribe button and help us continue to spread awareness, because we do more streams like this to where we try to help other people, then feel free to do that as well. But for right now, we're trying to help the people of Wilmington, North Carolina, as there is a tornado warning for New Hanover and Brunswick counties. And that will be in effect until 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Calabash on the state line is reported a hit. Is it from that tornado? Oh, wow. That's from the Caswell Beach area. I don't know where Caswell Beach is, but that is an absolutely insane water spout there. This is what we're talking about here, ladies and gentlemen. This is from at Caudle Weather. You can clearly see this water spout. Wait, Caswell Beach is yeah, that's off of Southport. Yeah, so that confirms the suspicion. We did see that live on stream. We saw a water spout live as it was moving on through. And this confirms it right here. Stuff like this, these water spouts are going to make landfall. They're going to move over the land and turn into tornadoes. Caleb, don't worry about it. Trust me, Raleigh is fine. But that confirms our suspicion that we did see a water spout live on stream. We did see it happen. Looks like we very well could be seeing a tornado ongoing near Myrtle Grove and Silver Lake right now as we speak as well. Near US Highway 421. If you are near Myrtle Grove, Silver Lake, Masonboro, and then eventually Wilmington, you guys need to get in your safe space right now. Once again, it looks like a tornado's in progress over there. If you are over near Leland and Navasa, or Navasas, wow, I can't say it right now. Navasa, there you go. Got it right the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th time. Navasa and Leland. If you are in those areas, you need to continue to stay in a sturdy structure. For everyone that's in the chat right now, it's asking about areas that are on the western side of I-95. If you cannot find out where I-95 is, I'm sorry, I'm not going to really point that out for you. That's something that you guys can look up on Google Maps. But if you are west of I-95, you guys are okay. There's a lot of people that are asking it, so don't feel like you're singled out if you feel like I'm talking directly to you. I mean, I am, but I'm also talking to all the people who are asking about stuff that isn't here along the coastline. Navasa. Is that a... what? That... yeah, that's not right. That's definitely incorrect. Yep, that is a debris signature that just occurred over the Myrtle Grove and Silver Lake area. So that's another tornado. Is Fayetteville, North Carolina okay? Eventually these storms will kind of get the... you will get the outskirts of Fayetteville. But realistically, you guys are fine. Realistically, you guys are fine. All right, I see. Consider the following. I have like a crap ton of mods. I don't see a single one in the chat. It's making me consider the following. I'll have to mod and do this. And I know people are going to then ask, well, can I be mod? Can I be mod? Listen, I'll, if you get in contact with me, stuff like that, we'll see. But, yeah. I apologize, Kaylin. Realistically speaking, For people who are over on the western side of I-95, that's stuff that a weather app can do. The entire purpose of the stream right now is to point out tornadoes. And if there are no tornadoes in any other areas, I'm not going to call it out. I want to make sure that the people who can be impacted by, their life and property can be impacted. I want to make sure that they're pointed out. So I hope you can understand. I hope you can understand. Still got a debris signature over near Silver Lake. This thing is still on the ground. It is still heading off into the Wilmington area. So Wilmington, once again, still not done. Still not done and over with this thing. We still have a tornado warning until the top of the hour for Wilmington, North Carolina. So please be sure. Please be sure. You guys need to watch out. Need to really watch out. People are asking about Jacksonville. I know I got a lot of people who live in Jacksonville that's watching the stream right now. There aren't any storms that are really hitting you guys right now that could be tornadic, which is the good news. There might be one or two in a couple of hours. Probably an hour and a half to 2 hours. I would say 2 hours from now. Because fortunately, as of this moment, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of storms that are right next to the coast, besides obviously the tornado warning, the confirmed tornado, and of course a couple other of the storms that are pretty minor. But there are more storms that are on their way. There are more storms that are on their way, so don't worry about it. You guys will get your activity. I'll be here through it, so I'll be able to cover for you guys. All right. I tried to be nice. I tried to allow people to be understanding. Listen, you guys know I answer questions all the time in the chat, so when it comes to a significant situation like this, where there's a tornado that's impacting populace, you know I can't answer questions right now. So, consider the following, as I always say. Consider the following. Yeah, it's still got a little bit of debris. The good news, though, I will say, I'll show you guys a before and after the rotation. Here's a before. Clearly looks like it's concentrated. Clearly looks like it is concentrated right within here. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. So you actually had greens and reds. And we're going to fast forward it to where it's right now. That doesn't look like a whole lot of green and red to me, which means it is barely rotating. Once you start to get into both colors getting really dark and pretty gray, that is usually when you don't really have a whole lot of rotation. People are asking about Myrtle Beach. It's a good question. Very good question, honestly. There are storms that are going to be moving onshore here pretty shortly. They might have a chance at producing a water spout. They might have a chance. So I would just continue to watch out as that continues to move on through. But once again, there is some thunderstorms that are going to be moving on through into the Myrtle Beach general vicinity. I recommend you stay indoors, you stay away from windows. I also think there's another storm here that's trying to develop. It is right on the border of Mario and Horry County here in South Carolina. This will be right on that border heading up towards US Highway 37. Or is that 378? Yeah, that is 378. I thought it said 37B, which wouldn't have made sense. So that is going to be something to watch out for heading into Gresham, maybe Boston. Areas, it's not going to hit Conway, but it's going to be west of Conway, if you know what I mean. It's going to be west of Conway on that western side of Horry County. Western side. They've updated the radar. They've updated the warning, I should say. No longer a confirmed tornado right now, so that's the good news, but it's still a tornado warning for Wilmington. It'll expire in 12 minutes at the top of the hour. So watch out for that. Watch out. Graham with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, as I said, the rotation has died out a lot. I mean, there is still some tornadic rotation within some of these parts. There is still turbulence right where that old rotation was, believe it or not. There is still turbulence according to the radar. But it looks like, to me, that the rotation is starting to die out and it is starting to weaken a lot more. Oh yeah, I think that storm that is west of Toddville that I mentioned just a second ago, I really think that could potentially be tornado warned. I think it's possible. I think it's possible that could be tornado warned. And we could honestly be talking about areas near PD Crossroads, Forney, Pitts Landing, Sampson Landing, Woodbury, Hughes Landing, Jordanville. All those areas over there, we could be talking about that getting a tornado warning here soon. And honestly, I think it should. I think it should get a tornado warning. But we'll see. If there's a new tornado warning, you guys know the drill. We'll be the first ones to know about it. Yeah, it does look like that storm that's off of the coast of Myrtle Beach and Surfside Beach. It looks like it does have a little bit of rotation. Now, it's not entirely organized, so that's kind of the good news there, but... So, I mentioned earlier, obviously, tornado warning in Wilmington, and then, of course, the storms that are moving on shore. There are a lot more of these storms that are going to be coming up. All right, so these storms are going to eventually make its way up into the North Carolina areas and eventually near the Outer Banks. All right, so from Wilmington to Jacksonville to Morehead City, we're probably going to see some more activity here as this continues to move on through. So keep being vigilant. Keep having emergency alert notifications on. Of course, I'll still be on here all the way up until, I would say, until the end of the tornado watch. But they could issue a new tornado watch so we can continue to be on here for a little bit longer. But we shall see. Smashville with the 5. Thank you so much. Says Jacksonville, right outside of Camp Lejeune. I think that's how it's pronounced. People like you are the only way families know what's going on. Thank you for what you do. Thank you so much for the support. I really do appreciate it. And yeah, I hope that I'm able to help. I hope that my content helps at least. That might be a new supercell over near Freeland in North Carolina. I mean, it's not entirely a new supercell, but that might be a new area of rotation to where we could be talking about something tornadic here soon. That is a supercell. It's trying to wrap its rain around into a hook. It's not wrapping all the way. It's not all the way. Still have a tornado warning for Wilmington, North Carolina. Once again, if you're in Wilmington, you need to continue to stay in a sturdy structure until the storm has passed you. As all of these storms have the potential of producing a tornado. And it's already produced a tornado. It's actually produced 2 tornadoes. So please be sure to heed the warnings of the National Weather Service. Michael with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. So thank you for the coverage in North Carolina. You're the only one I found doing it. Everyone else is still talking about Florida. Well, realistically speaking, Idalia's impacts stretch beyond the storm surge, the flooding, and the winds. Now, the main threat is the tornadoes. Tornadoes are the main threats right now, and we want to try and cover that to its full extent. So we came back at the right time, and we're trying to cover as many storms that could produce tornadoes as we possibly can. And it's all about that awareness, too. It's all about that, us trying to make sure that people get information. Useful, life-saving, whatever way you want to call it, information. Reports of a funnel cloud crossing marshland near Tidewalk community. So it looks like there could have potentially been a tornado that made landfall near Seed Breeze. It definitely produced a tornado near Silver Lake. But that's a report of a funnel cloud that came from that same storm as well. What's the coverage like for the Piedmont area, like Charlotte area? If you are west of I-95, and this is for everyone else that's also in the stream as well, so I can kill two birds with one stone. You guys are going to be fine. Maybe some drizzle, maybe some gusts. That's it. Not a whole lot. Has it left Georgia yet? The 6 o'clock, or not 6 o'clock, geez. The 8 o'clock advisory here will tell us if it left Georgia yet or not. But we can take a look at radar and see for ourselves as well. Yes, it looks like the center has left Georgia. It is now in the southern portions of South Carolina. A lot of rain here on this northern side as well. That's the reason why there's quite a few flash flood warnings that have been issued. So flash flooding is also a thing. But once again, not the main priority if you just, avoid the flooded roadways. Turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. I don't understand how people just drive into flooded roads. Like, I'm not sure if they've seen the people on TV, right? After a major flooding disaster and how they get airlifted out of their car, right? I don't know how. I don't know how they do it. But just don't. Anytime you see a flooded roadway, turn around, don't drown. They can appear a lot shallower than they actually are. It tricks you, it fools you. 5 minutes and then the tornado warning for Wilmington will expire. We still have now 3 areas of rotation that I'm looking at. We have, of course, the one that is on the eastern side of Freeland. There's also one that is southwest of Freeland. And then there's the storm that is west of Conway that we mentioned about, 5-10 minutes ago? Something like that. New tornado watch for North Carolina. Oh, fun. That'll probably be for the overnight hours then. When does it expire? At 4 a.m. So let's put it this way, okay? I'm going to cover this for as long as I can, okay? But I'm not staying up until 4 a.m. I'm not staying up until 4 a.m. But I'll cover this for as long as I can. I will. But seems how I started streaming this morning for the landfall of Idalia at 4:30, and I woke up at 4, I would have been up for 24 hours straight. And that's not healthy for me. Plus, I probably would pass out live on stream, and that's not very professional, isn't it? So. I appreciate everyone here at the stream. You're helping me spread awareness with as many people as possible. I try to answer questions in the chat when I can, so a tornado warning just expired, by the way. So if you have any questions, if I manage to catch it in the chat, I'll try to answer it. If you would like to be a part of this community that likes to try and spread awareness about significant weather events, please be sure to subscribe. All right, subscribe. Even hit that thumbs up button down below if you're enjoying it so far. Because That's what we do. Whenever it's a video or whether it's a live stream, we always try to spread awareness. So as I said, we're going to be here for as long as we possibly can, which will be another few hours. We're going to be here for a while still. I'm saying I'm not going to stay up until 4, and I'm sure like more than half of you aren't either. So Tammy with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I really do appreciate the support. It says, appreciate your channel. By chance came across it. Glad you did. Well, I'm glad that you came here as well. Thank you so much. What will Charleston, South Carolina get? Could get a little bit more storm surge, but other than that, there really isn't much more that you guys can get besides gusty winds. Yeah, that tornado really got close to Myrtle Grove. I'm pretty sure it started doing damage over near Silver Lake, to the west of 421, to the west of Highway 421. But I'm glad that all the people that are in chat that are from Myrtle Grove are all right. I'm happy about that. Is Sumter, South Carolina out of the tornado risk? Sumter, I believe, is... Isn't it like... Wait a second. My geography for South Carolina is... I'm pretty sure I know exactly where it is, but I just am not capable of like memorizing. Yep, I knew it. It was over near 95. Sumter's fine. Anywhere that is to the west of I-95, you guys are good. Don't worry about it. It's areas east of 95 and along the coastline. New advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Not that we all care all that much about Idalia at this stage. It is now a 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm. It is over southern South Carolina right now. The flood threat continues over Georgia and the Carolinas. It also has a minimum pressure of 985 millibars. So let me just, I'm going to try and update that on the side screen. I'm going to pull up PowerPoint. If you guys don't mind. Go back to this camera so that you guys can see that. Bottom bar. This is the 8 o'clock advisory. It's now a 65-mile-per-hour storm. 985. Save a copy. Yeah, all this is manual, by the way. I have to manually update my graphics, which is so much fun. I'll tell you what. I have so much fun. I'm not sure if you guys can tell if I'm being sarcastic or not. I'm having so much fun updating my graphics all the time. I wish I could just automate it. It'd be so much more efficient and actually would provide real-time information rather than stuff that can be slightly outdated. But it works. It is what it is. I try to do the best that I can. Kathy with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Thank you. But yes, this is the 8 o'clock advisory. 985 millibar storm, 65 mile per hour storm. Tropical storm. Storm, storm, storm. Report of a funnel cloud crossing marshland near the Tidewalk community, as we mentioned. So these storms are probably going to produce water spouts or funnel clouds over the water and then try to move inland and become tornadoes. So with all these storms, all right, I'm going to change it back over to reflectivity here so you guys can see. With all these storms that are surging north, every single little one of them has the potential to try and produce a tornado or a water spout and move inland. All right, so that's the thing that we are trying to watch out for the rest of this evening. we still have more of these storms that could potentially try to do it. So, especially if you live over here in North Carolina. I mean, of course, there are still some areas here in South Carolina, specifically from Georgetown and north, that still have the opportunity of seeing tornadic activity. But the main areas are now starting to shift more towards areas like Wilmington, Jacksonville, and Morehead City in North Carolina. But of course, all of those areas are fine as of this moment. There are no active tornado warnings, which is good. Susie with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Says, thank you for helping us all to ride out the storm. You're good at what you do. We appreciate you. Well, thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate your guys' support and helping me out. It means a lot, honestly. We've actually gained a lot of support from you guys. Gained a lot of subscribers, too, as well, from the looks of it. So our community is continuing to grow. That is exactly what we want to see, of course. We want to make sure that we get as much information out to as many people as possible. And I'm happy that we are doing this together. Do I cover Georgia? I did earlier on today in my second live stream. So I had a live stream last night. That was the first one. I had a live stream this morning when Idalia was actually making landfall. And I covered the southern areas near Valdosta. And then I covered the extreme eastern portions of Georgia when there was some tornado warnings, both this morning and in this stream. But I've also covered Georgia in the past with different tornado events. It just really depends upon the type of activity when I'm doing it live. There's a certain threshold or criteria that it has to meet in order for me to kind of do it. But I'll let you guys know ahead of time if I am going to be streaming. I make videos as well, talking about forecasts and stuff like that. So if you guys are always wanting to be in the know, I mean, this channel is a good place to do that too. What is a nighttime tornado called? A disaster. That's what I call it. I hate nighttime tornadoes. Can't see them, which means you don't know when it's coming. So you have to kind of just rely on word of mouth. All right, Wilmington, you guys are in the clear. Once again, tornado warning has expired for your area. You guys are in the clear as of right now. There is no immediate tornado threat. There is an area of rotation in northern Wilmington that'll be paralleling Highway 421. So if you are along 421 moving north in Wilmington, or I should say north of Wilmington, not in Wilmington, but north of Wilmington, you guys might have to watch out here in a bit. Potential for maybe a tornado over there. Just got a report of damage over here, 1 mile south of Myrtle Grove. 2 oak trees down blocking Myrtle Grove Road near the intersection with Golden Road. So if you guys know where that is, for reference, there is damage over there. What about Fayetteville? Fayetteville's fine. Becca, nice to see you. Nice to see you. Me and Highlander have been doing some moderating. But we've also been doing some really good work, right, chat? A lot of stuff that we've caught here on stream here today. Kenley should be fine. It's along 95, so it technically counts as 95 and west. It's fine. You guys should be good. Dunder Craig with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says my mom is in Sparta, North Carolina, just sent me this link. We'll be watching till you sign off. Thanks. Well, thank you so much for tuning in. And thank you to your mom for sending this link. You see, stuff like that. Stuff like that is what makes what I do so amazing. Because if we can, you know, if every single one of us, we almost have 3,000 of us here in the stream, if every single one of us were able to share it with one person that they know, we can increase our outreach by so much. But even if that doesn't happen, there's always the select few that do it. And it still helps us spread information to as many people as possible. And that's what we want to do, all right? When the stuff is actually happening and when stuff gets serious, we want to make sure that everyone is here. So that way, when it's happening, everyone knows. And before it's happening, everyone knows. So stuff like that is absolutely amazing. I really do appreciate the 20 first off, all right? The support to the channel is amazing. But I think I appreciate you and your mom being here a little bit more. That's absolutely amazing. So thank you so much. Any update on the rotation near Conway? The rotation has died out, my friend. It is, it was there. It was. And the keyword is was. It has kind of weakened a bit. There's a little bit of rotation, but it's weak. It is, never mind, it died. All right, cool. That's perfect. I'm happy that it did, but it also made me kind of look like an idiot a little bit. Just a little bit. I think the only area that I'm really concerned about the near-term tornado potential is this storm over here north of Freeland. This one's had a history of producing a tornado, and it'll be heading towards the Lake Waccamaw areas, so near US Highway 74. And those are the areas that I would probably watch out for the most out of everywhere else. If I was storm chasing, I would position myself there too. Because I have caught tornadoes. I've storm chased. I've chased a volcano. Then also sorts of weird stuff as a storm chaser as well. I've caught a tornado, actually. I've seen, or I've been through storms that have produced tornadoes, but I haven't visually seen them because they're rain wrapped. I have seen visually one tornado, but I've been through 5 that I've chased, which is pretty cool. Any other rotation potentials? As of right now, they're all on the open waters. So besides that one that is north of Freeland, not really. Not really at this time. There is some strong gusts over here near Anor. That's north and west of Conway in northwestern Horry County in South Carolina. So there are some pretty strong wind gusts on US Highway 501. That might be something to watch out for. Yeah, technically I chased a volcano. It was in Hawaii. I went to vacation at Hawaii for a little bit with my family, because my family is nice and they allowed me to come with them. And it just so happened that Kilauea erupted at the same exact time. It was actually the time in which the significant amounts of lava erupted from Kilauea in June. And so when you guys look at my profile picture here on YouTube, that's me staring at the volcano, which is honestly one of my favorite pictures of me. It may not look like a whole lot, but yeah. Someone pointed out in chat that the rotation north of Wilmington died out. That is 100% true, which once again comes back to saying, yeah, there's not really a whole lot at this time. Yeah, there might be something though. Once again, north of Freeland, looks like there might be an embedded supercell that's trying to develop just to the east of Whiteville. Maybe an embedded supercell right here. So maybe Whiteville and Lake Waccamaw, and maybe Clarkton here in North Carolina. We're talking areas here in Columbus County as well as southern Bladen County. That might be something to watch out for. There's little areas of rotation across the board in Horry County, but there's just nothing that's really significant or large. Yeah, I'm watching that embedded supercell near Lake Waccamaw. I really do think that one has probably the best shot of trying to be tornadic, just based off a presentation. So, how often should we check back? How quickly can things form? Realistically speaking, all right, I got an idea. Go to Morehead City. Go to these storms that are all the way out here. These storms are expected to get to Morehead City sometime around an hour and 15 minutes to an hour and 30 minutes from now. Storms are expected to get near Jacksonville sometime in between an hour and a half and 2 hours from now. So, if you want to check back then, that's fine too. But the storms that are currently off the coast are pretty far away from the coast as of right now. And that's the same thing for the Outer Banks as well. Now, there could be new storms that end up developing, so you could come back in 15, 30 minutes. Won't break my heart. You can stay here as long as you want. I will be here for the most part. That's a damage threat considerable flash flood warning for southern South Carolina. So that's interesting. Once again, flash flood warnings are, they get overlooked a lot. If you see any flooded roadways, turn around, don't drown. Don't be stupid. There's a little bit of rotation east of Conway that could be trying to develop, but nothing really too serious as of this moment. Let's try and find a camera to look at, shall we? Actually, I want to do something here real quickly. Do you guys mind? All right, I'll check back on North Carolina and South Carolina here. Don't worry about it. I want to go look at some of the cameras that were down over here when Idalia made landfall, and I want to see if there's any sort of like significant damage that is over here. So storm surge, nothing really looks too bad over at Keaton Beach. At Deckle Beach, it looks like the piers survived. It looks like they're fine. Fish Creek. Yeah, it looks like that road is fine. What about Steenhatchee? That pier did not survive. Yeah, storm surge. So when a hurricane makes landfall, it pushes the water inland, especially if it's on the side in which the wind is blowing towards the coast. And you can get, waters as deep as 18 feet, which is what we saw earlier on today. Oh my goodness, we saw some crazy stuff on the stream this morning when it made landfall. We saw a camera in the eye of the hurricane. We saw storm surge take away a pavilion. We saw the storm surge take away what looked to have been a mobile home live. And we saw, of course, a lot of storm surge across the area. There's all sorts of things that we saw on this morning's live stream when Idalia made landfall. All right, let's update that back again. It is not a shed. All right, I'm sorry, it is not a shed. No, I heard about it. I don't care. I grew up in West Virginia, which is not far away from where Ryan lived. All right, which means technically, I grew up in as much country as he did. I may not have as much of an accent as he does. But technically, I'm a little bit as country. So, Pavilion. I've heard Pavilion in West Virginia. You can call it a shed all you want. That's a pavilion. I don't live in West Virginia anymore, by the way. I live in Pennsylvania, for those of you who are curious. I know some people were like, oh, do you live in the path of these storms? No, I don't. I am not anywhere near it. Not anywhere near it. But no, it's kind of funny. It's funny. I saw the whole encounter of when he put it up. I'm not gonna lie, I chuckled when he was he put the poll over what is it called, a shed or a pavilion, and he said we're calling it a shed anyway. It doesn't matter. That was pretty funny. See, weather people can have fun, and that's as long as you can have fun at the right times, the right moments when significant stuff isn't ongoing. That builds character in a channel. So that was pretty funny. All right, we're going to use this camera. That's going to be our support. Looks like that storm that's over near Whiteville is trying to merge the two different supercells next to each other. So that might be something to watch a little bit later on. How that merge interacts with each other could potentially lead to something later on. I see there could be a little bit of rotation south of US Highway 74. Little teeny bit. It's very, very weak. But don't be surprised if the next scan that thing starts to get a little bit stronger. What program and or website is this? This is GR2 Analyst. Gibson Ridge Radar Analyst. Version 3. I can't remember if Reed got trapped. This is a spotter report. What? 2.5 minutes ago. At 6:50 p.m. So why is he making this report now? 6:50 p.m. I observed this tornado on the ground just south of the interstate, or the intersection of Bell, Swamp Road, and US 17. Brunswick County. I reported it to 911. Huh? Excuse me? All right, cool. Someone apparently saw a tornado at 6:50. A little bit late. All right, let's take a look at chat. A lot of people are going to be asking about specific areas, so I'm going to try and answer as many as possible. First up is Maysville. And by the way, before people start asking every single town under the sun, I must say that if you are west of I-95, you guys are okay. Don't worry about it. Maysville, however, is north and east of Jacksonville. So you guys should be getting your activity here in about an hour and a half. That is when I would really watch out for some of the main tornadic activity. I can actually move my radar over to Morehead City. And yeah, there's a couple storms that are trying to move ashore. I wonder why. Is it because Cape numbers are kind of still there-ish. But that might be a new tornado east of Conway. If you are east of Conway, and if you are northeast of Conway, this would be near the Homewood area and east of Homewood, near South Carolina State Highway 22 and US Highway 701. You guys could potentially see a tornado. Watch out. Shed has walls. Pavilion is a pavilion is on sticks. From Wheeling? Oh, cool. I grew up in Martinsburg. Actually, I grew up like north of Martinsburg. But Martinsburg. Don't tell me West Virginia's not country over there. I'll tell you what. It'll happen. Do I have any issues running GR2 on a virtual machine? No, I have not even ran it on a virtual machine before. I have no experience with that whatsoever. Please keep Wilmington updated. I will indeed. I will indeed. How big was the tornado that formed near the Southport and side swooped the Leland? Past the west by about 2 miles. Which one, Robert? There were 2 of them. There were 2 tornadoes that were over in Southport. The first one was a bit more towards the golf course, and the second one was north of the airport. So the one was west of the airport, one was north of the airport. So the one north of the airport was about 1/4 to a 1/2 mile wide as the debris ball, so it may have been a little bit smaller than that, but yeah, there is no tornado warning at all right now. There's only a couple storms that I'm watching very closely for the potential of tornadoes here, which is what I have been doing for the entire stream. I've been making sure that if I found rotation, I made sure to tell you guys ahead of time so that way you guys know. So as I said, the storm that's northeast of Conway, that thing has rotations, probably the strongest rotation in the entire area right now. So if that produces a tornado, don't be surprised if a tornado warning gets issued. Carolina Beach is all right now. Had a scare though. There was a water spout and a tornado near your area. Tornado actually formed over near Silver Lake and did damage. But as of right now, Carolina Beach is all right. You're going to get some more storms, however. Whether or not they can be tornadic, honestly, it's going to be very difficult to tell. There might be a few that can try and make its way inland. Or make its way to you, make landfall. But whether or not it can produce a land spout, or not a land spout, a water spout, and then turn into a tornado is going to be a big question. Is it going to hit PA at all? No. This is not going to be anywhere near Pennsylvania. What about Lake Waccamaw? Lake Waccamaw right now is in the other area that I'm watching for potential development. But as of right now, nothing is happening, so you guys are good. I'll let you guys know, though. Where is my partner in crime with Morgan? Morgan's in OU right now, so he is currently trying to adjust to college life. It's his second week over there. He's at the Oklahoma University, studying for meteorology. What about Leland in Brunswick County? Leland. Why does that sound so familiar? Yeah, it does sound familiar because it's west of Wilmington. Once again, you guys are in the same boat as Wilmington. Of course, I'll continue to update you guys, but a lot of the main tornadic activity is kind of past you guys, or it's kind of deteriorated a little bit. So you guys should be fine on that front. You're northeast of Wilmington. Kept getting scared because you thought you heard rumbling. What, with thunder or with other stuff? But you guys should be all right. Man, you guys have a lot of comments. I'm trying to scroll through all this, and the chat's moving by so quickly. I can't answer every single little area. I apologize. It's fun. I'll play the stuff. You used to live in Inwood. That's pretty cool. That's on the southern side of the county that I grew up in. They've made 81 into a 3-lane highway, by the way. So now it is not chaos when it comes to its traffic anymore, which is amazing. Grew up in Fairmont, now live in Conway. Well, that's nice. My dad went to Fairmont University, so that's pretty cool. Is Swansboro, North Carolina in the path? Let's take a look. Swansboro is in the path of a lot of these storms, so they will need to watch out. It'll be an overnight threat, so you guys will need to, first off, turn on your emergency alert notifications on the off chance that I am not here. Because the tornado watch will be in effect until 4 a.m. in the morning. And I'm telling you guys right now, I'm going to be staying up for a while. I am not staying up until 4. I'm not staying up until 4 in the morning. I'm sorry. It's just not happening. I don't think being up for 24 hours straight is healthy. Yeah, there's just so many questions. So many questions. Grew up in Boone County. There you go. Is this thing still rotating over here northeast of Conway? Yeah, it kind of is. Someone mentioned there's another area of rotation near Anor. That is true. However, it is kind of relatively weak. But, I mean, of course, that is still something that we're going to have to monitor for development. But it has been consistent. I will tell you that. It actually is the same storm that originally had rotation on the western side of Conway. So, really interesting with that. Also, there's more storms that are going to begin to make landfall here, heading towards the Myrtle Beach area. So if you know anyone that lives near Myrtle Beach, they're not done either. A lot more storms that are going to try and head off into that general area as well. So watch out for that. I need rest. Yeah, I'm not tired quite yet, but I do need rest. I will acknowledge that. Whenever I'm done with this stream, I'll tell you what, I am going to pass out. I may not wake up until tomorrow afternoon. And then I will have to do my college quizzes and labs. Specifically for meteorology. Have I heard of Dutch synths? Yes, I have. I don't really have an entire opinion on Dutch synths, though, because on one hand, I understand, like, he's looking for patterns and stuff like that, and the patterns kind of move on through. But I'm not sure if he just doesn't explain it very well for me to be entirely convinced. But I guess I just don't understand how that correlates. App name, this is Gibson Ridge Analyst version 2. Not version 2, version 3. Version 3. Get the version 3 version. Costs quite a lot of money, but I'll tell you what, you can take 3Ds, you can take slices, you have, you can get add-ons, all sorts of cool, cool stuff. I believe the tornado has nearly hit me. It's the second one in Brunswick. One that formed north of KSUT, went north, dissipated over Leland. Sheesh. Yeah, I hope you guys, the folks around you, I should say, because you're obviously all right here if you're in the chat, but I hope the folks around you are all right. Jennifer with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. So just found your stream. Thank you for what you do. Take care of yourself too. I will, trust me. I'll have, as I said, I'll have some form of content out, probably a video tomorrow night. It's not going to be anything super crazy, I'll tell you what, but here's the thing. All right, for the people who are still in the stream, of course, we're going to continue to talk about the tornado warning, so we're going to get right back into that. But obviously, because Idalia was the main thing that brought us all together, I feel like we should also talk about the future of the channel and what you guys can expect out of me. So when significant weather is not anticipated, I am now going to do an upload schedule of every Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. And I'm going to have a header on my main profile of my YouTube channel that says that. So I'll be in storm mode to where I either upload every single day, or I'll have my other banner where it's, you know, like weekly upload, or not weekly, but it'll be uploads every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. So I'll have an upload tomorrow because obviously we're still kind of recovering from Idalia, and we want to make sure that we kind of brief each other and stuff like that. But yeah, 50K tonight. Dude, I'll tell you what, if we got 50,000 subscribers tonight, I would probably lose my mind. But I don't think it's realistic. We're just barely on the cusp of 48,000. But I'll tell you what, if we do get 50,000 tonight, I will be so grateful. Tri-weekly, bi-weekly, stuff like that. But anyways, that's kind of the expectations that you guys can have if you have subscribed to the channel and you've turned on notifications. And of course, we also do live streams for whenever the significant weather occurs, whether it's tornadoes in any part of the United States. I also include portions of Germany. All right, sometimes I do Germany. Sometimes I also do Canada. But we do live streams for that. We do live streams for winter weather. And of course, we do live streams for tropical weather because we've done 3 live streams for that so far. So easy peasy with the membership. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's essentially kind of like a little mini sponsor. There's a storm that's northeast of Conway. We've been talking about it and how it's had pretty strong rotation. It looks like it's starting to get stronger. So enough of me talking about my channel and stuff like that. Let's get to what we're actually supposed to do. Get to work, Nate. Be professional for once. I'm just kidding. I try to be professional most of the time. But this thing does have some pretty strong rotation here northeast of Conway. I wouldn't be surprised if they issued a tornado warning for this. This is a embedded supercell within the line. You can see rain's trying to wrap into a little bit of a hook, just like that. So this is a tornadic supercell. Now, from the looks of it, this will be heading off into some rural areas of northern Horry County here in South Carolina. But need to watch. Need to watch out for this very, very closely. I also want to check up on that storm in Whiteville and see if it actually has interacted with anything. It's on the struggle bus. I'll tell you what, sometimes when you have storms that merge with each other, it can do one of two things. It can either go really bad really quickly, or it can completely fall apart. And it completely fell apart. Thank goodness, you know. Becca, you donut. With the 5 memberships. I'm going to bonk you on the head the next time I see you in person. I'm going to give you back that $25 that you just gave out to people. West Virginia is fine right now. You guys are good. It's everywhere that is east of I-95, and it is in the Carolinas that we are going to be focusing for the main impacts of Idalia from now on. It looks like also that rotation near Anor is also still there, but it's not really connected to anything. Not really anything significant within that those storms. So though it is rotation, I'm not anticipating much more to come out of it. Yeah, congratulations to all the people who got gifted memberships. Yeah, Gordon Ramsay, for real. You donut. It's also a hockey reference, too. Because I used to play ice hockey, and there was this saying that went around. Have another donut. It's pretty funny. Heard it or saw it. It's cheesh. Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunately what these tropical systems do. They may produce tornadoes, but a lot of it most of the time is rain wrapped. You won't be able to actually see it until it's right in front of you. So. So yeah. Yeah, you can gift memberships. Cool stuff like that. So you guys get exclusive emotes, past content that I put in that are bloopers, and maybe some other things. I haven't really, I'm going to be honest with you, I haven't really added a whole lot to my membership program as of recent. And when I mean as of recent, I mean like a year. But I promise you there's like 1 or 2 good bloopers in there that if you ever just wanted to look back and say, hey, Nate was an idiot for a day. There you go. Is the Discord on lockdown by chance? You're trying to join. I don't believe it's on lockdown. If you joined, make sure that you verified your account first off. But hey, if you weren't able to join, that's fine. I'm gonna get a new link. Pull this up here for you, and that's the link to the Discord server in the chat. It's a new link. It's an entirely new link. Skywarn spotter, certified weather spotter here in Eastern PA. Oh, pretty cool. Yeah, I'm in South Central PA, but I didn't register as a spotter for any sort of like jurisdiction. Like I am a spotter. I registered online, and I'm a spotter online, but I'm not registered for any warning forecast office, WFO. You're in Holden Beach, west of Southport. How late into the night should you worry about tornadoes? Honestly, I'm thinking midnight. That's what I'm thinking in my head. But I kind of want to look at the models to kind of double check that answer. I kind of want to look at the models. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to look at the models. The Prometheus. Totally tell me. Yeah, midnight-ish. Stuff will get pretty, there's a chance for stuff to get pretty significant right before midnight as it gets towards Morehead City. It is possible with some of those supercells off the coast. All right, we have more storms that are going to try and make landfall over here near Myrtle Beach. Their rotation is not strong, but it is rotation, so we'll see if that actually does end up doing anything. As quickly as the storm intensified northeast of Conway, it also quickly weakened. But we still have a bit of rotation here. Reds away, greens towards, so it's still there. It's not consolidated, though, so I don't think they're going to pull the trigger quite yet. South Central PA, Waynesboro. Oh, cool. I'm kind of south of Chambersburg. I'm not gonna say which specific area, but what about Tabor City or Tabor City? Yeah, let me take a look. Tabor City. Oh, you're all the way over there. Honestly, at this stage, though, you aren't. It's really interesting. You've got another hour or two before you guys are kind of out of the way from the tornado risk, but you guys are probably going to see some flash flooding. So, on one hand, you have to consider, all right, where you need to go on the off chance a tornado warning gets issued for your area. On the other hand, if you see any local flooding within some of those areas, turn around and don't drown. Don't drive into the flooded roadways because they appear a lot shallower than they actually are. So, as long as you consider that, should be fine. Should be fine. You guys said, tell us more about Morehead City. That is a good question. And so I shall oblige. All right. Timing is up here. Right here. See this? That's the timing in Eastern, so that's 8 o'clock. Activity is all the way down here. All right. So I know it's a little bit difficult to see, but it is there. And storms will really start to kind of make its way through sometime around 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock in towards the Jacksonville and Morehead City area. That's when stuff could probably become pretty significant. Same thing all the way up until about 3 in the morning. And that's when stuff will officially start to kind of, where the risk for tornadoes will start to kind of go down. So realistically speaking, until 3 or 4 in the morning, you guys are expected to see still pretty strong chance for spin-ups along the coastline. Stuff that can turn into tornadoes. Form as supercells. Stuff like that. Tabor. Okay, Tabor City. I'm trying to get good with geography and town names and stuff like that. I mean, I do it for all over the United States, but I try to remember specific areas to the best of my abilities. I wonder. I think I'm not sure if I've created a separate chat for members. I definitely think I should, though. Something like Twitch Prime, you know. Twitch Prime, I think, has something like that. So. Renee with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Yeah, don't wink at me. You know I know. Onslow County, Topsail Beach. So the thing about Onslow County is you guys are probably going to start seeing some activity here. We're expecting sometime around 9:30 to 10 is when stuff could start to move on through again. So I would watch out for that. But as of right now, things are kind of pretty calm. Cool, collected. A lot of things are pretty calm, actually. There's not really a whole lot of tornadic stuff going on. Which is, of course, great news. Because if I don't have to talk about tornadoes, that means nothing's going on. If I'm not talking about any one specific area, that also means nothing is going on. So, yeah. Did a tornado touch down in Wilmington? Not Wilmington itself. There was one that touched down south and west of Wilmington, and then one that touched down south of Wilmington. So one was near Silver Lake, another one was over near the Boiling Spring Lakes area. And that actually went all the way up near Leland. Has the worst of the storm moved past Hilton Head? Yeah. You could still see some wind gusts, but realistically speaking, it's not expected to be that much big of a deal. What about Sumter, South Carolina? Sumter, South Carolina is on, it's fine. Anything that's really on the western side of I-95 is really expected to either see rain and maybe some wind gusts, but not much more. So everywhere that's on the western side of 95, you guys are good. Will this storm loop around, come back and hit Florida again? So that's really funny you mentioned that. So funny enough, it originally had on the forecast models that it would do that. Now there's a lot of things that came into play with what the model said with that. It actually was split 50-50 on either going out to sea or coming back into Florida. And I want to talk to you guys about that because I'll probably talk about it in my video tomorrow. But here is what the Euro said last night about Idalia and where it would go. So there's Franklin, there's Idalia, right? Idalia makes landfall. It actually moves on through. Wow, is this not going to load? That'd be terrible. There we go. Moves on through. Comes out towards Bermuda. And then this is the interesting thing right here. All right, this is what becomes really, really interesting. Idalia then interacts with two high pressures. One up here in the Great Lakes. One right here over to the east of the Bahamas. The high pressures spin clockwise. All right. So just remember, they spin clockwise. They also create a lot of steering shear that actually pushes tropical systems. And so when it creates steering shear, you have countering steering from both sides that actually stall the system into one spot. Now, what ends up happening is then it becomes a bit of a fight for dominance. Which high pressure system ends up becoming stronger? Which one ends up dying out? So, in this instance, what the Euro said is the northern one dies out and the southern one actually takes it and pushes out further. It actually pushes it out away. Now, it also takes this other high pressure system and moves it further south. So on the GFS, it actually had it staying up here in the Great Lakes. The Euro moves it a lot further south, which means the steering shear now pushes it a little bit more towards the east, and it'll gradually continue to move it further and further away. So the big thing here is if this high pressure system didn't move south and it stood still, or if it didn't weaken, this thing would have came back into Florida. But the good news here, at least from the looks of it, is that that doesn't seem to be the case. And you can see here with some of the models as well, the opportunity is still possible. You can see that there are still some models that say, hey, it's going to come back into Florida. There's also some that say, hey, it's going to move up towards Cape Cod and stuff like that. But there's a lot of models that are saying it's going to get close to Bermuda and then it's going to continue to kind of veer off further, or it's going to stall because those high pressure systems are going to try and keep it in place in the long term. If that makes any sense, at least. Weather is weird that way, right? I'll tell you what. But that's the fun thing about forecasting tropical weather, because there's so many interesting factors that come into play a part. And of course, I go in depth like this in all of my videos that I upload. All sorts of things that I talk about. And I try to explain it to the best of my ability as well. So hopefully you guys were able to understand that as well. But Yeah, tropical forecasting is so crazy because there's all sorts of things that come in together. Savannah Hall, thank you so much. I believe that was a 10, but then I think the message got deleted. But thank you so much for the 10. I really do appreciate it. I'm pretty sure it's asking, what about Jacksonville, North Carolina? You guys are expected to get your activity here at around 9:30 to 10 o'clock. That's when things can start to really uptrend. So I would watch out around then. But right now, you guys are okay. Can I explain how heights work as far as temps are concerned on models? 540 line, winter being freezing more or less. Don't understand how the millibars correlate to the temps and how it works. So it's a good question. Usually, okay, when we're talking about millibars, we're talking about lower pressures. Now, in regards to the heights, it actually tells you how high it is in meters, I believe. Yeah, I believe it tells you how high in meters. So if it's below a certain level, or if it's above a certain level, right, then we're talking about, you know, it being one or the other. But realistically speaking, I don't actually use that philosophy to forecast. I really don't, because I think it's too vague. And I also like being a lot more specific with my forecasts. So I get more into it than just looking at a certain level, certain height. But yeah. It's it realistically all depends on just the rate of change. All right, go back to radar here. I know we haven't been seeing a whole lot. I know we haven't been seeing a whole lot of tornadoes and stuff like that. On one hand, that is the good news, because I really don't want to see any more. But on the other hand, I know it's kind of a little boring. It's kind of a little boring for some people who may just be watching to watch this. But essentially, it makes my job a whole lot easier when there is no tornadoes. So that's cool. How is Vero Beach? From there, moved up north years ago. You have family there. Okay. Rotation below Conway towards Myrtle. Weak, but it's getting its act together fast. I'll take a look at that here as well. It's general rotation. It's kind of similar to what we've seen before. If it can keep going, sure, but it'll probably be after Conway when it starts to get to that stage. But yes, I do see that as a hypothetical possibility. Vero Beach, if you're talking about Vero Beach, Florida is fine. Don't worry about it. All the way over there. Do I think Duplin County, North Carolina could see any tornadoes and power outages? Duplin County. That is a good question. Duplin County's over here. It's possible. It's possible. If it does happen, it'll be overnight into tomorrow morning. If it does happen, it'll be overnight from midnight into tomorrow morning. Savannah with the 10, thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. It says tornado chances in Jacksonville near Onslow. Onslow County, specifically. has a 10% chance of tornadoes within a 25-mile radius. Honestly, I think that area from Onslow County into Carteret County, I think those have probably the best chances of seeing something tornadic for the rest of the night. It's pronounced Duplin. My apologies. I'll pronounce it as Duplin from now on. But I think Onslow and Carteret counties probably have the best chances out of everywhere else to see something. Now, in actuality of what that chance is, I think it's a decent chance, but things gotta, converge in order to make that happen. And I'm not too sure about if it can actually converge. There's going to be a storm that's approaching Wilmington. It is not tornadic, so don't worry if you are worried about that storm. It's not that big of a deal. Onslow. You emphasize the Z, so Onslow. Okay. Just a reminder here, by the way, for everyone, and I'll show you guys here with the map as well, that wind gusts are going to be a thing. I think that's pretty much self-explanatory, of course, but wind gusts throughout the majority of this area. They are going to be pretty widespread throughout the rest of the night. So once again, timing is up here if you wanted to look at it. But 8 p.m., 10 p.m., 12, we could see wind gusts in upwards about 50 to 55 miles per hour. Some areas it could get pretty calm. And then early morning, wind gusts could start to kind of ramp back up again. We're talking about 60 mile per hour wind gusts near the coastline from Myrtle Beach all the way up to Wilmington. It's possible. And then once you get into the afternoon, or late morning into early afternoon, if you're along the coastline or along the Outer Banks, wind gusts are going to get pretty high. We could even be talking about hurricane force wind gusts. Being possible. Where am I from? I grew up in West Virginia, but I currently reside in Pennsylvania as of this moment. But I cover weather for all over the United States. So I try to make sure that if there's any significant weather, I take the knowledge that I know and I try to apply it, and I make sure that everyone knows what exactly is happening. No further was that emphasized. That's not how you word that, I don't believe. That was all the more emphasized. There you go. Last night's stream when Idalia was rapidly intensifying. Yesterday's video, which for whatever reason has over 400,000 views. Just a reminder, I hope you all know, I'm just a little bit under 48,000 subscribers, and how I got 400,000 views on that video, I still don't know, but I was able to get that out to so many people. Hopefully they were able to see the evacuation orders that I put on and listen to it and stuff like that. But I still don't even know how I got a video to that high of a view count. It didn't make any sense to me. But it was emphasized in yesterday's video, is emphasized in last night's live stream, especially last night's live stream, honestly. We had a lot of stuff that we were talking about. And it's emphasized in this morning's live stream when we talked about the impacts. So that's the near term, stuff that proves that I really try to give you guys as much information as you guys can get. I understand the media doesn't like to, talk about specifics. They can generalize things. But, oh, what in the world? There's only one person that understands why I'm doing this right now. Ah. You drive me crazy. You drive me crazy. I hope you know this. Ah. Yeah, I face palmed for one person. Gosh. No, you didn't miss anything funny. It's only one person who texted me on my phone. And, oh my gosh. Send this person back that. I am not going to open that other thing either. Consider the following. Savannah with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Is it Duplin or... it's Duplin County. Can you check what is coming your way? Strong thunderstorms is possible, but other than that, wind gusts and rain. That's really it. I really think it's mainly wind gusts and rain. I wouldn't be too overly concerned about it. Just make sure you have emergency alert notifications set on. That's pretty funny, Crystal. Being a meteorologist is kind of like a psychic job. It's that. It also takes a lot of dedication to try and figure out specifically as to what storms could try to do next based off of the atmosphere around it. Because the atmosphere is ever changing. The atmosphere is also never the same. So... Jennifer with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, I'm broke but thankful for your service, sir. You didn't have to do that, Jennifer. You can honestly refund that if you want to. Like, it's really not that big of a deal to support the channel. Like, you being here, you subscribing, or you hitting the thumbs up button and stuff like that. You know, that's all the stuff that I need. I really... You know, I try to help push my passion out to you all to try and kind of share and allow you guys to kind of understand that weather is cool. It's not just rain and clouds, but at the same time, there's also so much that you can do with it. And to an extent, it's also kind of exciting. So, yeah, you didn't really have to do that. But thank you so much regardless. It's very thoughtful of you. Very thoughtful. Yeah, Jacksonville, we're thinking sometime around 9:30-ish, Jacksonville, North Carolina, at least, because there's other Jacksonvilles in the United States, of course. But we're thinking sometime around 9:30 to 10 o'clock is when some of these storms could try to make landfall around your area. Those are going to be the ones that are going to try to be impactful in these. Or I should say from then until 3 or 4, something like that. Am I going to be doing hockey streams this year? Probably on my side sports channel, but I'm I don't really, I mean, I don't really post all that much on that. I will when I find something to react to. And I'll react to, of course, sports. You know, not just hockey, but football, because I'm a Baltimore Ravens type guy, too. Savannah with the 10, thank you so much. Says, when is the 10% chance for tornadoes in Onslow? Hopefully I said Onslow this time, because someone said emphasize the S more like a Z. So Onslow. It's honestly, the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center issue outlooks every single day. Every single day. And they issue outlooks on a scale of 1 to 5. Sometimes it's a 0, but 1 to 5. And it looks a little something like this. All right, so you have the light green, which is a general thunderstorm. You have dark green, which is a 1 out of 5. You have yellow, which is a 2 out of 5. And you have orange, which is a 3 out of 5. It is for every single day, right? For 3 days. So they do day 1, they do tomorrow, and then they do the next day after that. So today is day 1 until today is over, right? They have day 2, tomorrow. And then they have day 3, which is Friday, right? So they issued a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale for the coastline here, starting this morning, which means the risk is present from then all the way up until when today is done, which according to the Storm Prediction Center is not at midnight. It's so funny. They actually think it ends at 8 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. But the point being is yeah, there is a threat for tornadoes all the way through the night. Now, they do update it at 2 in the morning. They do update it. They provide a new day 1 outlook. And, of course, it will say what the new stuff is. But you can see there is the 10% chance for tornadoes right there. Very skinny 10%. And believe it or not, the area, square mileage, is 5,046 miles. But area population, 771,882 people. A lot of people within that small area. So, pretty crazy. Roblox Gaming with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says Charleston Harbor tide levels are over 9 feet. Sheesh, is that true? Wow. Oh, 9.03 feet. Wow. That's crazy. I might look at that here in a second. Some of the storm surge totals. The live buoys that they have are there. Toasty Bun with the 2. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Both of you guys with the 2. Toasty Bun says, thank you for the great weather coverage. Thank you so much for being here. It really does mean a lot to me. By the way, there's a lot of people in the chat. And of course, it's only going to get bigger because we're going to continue to try and grow our community here. Our community of people who want to spread awareness about live or future weather stuff, forecasting and whatnot. But I mean, if there's like over 2,000 people in the chat and there's like half of you asking questions, I'm not going to be able to answer every single one, but I'm going to try and answer some. So. Wilmington, what's happening there? So first off, I feel your pain. I was watching those things. I was on stream as those things were moving on through. Right now, these storms that are moving through Wilmington is not tornadic. They are not tornadic as of this moment. That could change, hour or two, something like that. But as of this very moment, right now, as of this moment right now, you guys are fine. You don't have to worry about it. I'll let you guys know if something happens. Yeah, I feel that, Jennifer. I remember when I was having difficulties trying to differentiate Zulu time and stuff like that. Yeah, for the people who are like, well, why am I not a Steelers fan? You have to remember, I grew up in eastern West Virginia, and eastern West Virginia is a lot closer to DC and Baltimore than it is to Pittsburgh. And I wasn't going to cheer for the Redskins at the time. My dad also got tickets from his work every now and then to go see the Ravens game, so I just became a Baltimore Ravens fan. Started really young, too. You didn't have to say that, Morgan. You didn't have to say all that much about the reason why I had an absence before I came back. But thank you so much for coming in here, Morgan. I know you've been pretty busy over in OU. Everyone else is cheering for you. I hope you know that. There's been so many people that have asked, well, where's Morgan? Where's your partner in crime? And I'm like, listen, Morgan's still trying to get adjusted to everything. You know, let's let him be for the first month or two. And we'll figure it out afterwards. All right, let's get on topic here. Enough about sports. Enough about sports. What about Whiteville, North Carolina? So Whiteville, right? Wow, it eluded me because I'm pretty sure I saw where Whiteville was, and I just completely forgot. Whiteville, I knew it. I knew it because I did see it before. I was talking about Whiteville and Lake Waccamaw like an hour to an hour and a half ago. You guys are fine for right now, but keep in mind, flash flooding could be possible overnight into tomorrow, as well as some wind gusts and upwards of 55 miles per hour. So the combination of the two can lead to aerial flooding on one hand, and on the other hand, if the ground dampens enough, some trees can be easier to be toppled through those gusty winds than it usually would be in a normal thunderstorm. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Brian with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. That's amazing, Aaron. Hey, listen, I really do mean it when I say I cover any area that could potentially see some significant weather. I mean, we saw the tornadoes that were over near Southport, saw a couple other tornadoes up and down the coast and whatnot. We covered the landfall of Idalia in a separate stream, or Idalia in a separate stream this morning. You know, if I think things are going to get pretty bad for a widespread area, I'll be on here. I'll be live trying to cover it. And sometimes well, actually not sometimes, mostly all the time, I'll make videos ahead of time telling people that it's happening. So I will say, people from North Carolina, you guys have always seemed to have shown me the biggest amount of support in any of the streams that I've done for you all. So North Carolina, South Carolina, General Carolina is actually in general. I'm not sure if it's because usually you guys just don't get weather. So when you guys finally get weather, you know, people actually, you know, some people don't actually stream it for whatever reason. I don't know. But, yeah. What are my thoughts for the Virginia Beach area? You guys are fine. There could be some rip currents in some of those areas, though, so I'd watch out. Where's the hurricane exiting? Good question. It'll be exiting the eastern coast of South Carolina. Well, there's actually one coast, to be fair, Nate. Great job. It's right here. Here's Idalia. You can see it spinning in all of its glory. Let me get the thing up. There you go. Spinning right here. It's not over the water quite yet, but it is definitely a tropical storm. Oh my gosh. Making me go crazy. I'll tell you what. But it is not over water quite yet. It will eventually exit. It'll go through Charleston. And then it'll go out into water and parallel the coastline. Before it goes out to Bermuda, of course. How's Bladen County, North Carolina? I honestly think you guys are going to see a lot of wind gusts and rain. Not really as much of the tornado threat. But I would keep emergency alert notifications on regardless overnight. So if you do decide to go to sleep, you would do that. Do I foresee any more tornadic activity for the Leland, North Carolina area? Already had one down the block and would love to not have that again. First off, I completely understand that. When I was watching those things here live with everyone else here, I just wanted that thing to stop. There was even a second one that formed over near Silver Lake, and it actually did damage over there too. But as for more activity, unfortunately, yes, there will. The current look here from the radar, obviously you can see here's the coastline of North Carolina and South Carolina. Idalia has these bands that are swirling into the coastline, just like this. And these thunderstorms have the best chance of producing tornadoes. But these storms are kind of moving north at the moment. I'll show you guys here a loop of the radar. You can kind of see how these storms are moving more north than northwest. So, realistically speaking, your last batch of activity for over there in Wilmington in general, as well as Myrtle Beach and all the other areas, are these sets of thunderstorms down here. Now, we could see another line that tries to develop, maybe another two, something of the sort. But that is what you guys have to watch out for. Not these storms over here. These storms are going to be heading up to Jacksonville and Morehead City. And they'll be bugging them up until about 4 in the morning. So you guys should be done, believe it or not, sometime around 11 maybe. Something like that. Brian with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. That means a lot. And then Joyous with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Brian says, keep up the hard work, Nate. You deserve this. Well, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the kind words. Joyous says, you are an amazing teacher, and it's great to see that you're helping folks know what's coming. Thank you. Well, thank you once again for being here. It really does mean a lot to me. It, your guys' kindness tonight has not gone unnoticed. It has not gone unnoticed. Wow, I can't speak right now. I am dead. I am not functioning. I'm not tired yet, all right? I only got 3 hours of sleep last night from my live stream to the other live stream, but I am definitely slurring words. I am creating Nateisms, as I like to call it. Nateisms. Yeah, 8 feet. Wow. That is crazy. At Myrtle Beach. And that's what some of the storm surge can do. Storm surge can really create a lot of flooding along the coastlines, which is the reason why we really pushed for it so hard when we were making our video yesterday. We had our live stream last night. We knew that the flooding was going to be pretty significant. I just read something in the chat and that caught me off guard. But we knew that the storm surge was going to be significant, and we knew that the flooding was going to be significant. And I'm not sure about you all, but most of the major hurricanes that make landfall, I mean, sure, the winds and the category of whatever is usually the thing that makes headlines, but I think the thing that makes headlines after the storm is all the flooding that comes on through. I mean, the three that I can think of, and of course there's a couple others that I'm sure the people here in Carolina can think of, because I believe there were a couple here in the recent past that caused some significant flooding. But I think of Hurricane Harvey in Houston. I think of Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans. I think of Hurricane Dorian in the Bahamas. And I just think of all the significant flooding there. And when I see storm surge and stuff like that, you know, I really, want to make sure that people along the coastlines, if there's significant storm surge, I want to make sure that they get away from the coastline. I don't want them getting trapped. I don't want them putting themselves in any danger. So stuff like that is why I was so, I don't want to say stressed, but I think I was more motivated to try and tell people to get out than I ever was. It was yesterday and the day before. Daddy Crab with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Seems like land storms move faster than hurricanes. Kind of. Ish. The hurricane in itself is moving at about 20 miles per hour. The storms in itself move around that, if not a little bit quicker. But it's only dependent upon how fast the winds are on the outer portion of the storm is. Now, I will say this hurricane is moving a lot quicker than a normal hurricane would. Hurricanes usually move at about 10 miles per hour. This thing's moving at about 20, so that's double. But got quite a bit of stuff. Supposed to go to Chapel Hill, North Carolina tomorrow morning from Jacksonville. I think it'll be fine to drive there at 7:30 a.m. I do just keep in mind it'll probably still be raining. There will be some wind gusts, and there could be some aerial flooding. So if you guys find that, first off, turn around, don't drown. Don't drive into flooded roadways. But other than that, I would drive cautiously. If you're supposed to be there at a certain time and you know that it takes a certain time to get there when it's a normal day, leave a little bit earlier. There's nothing wrong with that. So, yeah, Florence is what I think of. I also think of Matthew. Matthew over here in the Carolinas. So, I mean, there's all sorts of crazy stuff that has occurred. April with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. It says, I wish I could give you more, but I'll get you more later. Love you and everything you do. I always have your back, my friend. Listen, it's not that important for you to try and donate to the stream. Realistically speaking, you being a moderator is good enough. All right. Plus, we each have each other's backs. All right. If we need each other, boom, we're always there to try and help each other at a moment's notice. So don't worry about it. You don't have to try and get as much stuff, to try and fund the stream. The people in the stream and the people who watch the videos and help with the live streams, help spread our outreach. There's other ways for us to make money, like ad revenue on videos. People don't need to donate. People don't need to be sponsors. All I want is just for us to grow a community to where we can spread awareness. That's what I want to do. Weather awareness, to be specific. That almost sounded nice until I added the ly at the end. Totally amazing at English. It's totally my first language. Kind of, Ty. Sometimes I look at Mike's weather page, but I don't. So I'm at the stage right now to where I don't really need to look at other people's stuff to formulate my own opinions. But notice how I said other people's stuff. If it's like governmental agencies, I'll take into consideration what they think. And then if I think some of their opinions is valid, you know, then boom. But yeah, I've really worked hard to try and figure out how to fend for myself and to try and do a lot of the things on my own. Second line, sorry, foreman near Georgetown. That's what I saw too. It's not exactly completely there, but it is getting there. It is getting there. That is a storm that is off the coast of Myrtle Beach, Holden Beach, and Sunset Beach, as well as Ocean Isle Beach. That one's forming probably a water spout. Whether or not that one becomes a tornado here in a bit, we'll have to see. But that's going to be a storm to watch as well. How's the storm over in Conway doing? It's fine. Storm's over near Loris is okay as well. So those storms inland aren't really doing too much. Let's take a look at the storms that are heading up towards Morehead City. That is a pretty powerful supercell that is off of the coast right now. That is a pretty powerful supercell. It'll track over land in 2 hours. So we have all these other storms that are moving on through right now. And then we have this one major supercell that is sitting over the water right now with cloud tops above 50,000 feet, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense for a tropical system because usually they're around 30,000 feet. So I must be missing something. I must be. Do I think I can see, or you guys can see anything in the Pender County area? I'll take a look. What does it look like? Looking like for Charlotte? I'll look that up as well. I'm pretty sure I've seen Charlotte before. I should be able to know where that is. Pender County, North Carolina. Yeah, so one thing about Pender County is that going into tomorrow, I want to mention that obviously the overnight threat, there is one for the potential of tornadoes. But going into tomorrow, late morning into early afternoon, wind gusts are going to start to increase. Anyone that is along the coastline, you're going to see wind gusts that are going to start to increase, maybe in upwards of 70 miles per hour. So something to kind of consider there if you guys live in any of those general areas. Someone also asked, which place was it? Oh boy, short-term memory is great. Tell you what. Shallot, that's what it was. Shallot. I was looking up Shallot. See, I'll figure it out. Shallot, North Carolina. So you guys are, no wonder it sounds so familiar. You guys are expected to see some more storms, but it's not expected to be for a very long time. I'm expecting you guys to be kind of done and over with by about 11-ish, because this line right here and maybe a second line that forms behind it is all you have to go through. And once that's gone, it's gone. So safe to say by about midnight, you guys should be good. One thing I gotta say though, as I mentioned, if you're along the coastline of extreme eastern South Carolina and much of North Carolina, wind gusts are going to be pretty significant from tomorrow late morning into the early afternoon. Yep, happy birthday, BK. Happy birthday. Tune in, drop out with the 10. Thank you so much. Says Eastern North Carolina between Wilmington and Raleigh starting to feel like a hurricane. Appreciate your efforts. Yeah, just continue to stay indoors. But I mean, it does kind of feel like a hurricane in its own way. I bet we all feel great that it's not. It's like a tropical storm now, and it's just kind of, I mean, it's creating a lot of rain. It's creating a lot of wind gusts, but I mean, thank goodness it's not anything worse than that. But thank you so much for the 10. I really do appreciate that. Charlotte? Is that what it is? Charlotte. 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 Good stuff. Can I go a bit more in depth as to what a supercell does? What can one expect from a supercell? Yes, I can. And I'll treat you guys to a treat as to what a supercell does. Give me 2 seconds, please. We want to do... All right, we're sacrificing the Charleston radar, so don't worry about it. It'll be fine. All right. While there is no imminent impacts to land from the tornado perspective, and people are asking about how a thunderstorm and a supercell works, why don't we? This is one of the more historical tornadoes in all of, honestly, U.S. history. Storm chasers, unfortunately, got impacted with this. Recorded one of the fastest winds from a tornado. It's also the largest tornado in U.S. history. This is the 2013 El Reno tornado, the May 31st El Reno tornado. There's a bunch of videos on it on YouTube, so if you want to look at that, it's pretty cool. But I'm not going to get into like the velocities and stuff like that and all sorts of, you know, radar stuff, all right? That's for me when I'm doing the live streams. I'll tell you guys how that works then. What I am going to do is I'm going to show you what I do during the live streams as well. I take 3Ds of things. I am able to visualize thunderstorms in a 3D fashion. And I usually do it whenever there's an eye wall or an eye of a hurricane. So I've done that before. Or if there's thunderstorms and supercells that could be tornadic. And this is one of them. So, what happens with a supercell? Well, it starts out with the rising motion, which ends up happening here in something called an updraft. The draft part is rain, and stuff that's moving up is an updraft. So I think that's pretty kind of simple terms, almost. So updraft, rain gets pulled up, starts to build up in the upper levels of the storm. The storm starts to sort based off of the wind shear aloft, because the wind shear is actually stronger up above the surface than it is at the surface. And so the wind shear sorts and scatters stuff like heavy rain, light rain, hail, all sorts of stuff like that. It scatters it in all sorts of different directions. So, updraft pulls it up. Wind shear pushes the gathered precipitation out in front of it. The precipitation now becomes a downdraft. All right, so updraft, downdraft. Downdraft starts to get wrapped back around on the rear side, called the rear flank downdraft because it's on the rear of the thunderstorm, and it gets pulled back into the updraft. Meanwhile, at the same time that is all happening, you see this little cave here in the supercell right here? See this little cave? This cave right here is the inflow notch. Think of it as the mouth of a thunderstorm, the mouth of a supercell. When an environment is warm and moist, thunderstorms love that warm moisture. That is their food. And it gets pulled into the supercell, and that is where more moisture can be pulled into the updraft. And the process continues. So the rain comes down as cool air, rain-cooled outflow, rain-cooled downdraft. But a thunderstorm likes things to continue to stay warm. And so it's got to balance it out. It's got to take the warm and the cool, bring it together in order for it to sustain. So, simple terms. Updraft. All right. Rain goes up in the storm. Rain gets pushed out because wind up above the surface is pretty strong. Rain falls back down. Rain gets pulled back into the area where it gets pulled up. Rain also meets with moisture out in front of the storm. Process continues. And that is my TED Talk. All right, let's go back to, we can turn that radar off. We don't need that anymore. And of course, I go a lot more in depth when we talk about real severe weather events, stuff that include tornadoes the classic way. Because usually, I mean, tornadoes can occur from hurricanes and tropical storms. We all know this. But usually supercells come from classic severe weather setups that involve dry air. And tropical systems don't like dry air. So yeah, I'll get more in depth with radar and all of that when we get to that point. But right now, we don't need to. Just wanted to put something that was pretty quick, pretty self-explanatory. So does that supercell in the ocean going out to sea, or is it going to hook northwest? It's moving north right now. It's heading towards Morehead City. I'll put the loop on for you all to see. It actually might go to the east of Morehead City, honestly. Might go to the east. And by the way, not always does that work for the supercell, but that's usually how it works. There's some other factors that can stop thunderstorms from forming. You can prevent supercells even if it's like super warm and moist outside. But that's usually in general how that works. There's just other factors that play in. When do I think Kinston will start feeling it? Good question. I'm going to look for that here on Google Maps. Try and find out what exactly is that area. Kinston will probably start feeling it as we get closer towards midnight, honestly. Midnight is when I think you guys can probably start. Maybe a little bit past midnight, sometime around then. Raleigh is good? Yeah, Raleigh is fine. Everywhere that is west of I-95, you guys are okay. Don't worry about it. It's areas that are east of I-95 that is going to have to watch out. How's Jacksonville looking? You got some storms that are approaching your area here. Relatively soon, at least. But these storms right now, at least those, aren't looking all that significant. There's only one storm, and it might actually move towards the Morehead City area more than Jacksonville, which is also good news for you all. Not good news for areas in Morehead City. But there's a storm there that is pretty significant. There's a pretty strong water spout that might move off into that area. So we'll see. Will New Bern get tornadoes? It's honestly unlikely because you guys are a little bit further inland, but it is possible. It is possible. I think you guys are in a 5% risk. Let's see. Turn off the radar. There's Morehead City. Yeah, it's kind of unlikely that you guys see tornadoes according to the tornado map. Here, I'll show you guys the tornado map. Here's the tornado map. See all this in the yellow and the... Actually, I'm taking this watch and the mesoscale discussion and the National Hurricane Center off. All that stuff can go away. See all this brown and yellow? Those are the areas that are going to see the highest probability of tornadoes, specifically the yellow, which is a 10% chance of seeing a tornado within a 25-mile radius. Brown is 5%, the green is a 2%. So you can see here, if you look at certain town names that are over here. Hopefully you guys can kind of pair the town names that you guys see and put into perspective contrast to where you live. Right? There we go. And that's pretty much that. So realistically speaking, it really is mainly for the coastline, this tornado threat. But that's pretty much it. Andrew, what's up? Yo, 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 yo. Well, Wilmington is going to have another band of storms that is going to move on through this area in about an hour, I'd say. I'd say even an hour and a half, honestly. So, it's not that you guys are completely done and over with, but once that line passes you guys, all right? Once this line right here passes you guys, you all should be fine. That is a new special marine warning for the storm that's been trying to produce a water spout. So we could be talking about another storm that can try to make landfall and turn into a tornado, which is kind of crazy. All right, I'm turning off a lot of these cameras. Some of these cameras I don't need, and that's clogging my tabs. Definitely don't need half of this stuff. Not anymore, at least. Cherry Grove. All right. We are now going to take the pier. And we are going to try and look for ourselves. Because eventually that's going to head over towards this Cherry Grove Pier once again. We're going to try this again. We're going to see if it works. Sleepless in Georgia? Why? Storm is starting to kind of, it's almost moved on through, actually. Why am I the only one still covering this? It's still a storm? Because tropical storms aren't really that significant, and it also takes forever for something to actually happen. But I'm willing to do it because I've come this far already. I might as well just keep going. Oh, wow. We're actually, like, not that far away from 48,000 subscribers. I just looked over here just because it was the same tab that had my map on. And we're getting pretty close. You guys are amazing, by the way. We keep somehow managing to expand our outreach. And it's amazing. It's amazing what you guys do. Yeah, for reference, this is what I'm talking about. We're at 47,966 subscribers. Someone said we can get to 50 by the end of the night. I don't think so. There's no way. I'm going to need another video similar to what I did yesterday in order to get to that point. Because there is honestly no way. You're in the green, thought it was in the red. Well, that was for flooding. Yeah, that was for flooding. The red was for flooding. The green is for tornadoes. Why is my phone blowing up again? This doesn't make any sense. What? I am not going to question it. Give me a second here, chat. Something's happening. That is honestly amazing. I'm not gonna lie. Don't worry about it. Someone else sent me a text message. It's pretty funny. Got me losing my mind over here. Yeah, so it looks like this supercell is going to try and make landfall somewhere over here near North Myrtle Beach and Sunset Beach, as well as Cherry Grove Beach. Can I hover over Myrtle Beach? I sure can. The line is officially past Myrtle Beach, which means, with the exception of maybe a couple general thunderstorms that might be moving on through, Myrtle Beach might actually be close to being done with this. Thank you so much for the subscription, Jennifer. Then near the coast, grateful for the coverage. What are my thoughts on Engelhard, North Carolina? Good question. I'm gonna look at that and see what's going on. You're at the Sunset Beach, Calabash area. Did you guys get a tornado earlier? Or did you feel a tornado that was moving on through earlier? Because there was a tornado warning for your area that we covered, and we were pretty sure. We were pretty sure that it produced a tornado of some sort. Engelhard, honestly, I think it's kind of fine. You guys should be good. It'll be tomorrow, though, all right? So mid-morning to late morning into early afternoon, wind gusts are going to start to get pretty significant. So watch out if you're over there. That's kind of what I'm thinking right now. But yeah. We are expecting some pretty strong wind gusts and upwards of maybe 70 miles per hour. Here in Leland, looks like storm's clearing up. Just asking for some confirmation. Leland. Wow, there's been so many areas that I've covered that I'm starting to forget. That's right, Leland was Wilmington, right? Yeah, that storm is starting to kind of close up, not really do as much. You have one more line to get through, and then you guys are done with the tornado threat for the most part. There might be like one or two more storms, but you guys are pretty much done if you guys get through that. Get back to the technical cells approaching Topsail Island. We're a barrier island north of Wilmington. So these cells over here near what? Surf City, Carolina Beach, all the way up over here to Emerald Isle and Morehead City. These storms all the way up here near Morehead City specifically, they're not tornadic. They aren't. It's just not happening. There is a cell that is very far off the coast that is actually splitting and creating two different water spouts at the same time. That's a pretty significant supercell, first off. But that's going to get closer towards Morehead City more than anything. But none of these storms, as of right now, look to be tornadic as of this time. And if they are, they're pretty far away from the coast. So that is kind of the good news with that. Yeah, me too, Jacob. I really hope that everyone in the Big Bend got out like they were supposed to, because that flooding was pretty significant, I'll tell you what. All right, so I think this is the main storm here that we're going to want to talk about. This one has the highest likelihood of probably being tornadic. Highest likelihood here. This will be once again heading into the eastern portions of Horry County, as well as southwestern portions of Brunswick County. It's on the border of South Carolina and North Carolina. And we have the potential of a water spout that could be making landfall as a tornado. So a water spout, I'm not sure if I said land spout. I might be losing it if it is a land. I did say land spout. About a water spout that might be making landfall here. Ugh. Will say my neck. My mic's out, not on my screen. Everything is good on my end. So you might just need to turn up your volume. My mic's right here too. The outlets say the wind speed for the storm is 70 miles per hour, but when you look at local weather, we are told the wind is in the 20s with gusts up to this 45. So where does the 70 come from? From the heart of the storm. It's like right next to the eye almost. So unless if you're next to the eye, you really don't see a whole lot. To further emphasize this point, I'm going to pull up the radar, right? I'm going to show you guys right here, all right, is the eye of Idalia, which is near the Charleston areas. So these wind gusts are either going to be along the coastline here near the eye, or it's going to be on the outskirts where a lot of this rain is at. So it's near the eye. It's somewhere over here, and it's about to go back out into the water again. Dr. Greg Forbes is amazing. I love Dr. Greg Forbes. He was actually the inspiration to me making this channel, by the way. He was actually the main inspiration. I looked up to him a lot when I was a kid. I still look up to him now. He's an amazing scientist, an amazing meteorologist. Any chance it gets stronger over the water? Not really. If it does, it'll be stalled out over the water and it'll impact Bermuda. But it's going to be sheared to death for the most part. It'll be a round tropical storm. It could try to be, it could try to intensify again given some specific circumstances, but that's a little too far out for me to be able to forecast, as well as for anyone else to forecast, honestly. So, did Leland have a confirmed tornado? They had a confirmed tornado that approached the area. I do not know if it lifted by the time it got to Leland or not, but it did head up into that area. Once again, likely a water spout that is expected to make landfall as a tornado here in the eastern sides of Horry County, as well as southwestern Brunswick County on the border of North Carolina and South Carolina. So if you're near North Myrtle Beach, if you're near Carolina Shores, if you're near the Nixon Crossroads and the Cherry Grove Beach areas, now is the time for you to get into a sturdy structure and to get in the lowest innermost part of it. Also, stay away from windows. If you have a bathroom or a closet that fits that narrative with no windows, boom, perfect, good. If not, then just try and get to the innermost part, get pillows, get protective gear, hard-soled shoes, get helmets. If you don't have a helmet, put a pot on your head. Works the same way. If you want to move furniture to get yourself more walls in between yourself and the outdoors as possible, then that's fine too. But as of right now, it is starting to make its way closer and closer towards the coastline. And landfall is anticipated to be in 15 minutes. So you have 15 minutes until this thing, regardless if it's still alive or not, will make it to the coast. Is it the cell that's right over you? No. It'll be the one that's off the coast that's going to be heading towards Calabash. So right now it's currently over the water. It's this one right here. So can you guys kind of see a little bit with this red in particular trying to wrap around? And there's even another one right here that's trying to wrap around too. But both of those areas have rotation. It's just the one that is actually... to the north and east of that one has better rotation than the one to the south and west. Wow, so we did do it. We did get to 48,000 subscribers, which is honestly going to be really crazy because at this point this time last week, I was losing subscribers because I haven't uploaded in like 2 months and stuff like that, and it was due to personal issues and whatnot. So I got below 40,000. I was at 39,900, and now we have gained almost 10,000 subscribers in a little under a week, which is pretty remarkable. I'll tell you what. We're definitely not going to get to 50,000 by the end of tonight. That's not going to happen. 50,000 will hopefully come by the end of the year. But, yeah. So I really do appreciate all your guys' help, your support, everything you guys have done. And why subscribers should matter to you guys, honestly, it really shouldn't. Unless if you want to help me out during my videos and my live streams. I keep saying I want to spread awareness because I really do. I want to spread awareness on weather, the activities, all sorts of stuff that could be happening in the future, or all the things that could be happening right now. Forecasts, nowcasting, everything. Everything that I can provide as content is always to try and either teach, or it's always to try and warn people or forecast and stuff like that as like an informational. So the more subscribers we have, especially the more active ones that we have, the more we are able to actually increase our outreach because more people are active on the channel. And because more people are active on the channel, right? YouTube will see that, especially with, you know, all of us hitting the thumbs up button down below, or everyone's subscribing and stuff like that. They'll see those analytics and they're going to recommend my content to more and more people, which is the best way for us to get information out because that's how YouTube's algorithm works. If I were just here to sit here and do nothing and everyone else were to just sit around and do nothing, I mean, sure, we might get views, but we wouldn't be able to get a whole lot. It wouldn't be anything more than that. And you guys helping out, all that stuff. That helps out. So the subscriber number, some people may not care all that much. but kind of matters to me because, you know, it helps me get, it helps allow me to get things that I believe are important out to people. And of course, you know, I don't try to like go out of my way to like scare people and stuff like that. The only time I had, or the only times I have very serious thumbnails that are like super clickbaity and whatnot that might be a little scary is when I think scary things are actually going to happen. That's the only time. So like yesterday, video, I said it was not good of what they found, completely justified in my opinion, because it was bad. But if there's no weather, I'm not going to say, oh, well, this is not good because the temperature, you know, decreased by 5 degrees. That's stupid. That's people who just want to do it for the money and for the views. And people do it. People do that. But my morals sometimes get the best of me. So yeah, what's the content here? We're waiting for this water spout to make landfall as a tornado. So the entire time, this 5 hours and 42 minutes of me being up here, I have been trying to warn people ahead of time about tornadoes that could potentially happen. And it's worked for today. Some of which, you know, tornadoes may not have formed. They just were strong rotations, but it never came down all the way to the ground. But the entire time I've just been like telling people, hey, you might need to get ready. You might get ready, you know, all sorts of stuff like that. I said that twice. Losing my mind. But yeah, that's the type of content that we have right here, right now. Christy with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Scared, wondering if you should even fall asleep at this point. Jacksonville as of right now is fine. Jacksonville as of right now is fine. The one thing I gotta say is overnight, all right, listen, first off, don't be scared. Even if people do decide, if you guys do decide to go to sleep, all right, just make sure you have alarms set up, right, for the emergency alert notifications. If they issue a tornado warning, your phone's gotta be blaring loud, all right? So make sure that that's the thing if storms do move along. But the one thing I will say for Jacksonville is it actually might be a little bit worse for Morehead City than Jacksonville, which is kind of the good news. Because it was expected to be both those areas that were going to see the same. Now it's not really as bad, but I digress. Once again, we have a water spout that is about to make landfall here. They're probably going to issue a tornado warning here soon. But you can see the reds and the pinks moving away from the radar, the greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And this is a little confined water spout with a little bit of turbulence that we can see on spectrum width. And tornadoes or water spouts or whatever vortexes that come from the air do cause turbulence. Yeah. Once the water spout moves on land, it becomes a tornado. I've never seen a water spout in person, but we did see a water spout live on stream. For those of you who weren't here earlier, we saw a water spout before the tornado occurred to the west of Southport. And that was pretty insane. I saw that on a live camera. And we told people, we said, hey, this thing has had a history of producing tornadoes, and boom, it produced tornadoes, right? So it's pretty crazy to say that. I think I retweeted a picture of one of the, yeah, this is the water spout that we saw. Just, they saw it at a closer distance. It looks like a tornado. It's just over water. What do I think about the storm surge in Surf City, North Carolina? I think the storm surge is going to be... I honestly think it'll be somewhere around 2 to 5 feet of storm surge, give or take. If it's anything less than that, then it'll be so much better. But 2 to 5 feet of storm surge is possible. It'll just be dependent upon where the winds specifically come from. And that's something that models don't exactly have the best of capabilities, especially at the surface. So you can kind of just guesstimate sometimes. Or at least I try to guesstimate. Any news for Jacksonville? So fortunately, it seems that the activity for Jacksonville is going to be not as intense as some of the areas that are going to be further east, like Morehead City. But, yeah. Did I see the video of the car that got sucked up by a water spout? No, I didn't. I haven't seen that video yet. Can I talk about the Pantego, the Belhaven areas? Yeah, let me take a look. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southwestern Brunswick County in southeastern North Carolina, eastern Horry County in northeastern South Carolina.
Well, we knew that was going to happen. New tornado warning for areas near North Myrtle Beach, as well as areas near Little River and Cherry Grove Beach, which honestly, it's the same thing that we saw earlier. Very similar to what happened earlier. Because there was another storm that made landfall in almost the same exact spot. Almost the same exact spot. Which is pretty crazy. Pantego, the Belhaven areas. So honestly, you guys are not going to have as much of a tornado threat. It'll be more of a wind and rain threat, especially tomorrow, late morning into the early afternoon. The winds are just going to start to increase. We're going to see some pretty substantial wind gusts along the coastline from the Outer Banks all the way down to Myrtle Beach. That was a voice crack. Wow, my voice is dead tonight. Myrtle Beach? The beach? But we're going to see wind gusts in upwards of 70, maybe 75 mile per hour wind gusts in any of those areas along the coastline and anywhere even further from the Outer Banks and west. So like some of the coastal waterway areas. Or not really coastal, because Outer Banks is coastal, but like any sort of waterway areas, big waterway areas that are in between the Outer Banks and the mainland. So yeah, the rotation has intensified, unfortunately. Before it wasn't super strong. You can see dark greens and dark reds. And we boosted all the way up to what it's doing prior to landfall. You can start to see brighter greens and brighter reds start to introduce itself into the center of this tropical system, tropical tornado. Because this is from Idalia, once again, from the outer bands. And it looks like this thing is going to be making landfall here within the next few minutes. So once again, we have to stress that there is a tornado warning once again for Horry County in South Carolina and Brunswick County in North Carolina. This is for the Cherry Grove Beach area. This is for areas in eastern North Myrtle Beach. So if you're on the eastern side of North Myrtle Beach, you're in this. Little River, as well as areas near Nixon's Crossroad. Nixon's Crossroads. And Longs. All these areas over here, you guys have the potential to see a water spout. And you want to know something funny here, chat? I know this isn't supposed to be funny, but I think this is funny from a meteorologist perspective. Remember, reds are winds going away from the radar. Greens are the winds moving towards. This is true tornadic rotation right here. Counterclockwise spin. It's also called cyclonic rotation. What happens if you get rotation spinning clockwise? Anticyclonic rotation on the backside. We could not only have twins possible. All right, now it's kind of unlikely, but we'll see. But one can be a true tornado, which is once again making landfall right now. That is a pretty strong tornado that actually just made landfall. And the other could be an anticyclonic tornado, which is pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. But yeah, it looks like this thing is making landfall right now. We're probably going to see a debris ball here on the correlation coefficient in a second, but the velocities have intensified, 51 on top of 38. So that is just shy of a 90 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the winds are within the storm. You can see the tornado vortex signature here. The upside down triangle. And once again, this is a water spout that is making landfall near Myrtle Beach. It's actually on the areas near North Myrtle Beach. And we probably will see some evidence here from radar that a tornado has made landfall and it is doing damage. And it may be pretty weak in the sense for severe weather, but for tropical systems, 80, 90, 100, 115 mile per hour storms. That's pretty common. You don't really get anything higher than EF3. It's pretty common for you to have a bunch of EF1s and EF0s, maybe even an EF2. Hunamal with the 1, thank you so much, I really do appreciate it. And Christy with the 2, thank you so much for the support. It really does mean a lot to me, thank you. Guys, if you could, once again, this is a tornado making landfall right now and potentially doing damage. If we could, please be sure to spread the information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And if you would like to help us spread the information here on YouTube, we like to spread awareness here on YouTube through these live streams. If you would like to also help us, you can become a subscriber, and you can help us either now or even in future live streams. And you can also hit that thumbs up button. Both of those help us with the YouTube algorithm, and it helps us get this out to more and more people. So once again, a water spout that is turning into a tornado. It is making landfall as we speak, potentially doing damage somewhere near the Cherry Grove Beach area, as well as the Nixon's Crossroads area. Yeah, spectrum width, there is 2 areas of turbulence here. You are absolutely right, which means there very well could be twin tornadoes. And remember, one of them could be anticyclonic. So one can be spinning the wrong way. But Holden's fine. Don't worry about it. Holden is away by quite a few miles. This is, once again, on the border of North Carolina and South Carolina. You guys are good. It's Cherry Grove Beach, it's Nixon's Crossroads, it's Little River. And it's areas along South Carolina Highway 9 up to Longs. Rescue Mom with the 10, thank you so much, I really do appreciate it. Says, thanks for helping me keep tabs on my family. Well, thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Have I seen it where the storm loops or might loop around and hit Florida again? I have. The thing about it is now is that it's starting to become a little bit more unlikely. There's 2 forcing mechanisms that are kind of gonna make the storm stall next to Bermuda, and if one of the forcing mechanisms die out, then that will kind of orchestrate as to which way it goes. Will it go back to Florida or will it head out to sea? So that's kind of what that's kind of the interesting thing about weather. So we won't really know what exactly is happening until we get to probably tomorrow night. Once again, this is a tornado that is making landfall here. We'll go back before it made landfall to kind of show you guys what exactly was happening. The reds are winds moving away from the radar, and the green is winds moving toward the radar. So right here, this is where the tornado vortex signature is, this upside down triangle. That was where the tornado was as it made landfall. And our radar, in this instance, was all the way up here. This is the Wilmington, North Carolina radar, even though it's nowhere near Wilmington. But it is technically in southwestern portions of Brunswick County. So we'll call it Southwestern Brunswick County radar for now, for simplicity's sake. And you can see that the brightness of the colors indicate specific intensities. As it got closer towards the coast, it got a bit stronger, and then as it got further away, it got substantially weaker. So that is the good news. I don't see any noticeable values of debris besides maybe this image right here. I'd have to see. Yeah, it could be possible that there was debris lofted up here. The best part about this all is that it kind of is in the middle of marsh and then some populace. So it's not like it hit North Myrtle Beach. It hit, you know, it could potentially have caused some substantial downbursts over here in the Cherry Grove Beach areas, but it didn't hit like a major area like North Myrtle Beach, which is really good. So North Myrtle Beach was spared. Unfortunately, Cherry Grove Beach and all the surrounding neighborhoods, as well as Nixon's Corners, or Nixon's Crossroads. My goodness, my brain is losing it right now. You guys, unfortunately, got the tornadic activity. So hopefully you guys are all right there. Calabash is right on the line, so that's really close to where the tornadoes are. Yeah, it's pretty close. But it isn't going to impact Calabash. They're actually outside the tornado warning. This red box is a tornado warning. So everyone that's in the red box, one of the best meteorologists in all of the United States has a famous saying that says, respect the polygon. And if you're in the polygon, you got to heed it, you got to respect it, and you got to, you know, be safe. Try to be safe because of it. So if you are in the polygon, you got to make sure that you are, you got to make sure you find your way to a safe place. How's it looking for the Wilmington and the Carolina Beach areas? I'm going to take a look here. A lot of those storms are not really looking to be significant. It'll be the second line right here. This last line that is going to try and gear up and move on through. That's the one that could potentially try to be tornadic. That is a special weather statement, or not special weather, that's a special marine warning for water spouts. How quickly is this thing moving off to the north? So I can try to track it. Because I'll tell you what, I am not going to, wow, this thing's going to take forever. It's going to take an hour and a half to get to the coastline. That's midnight. Oh boy, I'm going to lose my mind. I'll tell you what. I may not be able to make it until midnight. We'll see. I said I was definitely not going to make it to 4. I try to push myself as much as I can to try and see what's going on. But I do need sleep. I do need sleep. I've only gotten 3 hours of sleep in the past... How long? $40 hours? Something like that? Yeah, that's a lot of not sleep. But I wanted to make sure that I got everything that people needed to know out on the YouTube, did live streams last night, this morning, made a video yesterday, all that stuff. Better make it to midnight. You're in the Polygon for the one off of Morehead? All right, fine. I'm going to push myself to 12:30. 12:30. Night, Becca. Night, Becca. Get some sleep. Talk to you tomorrow. Um, yeah. Check this one. Yeah, I've been on here for a while. It's not exactly the greatest idea to do what I've been doing, live streaming and stuff like that, but it's fine. It is fine. It is what it... No, we're not doing 12:30 Pacific. No, 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 no. Put that in there, right there. It is what it is. What about Ocean Isle Beach and Sunset Beach? Ocean Isle Beach and Sunset Beach is all right. They should be okay. It's pretty far off to the east, honestly. And actually, that tornado warning just got canceled, I believe. It did. Tornado warning did get canceled. But yeah, couple areas could potentially be tornadic. That might be another area that tried to produce a tornado over near Calabash, believe it or not. Another brief area of rotation. Brief tornado is possible. Yeah, look at that. It had turbulence. Brief tornado was possible over near Calabash. Something of the sort. So, man, there's just a lot of areas of rotation that is just kind of marching up and down with these lines. Has anyone ever felt like just wanting to speed up time so that way we can just, you know, get these storms done and over with, and everyone can just be back to their everyday lives and stuff like that. Everyone can be happy and healthy on a sunny day. Me too. Did it skip Jacksonville? Not entirely. Jacksonville is still going to get some activity sometime around midnight-ish. May not be a whole lot of activity, because as I said, the intensity of a lot of these storms is not going to be as high as what was originally thought. But the potential is still there, of course. And, yeah. But you guys can still get some activity overnight as well. So I recommend you guys turn on emergency alert notifications. Yeah, I've been streaming a lot over the past 36 hours or so. Something like that. I live streamed last night starting at like 6:30 in the evening. Ended that at 11:30, a little bit before 11:30. Started a new stream at 4 o'clock in the morning to start for the landfall of Idalia. Ended that at 11 in the morning. Started this stream at 4:30. It is now 10:30. It's been 6 hours of me live streaming here talking about tornadoes that have made landfall. And you guys have been so good to me, by the way. It's absolutely amazing what you guys have done. What's the outlook for the Outer Banks? The wind tomorrow, late morning into early afternoon is going to be worse than this. So I wouldn't worry about it if you're in the Outer Banks, unless if you're like in the near general vicinity of Morehead City and sea level. Other than that, you're fine. Don't worry about it. I'm going to get to sleep. I'm going to get some sleep. I'll tell you what, after the stream is over, which will probably be sometime before 1 o'clock, because I said I would stay up until midnight to try and see what these supercells would do. So that way I can tell the people out ahead of time in Morehead City, Emerald Isle, all sorts of areas over there, what exactly is happening with those storms and what they could anticipate. And then I'll see if I can continue to stay up. If I stay up by the time they make landfall, I stay up. But I am telling you what, I am going to be out like a light tomorrow. I may not get up until like 11 o'clock or 12. And then I'll probably make my video after I do my college stuff. So my video will probably be out sometime around 6 or 7. Something like that. And depending upon if I feel like we're still in a storm mode, like a significant situation, I might upload again on Friday. But other than that, I do... I'm going to be starting a new schedule every single week. I'll be uploading on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. And it'll be in the afternoon into the evening. So if people want to like check in on those days at like 8 o'clock, I'll have my video uploaded before then. So of course you could just have, you know, notifications on. You hit that notification bell, and of course it makes things so much easier, so much better. But if you don't like those notifications and stuff like that, check in 8 o'clock every evening on those 3 days. I'll give you guys an update as to what the weather is like. And then if stuff gets significant, then I upload every single day. But I've got college myself. I've got stuff that I need to do. I need to prepare because of it, so. Can't be uploading every single day. Otherwise, number one, the weather would get boring because there's some days to where there's just absolutely nothing. And I just upload and say, hey, there's nothing happening. All right, thanks for watching. No, that's not how that works. I need to do it in increments. Do it in increments so that way you guys can actually see how the weather has changed and if it can change. So cool. In Morehead City with small children, how worried should you be? Honestly, not really that worried. A lot of the tornadoes that make landfall are going to be stronger wind gusts. Now, here's the thing, okay? If you're in a mobile home, all right, first off, I continue to say you shouldn't be worried. Don't be scared, all right? But you're going to want to have an idea as to what you need to do ahead of time. So first off, have emergency alert notifications. Emergency alert notifications on from the National Weather Service, like tornado warnings, flash flood warnings, and stuff like that. But on the other hand, real quickly, chat, and then I'll come back to it. This person's been an issue in the chat. And listen, we're not here to compare YouTube channels. We all do the same thing. We all try to get our own information out. We try to make sure that people are informed. We have our own ways of doing it. Sure, we may not agree with each other on how we do it, but we all have the same goal in mind, and that is to get information out to people. So, don't need comments like that. Anyways, back to what I was talking about. Which was, oh boy, I got sidetracked and now I forgot. Wow. Oh my gosh. Now I'm gonna have to go back in time to my stream, see what I said. What did I say? The weather service, like tornado warnings, flash flood warnings, and stuff like that. That's what I was gonna say. But on the other hand, on the other hand, I recommend if you're in a mobile home, you get into a sturdy building, some sort. All right. Mobile homes are not safe, especially during a tornado. So please be sure to find some way for you to get into some form of sturdy building and just hide out there until the tornado warning is done. You do that, you'll be good. You'll be pretty safe. Is Raleigh going to get heavy rain and power outages? No. Raleigh's fine. It's good. It's too far away. Once again, anyone that is west of I-95 is going to be fine. You don't need to worry about it. I agree, Lana. I agree with that 100%. Of course, it's always a competition for who can get, views and stuff like that the most. But at the end of the day, we all have a similar, if not the same, goal of trying to get people information. I am missing the supermoon. I don't think I would be able to see it. I think it's cloudy over here. Let me check my weather app that I have on the side. Yeah, it's cloudy outside. I wouldn't be able to see it. What does the red mean? The red is the winds moving away from the radar. So here's the radar. Red is winds moving away. Green is winds moving towards. So when you look at rotation, all right, specifically tornadic rotation, greens and blues moving towards, reds moving away, counterclockwise spin, that's a tornado. Or in this case, a water spout. Okay. Interesting text messages I just got. Maybe I shouldn't do that anymore. Maybe I shouldn't look at my text messages. Because sometimes I think it's important, but maybe during a stream, maybe you can just wait. Because oh boy. All right. Well, the good news is it doesn't seem like all too much is happening with this second band, with the exception of maybe something near Holden Beach, but there isn't, once again, a whole lot of rotation. There's not really a whole lot. So we're just going to have to see how that continues to play along. Might be some rotation over here near Longwood in North Carolina as well. It looks to me like the majority of the coastline of South Carolina, actually all the coastline of South Carolina should be good up until tomorrow late morning into early afternoon. Once again, significant wind gusts is anticipated. So watch out for that. Doing weather turns. That's funny, especially since I came from a state like West Virginia and they didn't care about weather or me playing ice hockey. I was the weirdest West Virginian. I was the weirdest one. Ugh. I'm pretty sure if I could have had a plaque for the weirdest West Virginian, I would have been able to have it. Because I liked meteorology and I talked about weather, and I liked ice hockey and I played it. And no one cared. Tell them you're busy? See, I wish I would, if it weren't for the fact that on the off chance that an emergency arises, my commitment is, as much as I would love to help people and stuff like that, if there's any sort of emergency situations, you know, I gotta do what I gotta do. But I try to tell people when I'm gonna be online and stuff like that, and when stuff happens. So that way they get the message. I don't think I did for this evening, though, so that's kind of my fault. Kind of my fault. And when I mean kind of, I mean it is my fault. But I'm not gonna complain. Complaining gets me nowhere. Especially if there is no more room to complain. No one's supposed to complain in general. What's happening in Loris, South Carolina? I'm assuming Loris is over there. Cool. Loris is getting some rainfall right now, and it's going to continue to get some rainfall. So I would watch out. I would watch out for it. We're going to continue to see some more rainfall overnight and potentially even see some strong wind gusts. So watch out for some aerial flooding. You guys are in a flash flood warning right now. But yeah. It's going to take a lot of money for you to pay to see my text, Diana. It's going to take a lot of money. A lot of money. And I'm sure my friends are going to force me to not even pay, you know, put a price on it either. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure my friends are going to force me to not put a price on my texts. Which is fair. Is fair. I'm looking at this storm over here that's to the east of Loris, though. This might head off towards the areas east of Tabor City. Could potentially be something tornadic trying to develop there as well. Some form of convergence. So don't be surprised if something tornadic occurs here near State Highway 9, or South Carolina State Highway 9, as well as North Carolina State Highway 904. So right along the border. Right along the border of South Carolina and North Carolina. Some of the areas of rotation that's trying to make landfall here near the Holden Beach and the Ocean Isle Beach area, it doesn't look like any of these have produced tornadoes. No debris signatures have been indicated, according to correlation coefficient, so it should be fine. Chat, you guys crack me up. Just all the stuff that you guys say is absolutely top tier quality. It never fails. This is the reason why I have the best chat in the world. Because you guys are just so funny. You guys are just absolutely, that is amazing. Now you're gonna make me keep giggling about it. It's just stupid. I take a look at Abel Marley Sound, North Carolina. Yes, I can. Oh, jeez. Yeah, you guys crack me up. All right. Albemarle Sound. Yeah, so remember, tonight you're not expected to get a whole lot of stuff. It'll be late tomorrow morning into early tomorrow afternoon is when significant wind gusts are anticipated across all the sounds and the Outer Banks. So keep in mind, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts are possible. You guys are really going to want to watch out. Out of pocket. It's fine. We all mess around here. We're all pretty fun. Why will wind gusts be so much stronger in the morning? Thought fizzing out overnight. It will, but then it'll start to go back over the water sometime around Thursday, late morning, early afternoon. And then it will actually do things beyond that. That is a tornado debris signature. That is a tornado that is in progress east of Loris, which is exactly what I anticipated. But yeah, it is expected to kind of just deepen. A lot of wind shear is expected to amplify some of the activity over the water, and so things will start to get pretty crazy there. But yeah, this is a tornado in progress east of Loris. It is moving now into the Columbus County area here in North Carolina. A lot of the reds are winds moving away from the radar. Greens moving towards right in the middle is where the tornado is at. And we also have a tornado debris signature here according to the correlation coefficient. You can see right here, this little ball, this little area of a few pixels of blue and green. This is the radar saying, hey, it's not this red, which means it's not rain. It's rain and something else. And in this instance, if you align it with the actual area here, the actual velocities, and with the differential reflectivity, this tells you that we have debris. This is a tornado in progress. And the other way for you to tell is if it stays there, or if some lowered correlation coefficient stays there. And that is exactly what has happened. So we have a tornado that is currently in progress. This is east of Loris. This is now in to the North Carolina side of the border. This is currently to the south and east of Tabor City by about Let me place a marker here. By about 8.5 to 9 miles. So Tabor City is going to be fine. All right. They might get the tornado warning notification, but they're going to be fine, honestly. It'll be areas that are along US Highway 701, just to the east of Tabor City. Tabor City is going to have to watch out regardless, though. All right. I say that they're fine right now. That's with the current trajectory. Tornadoes tend to deviate from current trajectories. I don't want to say often, but they do. So, Tabor City, we're watching out closely. But right now, we do have a storm that currently is rotating quite significantly and is producing a tornado just to the east of Loris. So that is indeed a tornado in progress. They'll probably issue a new tornado warning for that, but we'll see. Let's go back to the radar that is in Morehead City. And these supercells are trucking their way. It's an hour. We're talking an hour until these supercells finally get in the general vicinity of Morehead City. So it looks more like Jacksonville is not going to be impacted by these significant storms. They are only going to be impacted by that line that is moving through areas near Southport at this moment. But these storms right here that are south of Morehead City, these are the ones that could probably produce the strong tornadoes. So that's what we're going to be watching for. And as these storms approach the Emerald Isle areas, as well as Morehead City, that's what we're going to watch out for. We're going to try and make sure that everyone stays safe from these significant storms. What do I usually use as a weather radar? Is it a paid application? Yes, it is. This is Gibson Ridge 2 Analyst version 3. Costs a lot of money, so I recommend something cheaper, like either Radar Scope or Radar Omega, either or. I am not paid by Radar Omega to say, hey, buy Radar Omega, although I could. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But no, I love advocating for weather radars. I mean, there's all sorts of weather radars that can go about. You do all sorts of stuff with it. But I'll tell you what. The one thing I'm going to say is that the main radar I'm going to use is this one on your screen. This one is the best. The best. Maybe not bang for your buck, but this is the best quality radar that you can get. This is the best. And because of that, as a weather guy, as a guy who goes on YouTube and tries to make sure that all of his information is set, tries to present himself as a decent professional, and wants to try and make sure that all of his information is accurate. This thing right here. This thing right here helps me out with that. So, but Radar Omega is pretty good. Radar Scope is nice. I like Radar Scope with some of their radar products. They have something called Storm Relative Velocities, which is something that I have here on GR2, or Gibson Ridge 2. And it helps me be able to find the velocity so much easier. So I like Scope because of that. And Omega has Storm Relative Velocities, but it is such a terrible quality. If they fixed that quality, then I would 100% say Omega all the way. But there's just some things that Scope, even it's not just Storm Relative Velocities, there's a couple other things that they lack that kind of just prevent me from saying, hey, it's 100% the best bang for your buck type radar. Because honestly, models and stuff like that are cool. I don't need to pay money to go see models, and neither do you. You can go find that on the internet. It's pretty easy. Satellite. I don't need to pay money to find that either. Find that on the internet. Pretty easy. Radar, however, that costs money. So it's what you do with the radar is what I think should be what people should look for. Which is the reason why I say both are kind of neck and neck. Because although Omega has so much stuff, there's a reason why it's called Radar Omega. The first word is legitimately radar. Night, tornado clips. See you next time. I've been saying all sorts of weird stuff, all right? Listen, I don't know how to pronounce half the town names here. I just try. I try my best. Feel free to correct me, but I mean, yeah. Sechel, night. See y'all later. All the people who are going to sleep now, I understand. It's almost 11 o'clock Eastern. I get it. I get it. How's Ocala, Florida? You guys are good. Don't worry about it. You guys can go to sleep. You guys can go to sleep. Official report. North Myrtle Beach Rescue reported tornado damage in Cherry Grove area. Moderate structural damage around 57th Avenue North and Ocean Boulevard. Continuing several blocks to the northwest. No additional details at this time. So it looks like that tornado that made landfall that was over at Cherry Grove Beach did do damage, unfortunately. I wish I had my grandfather's mentality about weather. If I die, I die. I'm going to bed. That's kind of how I feel sometimes, honestly. I'm not sure if that's because I think I know a thing or two about weather, or if it's just because I don't care and I'm too tired, but I kind of feel that. I understand that. Might be a new area of rotation moving near the Bolivia area here soon. Or actually not Bolivia. It's the wrong direction. This will be moving north of Varnum Town and north of Holden Beach near US Highway 17. Any tornado threats near Camp Lejeune or Lejeune? Assuming it's Lejeune, honestly. I don't know. It's not really that high, honestly. Not that high compared to if you were over in like Morehead City, which is the good news. But there is a small one. There is a small one. Make sure you have emergency alert notifications. That's the best thing that you can have. If you're going to sleep now and you're just like, I'm going to sleep, just make sure you have them on. So that way, if anything does go wrong, you'd be able to know and you can have a plan of action on the off chance. So here's the last line right here that I was talking about here, guys. And it is approaching the Wilmington area Now, this entire line does have areas of rotation within it. Of course, we've had a history of it producing a couple of tornadoes. But once this line is gone and out of the way, you guys are pretty much good for the people that are worried about the tornado threat. What's the camera doing? I wish I knew. I think I'm going to actually change this camera because this just is not good enough. I'll go to this camera and see if it's seeing much. Honestly, it's not. Let's take a look inside Wilmington, shall we? Let's take a look at the... Ow, my ears! Stop! What the heck was that? Was that live radio? Is that what comes with this thing too? Live radio courtesy? Yeah, no. No, 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 no. You are not allowed to play radio. I don't want to be copyright claimed and or striked. I don't want my channel to die. Don't scare me like that ever again. Oh my gosh, if you were to go back in time and see me jump, I jumped. Oh, we all know what that song is, but I mean, it's still just kind of like, what the heck? That's some lightning that just went through Wilmington here. Anyways, live view in Wilmington, North Carolina. Pretty cool. It's a little bit blurry, but it is there. Is it in North Carolina now? It's predominantly in North Carolina, at least the last band. The eye is still starting to move its way into the water, and it's still in South Carolina to an extent. But the main activity is all now in North Carolina, which means the people in South Carolina, for the most part, should be fine. The only areas that I would kind of put an exception for is people along the border of North Carolina and South Carolina. Ah, sheesh. Is the threat over for Holden Beach? If it's past you already, then yeah, which it looks like Holden Beach. That looks like that is the case. Big TDS west of Freeland, North Carolina. Freeland west. From what? From this thing in Loris? We talked about that earlier. Had the debris signature already. I don't see any other big debris signatures. Oh, is it that? It might be that. What the heck is that? That is the weakest little tornado I've ever seen in my entire life, and it did damage. Alright, well, if you live west of Freeland, west of Highway 130, along the U.S. Highway, not the U.S., State Highway 905 and the 904 areas, and if you live all the way up towards Brunswick and areas south of Brunswick, there's likely a tornado in progress right now. Because there is a debris signature. This tornado did do damage. Right there. Attending college to get my degree? Yep. Right now I'm at Penn State, but I'm probably going to transfer to Oklahoma. But it'll probably take a year for me to transfer. There's some things that I need to do. I'm talking about the Carolina shores all the way up past that to, let's say Dillon. So south of the border. Which, yes, I've been to south of the border before. My dad loves going there for whatever reason before we head to, like, Myrtle Beach. It's so weird. We haven't been to Myrtle Beach in a while, though. But he loves south of the border, apparently. He loves Pedro. Is Penn State Ivy League? It's as close to Ivy League without getting the Ivy League as you can get. When did I first become fascinated with weather? It wasn't really like a certain time My Nana in her old house would just put on the Weather Channel, and Dr. Greg Forbes would make something out of nothing with the same exact radar that you see in front of your screen. I always thought it was really interesting in how you can take a bucket of spilled paint and convince people into saying that there is tornadoes and stuff like that. And I took a lot of inspiration based off of his work, and that's how the channel became what it is. That's how I started to enjoy meteorology a lot more. You went to grad school at OU? Oh, cool. You should totally give me a letter of recommendation. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I've got a person who also went to OU as well. And hopefully they're going to give me a letter of recommendation when I decide to transfer. You don't have to be worried. Trust me, it's fine. Just make sure that you have a plan of action if things go south. But the good news about it is that stuff doesn't really go south that often. Yeah, so it looks like these supercells are really starting to march its way closer and closer towards the coast. Talking about 45 minutes. 45 minutes before the first supercell makes its way onto land. And it looks like Morehead City. It looks like Harker's Island. It looks like Atlantic Beach. It looks like Marshallburg. It looks like Otway here in North Carolina. You guys are going to be up first here in 45 minutes for the potential of a tornado to move through your area. Are there any more threats for Summerville, South Carolina tonight? I have to look where Summerville is. My apologies. Summerville is all the way over there. Yeah, you guys are good. Don't worry about it. How's the weather in Chadbourne? Chadbourne. You guys are still in the thick of things. You guys are honestly still in the thick of things. So it's not completely done quite yet. But when that main band of rain gets out of there, which will be in about an hour to 2 hours, you guys should actually be done with the main threat of this, which is the flooding. Well, I mean, you're still going to continue to see flooding even after this, but the tornado threat should start to kind of go away, which is great. Thank you, Gigi. I appreciate the kind words. A lot of the guys on TV, they like to generalize things, and that's nice for news, especially since they have ads and stuff like that. But on YouTube, we don't really have ads during live streams, or at least I don't have ads during live streams. I think it's disrespectful to have ads on live streams. And the only way for me to make money is through people directly donating to me or becoming sponsors. If they are going to support my channel, it's going to be because of my channel. The ads are just going to take away the aspect of my channel that is going to allow people to see crucial information that they may need. If there's a tornado on the ground, I don't want an ad from Progressive saying that you've become your parents, or a Geico, or whichever commercial that is. I think that's... I can't remember what that is. But the point being is I don't need one of those ads when a big tornado's on the ground and stuff like that. Like, that's just tasteless, classless. You're profiting off of people's misfortune. Disrespectful. Andrea with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. That really does mean a lot to me. It really does. Oh, I will get some rest. Don't worry about it. Once it gets to midnight, that's when I'll first start to consider when I really want to end the stream. But right now, we're going for another 50 minutes. Although I will say my stomach is killing me. I think I have like a Jersey Mike sub downstairs. I might like get that and then just devour that. Because I'll tell you what, I think I'm pretty hungry. I had Jersey Mike's the other day, and it's pretty good. Although I will say, Firehouse. All right, I like Jersey Mike's. The hook and ladder from Firehouse subs. Oh, absolutely perfect. I love the hook and ladder from Firehouse. It tastes so good. I don't care for mustard, and believe it or not, as much as I like ketchup, I don't like tomatoes. Yeah, we have 4 areas of rotation within this same complex. 1, 2, 3, 4. All of which are going to start to march its way towards Morehead City and areas east of that. Well, I was thinking of getting that Jersey Mike sub and then coming back up here. Oak Island, North Carolina. Let me take a look. Let me see what's going on over there. That is over near Southport, west of Southport, actually. So pretty soon, you guys are going to be out of the way. Give it another few minutes and you guys should be fine. That might be a new tornado that's trying to develop here very soon. That might be a tornado that's actually in progress. This is just to the west of Bolivia here in North Carolina. If you are along State Highway 211, so North Carolina State Highway 211, there is likely a tornado in progress near that area, north of the junction of 211 and 17 and to the west of Bolivia. Fortunately, it looks to be relatively rural. But if there's anybody who lives in these areas for whatever reason, you need to get in your safe space. Agrush with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Says thanks for all you do. Thank you for the support to the channel and also just being here, honestly. It really does mean a lot. And Kim with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, Pedro is getting wet in Dillon. He's getting rained on. Once again, I don't know why my dad likes south of the border so much. We don't even live in this area, but whenever we go to Myrtle Beach, he always has to stop at south of the border. Especially that tower with the whole elevator. Go to the top of the sombrero hat. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I can't grab my sub now because we got a tornado right now. We got a tornado that's likely in progress to the west of Bolivia. I may be hungry, but I'm not going to eat while a tornado's on the ground and stuff like that. Let alone go out of my way to get something and then come back while a tornado's on the ground. There could be some people that need me. Tornado is headed north. It is paralleling along State Highway 211 in North Carolina. Eventually, it could head up towards the US Highway 74 area, but right now it is hustling and bustling its way. Rhonda with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It says coffee is on me. I will gladly take that, I'll tell you what. All right, here's the zoomed out area. This is this tornado that I'm talking about here in North Carolina is south and west of Wilmington. This is north and west of Southport. This is north and east of Myrtle Beach. And we also have storms that are going to be making its way near the Morehead City areas very shortly. Potentially could be tornadic as they make landfall there. So those are the areas that we are watching out for. The Biofame with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It says, any update for Red Springs, North Carolina? Good question. I will pull that up here for you now. Red Springs is west of I-95. You guys are fine. All right, so this is just a general note for anyone who lives west of I-95. You guys are fine. You guys are good. You don't need to do anything. All right? You'll see winds. You'll see rain. That's it. Tornado risk is next to 0 or as close to 0 as it possibly can get. So don't worry about it. You'll be fine. They closed a firehouse in Myrtle Beach? That sucks. Man. Looks like there's a tornado debris signature here. Looks like this is on the ground as of this moment here. I mentioned this is near State Highway 211 in North Carolina. So likely a tornado in progress right now. And once again, if you're along State Highway 211 here in North Carolina, you're going to want to get into your safe space. Lowest innermost part of a sturdy building and stay away from windows. If you can find a bathroom or a closet that fit all that criteria, good. If you can't, just try to put yourself in the middle of the building, get pillows, put yourself in between bundles of furniture, get shoes on, get helmets. If you don't have a helmet, for whatever reason, get a pot. Get a pot, stick that on your head. It works the same way. But yeah, it looks like there was a tornado debris signature. Even if it was brief, it looks like a tornado did occur here. And it could still be occurring as it's moving along with its northern trajectory. The Biofame with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Again, says, thanks, man, love you. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. And once again, everyone who's been supporting the channel, it's been absolutely amazing. You guys helping me out a lot. So thank you guys so much. Where's the most dangerous part of the storm? Where we are looking at right now. We are covering it. It's the tornado threat. The tornado threat right here from Tropical Storm Idalia is the most dangerous part of the storm as of this moment right now. It was the storm surge and the flooding. It was that. Now it is no longer that. Yeah, it looks like it was a brief touchdown. Tornado no longer currently in progress. Very well could change here. Unless if the winds decrease here in the next couple of seconds. So I guess we'll see. And they didn't decrease. They did indeed decrease. It also broadened as well. You see this gray area in the middle right here? That means that you have winds that aren't really super strong. And it's kind of really slow. So you have rotation around this area, but nothing that's consolidated. And you need consolidation in order to get a tornado. And it doesn't have that. All right, so we're going to wait for a few more minutes for this rotation to kind of see if it does something. And then if it does start to weaken, I'll grab my food because I have not ate dinner at all. It is 11:18 Eastern and I have not ate a single bite of my dinner. The thing about it is, Jeff, funny enough that you say that. Yes, it is actual money that goes towards me. But a lot of the money I actually put back into the channel. A lot of the money I do so. And the money that I don't, I save it. Whether it's for college, for my meteorology degree that I'm going to get. Or whatever. But that's where a lot of the money goes. It either goes back into this, it either goes into my private life, or I save it. Yeah, a lot of the stuff is offshore right now, but there's still this one storm here that produced a brief tornado. We're going to see if this thing weakens or not. These storms still have about 35 to 40 minutes before they make landfall. Yeah, it looks like that rotation died. Cool. So it was only a brief tornado. Nothing really too much. All right. I am going to snag whatever dinner it is. I have no idea what it is. I know I have a Jersey Mike sub downstairs, so I might get that, or I might save it for a little bit later. And I'm going to immediately bring it back up. All right, I'm going to do that. I'm going to bring the food back upstairs. And we're going to continue our coverage. But I might have some food in my mouth as well because I am starving. I have been live streaming for 7 hours. I've only had one meal today, and it was from McDonald's. I had a medium 10-piece meal with no sauce and a frozen blue raspberry Fanta. That's what I had. It was after my stream that I had for the landfall of Idalia. I bought that while I was going to the doctor's today, which is the reason why I had to step away for real. It was not because I needed to take a break. It was because I needed to go to the doctor's regular appointment. And I came back, and now here I am. So I guess we'll see as to how things work. CB with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. And then Glenda with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. And then Bio with the 5 as well said, I needeth to hear that helps my anxiety. There it is. All right. Yep. I'm going to quickly, you can time me. All right. Let's take a minute for me to go downstairs and then come back up. I will be back. I will be back. I will be back. Don't leave. If you leave, I can't force you to stay. I really can't. Just know that we have a lot of significant storms that are going to be impacting portions of Morehead City here soon, which is the reason why I've stayed live for as long as I have. So, I will be back. I'm not going to end the stream. I am not going to end the stream. The stream will stay alive. You're just going to see a chair, an empty chair. And I will be back. I've said that like more than 10 times now. Do not leave. Do not leave. am back. I am back. I am back. I am back. So I have decided. I had the decision between noodles with toast and Jersey Mike sub, and I decided I was gonna eat that the noodles after the stream. So this should tide me over. Hypothetically, this should tide me over until we are done. For the people who actually counted there, you guys are funny. I had to actually consider the following. So I got my Jersey Mike sub. I'll be able to eat what I have, hopefully. Yeah, there we go. Pretty good. Pretty good stuff. I'll tell you what, I might kill that sub. I might kill it. It's so good. I think anything tastes good at this point, but I mean, that just tastes so good. Might be a new area of rotation trying to develop northwest of Bolivia. So once again, rural areas of northern Brunswick County, west of Highway 17, could potentially be something tornadic over there as well. Watch out for that. The tornado on 211, what about that? That has dissipated. There's now a new one that's forming east of 211 and north of Highway 17. What type of sub? I got a club. I got a club with, it's basically, I think it's like ham, turkey, bacon, lettuce, provolone, and mayo. I don't care for tomatoes on my subs. That is a tornado on the ground right now. That is in progress. So north and west of Bolivia, there's a tornado on the ground right now. If you are south of Highway 74 and west of Wilmington, all right? And if you are also north or west of Highway 17, you need to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. Get in the lowest innermost part of your building. You stayed live for the tornado hitting Morehead, and you leave to eat when the tornado hits Morehead. It's not hitting Morehead right now. It's got a lot of time. How much time do we have here? Half an hour. Got a half an hour until the storms hit Morehead. It's fine. Y'all are gonna be... Y'all have a lot of time to prepare between now and then, too. Hypothetically, if you really wanted to, you can actually leave your house and get out of Morehead and go west to avoid these storms from hitting you. At least these particular storms. Take another bite. I'm not going to speed run the sub or else I'm going to throw up. But I very well could. I very well could. It tastes that good right now. Sup, Allie? What's up? Nice to see you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Diana. I don't want to die on stream. You know what I mean? Why haven't these storms been tornado warned? Because, interesting thing you say, depending upon the strength of the tornado, at least at the discretion of the National Weather Service, it can actually be comparable to a very strong damaging wind gust. And because it's so brief by the time that they actually issue the warning, the storm is actually already dead, or the tornado is actually already dead. So it's very brief and it's almost like a very sudden wind gust. So... For me, it's easy for me to tell you to get into your safe space if I have people that live out in front of it. For the National Weather Service, it takes like a good few minutes for them to actually draw up the polygon, write up the text, all sorts of stuff like that. And by the time they finally issue it, it's dead. So, yeah. Do I think the Virginia Beach area will have to worry about tornadoes? No. Anywhere that is north of the North Carolina-Virginia border should not be paying attention to this event a whole lot. Unless if it's for rip currents. That's really it. When is it going to turn out to sea? So, from what I saw from the advisory... Wait, there's a new advisory that came out, right? Yeah, 60-mile-per-hour storm. Did I update that? I don't think I did. Let's go into PowerPoint and let's update that. Get a drink. I have a water bottle right here. I actually have two. I need to finish this water bottle first. I have a bunch of water sitting around here. Just sometimes I don't drink it. Let's go here. 11 p.m. 60 987. File, save a copy. This PC. Change the PowerPoint to JPEG. Move all the way down to weather crap. Save. Okay, all the slides. Okay, boom, everything should be fixed. And when I mean everything, I mean that one slide. How much longer until the 10% risk goes away? More than likely until 2 in the morning when they issue the new advisory. But they could keep it around just on the off chance. But that's what the Storm Prediction Center issues. That's not what I issue. They're the weather gurus in regards to tornadoes. And how, or the possibility of them forming. You should be fine, Mason. Don't worry. Honestly, I think you guys should be alright. Yeah, Jacksonville is going to be alright for a while. It'll be the second band right here. That is what Jacksonville's going to want to worry about. Other than that, I wouldn't be too concerned. Alright, Morehead City. It is getting very close. And now we must once again, it's that time of night where we must tell people that it's coming. The lines of supercells, we have 4 of them, maybe even 5, that is going to try and make landfall here near Morehead City. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, and maybe 5. Maybe 5. Okay? All these areas have rotation, and including some of the storms that are south of that, they also have rotation. These storms have been pretty significant. So these are the ones that could probably do damage. And because of that, we want to mention that areas in Morehead City and areas east of Morehead City, near Harkers Island, Marshallburg, as well as Otway, are going to want to get into a sturdy building and stay away from windows. It is actually recommended that you guys get into a sturdy building. Mobile homes won't do it. But it is recommended that you guys get into a sturdy building, stay away from windows, so that way you can put as many walls, sturdy walls, in between yourself and the outdoors as possible. Yeah, trust me. Once a couple of these storms make landfall near Morehead City, everyone's already going to be awake at that point. And then my job will kind of be over for the most part, because everyone's going to be awake. And if they keep issuing warnings, it's going to wake everyone up. So. You want to know something I just noticed, chat? Something that's very interesting? These storms are moving north. I think it's pretty easy to see, correct? Look at this. See how this is moving that way? Some of these storms are colliding in with some of these supercells. They might try to kill it off before it makes landfall. Or, as a worst case scenario, they could also make it a lot more significant than anticipated. I'm hoping the first option. But sheesh. Yeah, if you're in Morehead City, if you're in Atlantic Beach, if you're in Harkers Island, Marshallburg, or Otway, we're going to be seeing some water spouts make landfall very, very soon as tornadoes. And because we're going to see it pretty soon, people got to start getting prepared. We're talking about 20 minutes now. 25 minutes. Mud and Rockets with the 2. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate. What did you guys do with the super chats? What in the world? Mud and Rockets with the 2. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Sandy Springs with the 2 as well. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I'm going to answer this first. Myrtle Beach is fine, so you guys can go to bed. Mud and Rockets, Apex, North Carolina. I'll look that up here in a second. Cynthia with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I may have said that already before, but I just wanted to make sure. Apex, North Carolina. Why did I say it like that? I don't know. Apex is fine. So everything that is to the west of I-95 is going to be fine. It'll be flooding and maybe some gusty winds, but that's really it. That is really it. I think this storm is occluding. I think the first storm, the first tornado is occluding. Which means that the first one might be trying to, or the first one might be dead. Might be. Pull that up on the side. There we go. Nothing tornadic in that band coming through the Wilmington area. Let's take a look, because that's been going on and off, trying to produce a couple of tornadoes. As of right now, it doesn't look like it. If there is an area to watch for tornadoes, it'd be pretty far off to the west of Wilmington, south of the Delco areas. So like in between Bolton and Delco. Might actually impact one or the other as well, but that's kind of the general thinking. As of right now, I'm watching Wilmington. I'm trying to see if anything becomes tornadic within this line for you all. But once this line passes, believe it or not, once it passes you all, you guys actually will be fine. You guys can actually go to sleep, which is pretty nice, pretty nice. Thoughts on the rain in Duplin? Heard it's going to be around 4 to 8 inches. Yeah, maybe so. I mean, a lot of these areas along the coastline, whether you're a county or 2 counties away from the coastline, flash flooding is going to be a thing. So the big thing is turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. But as long as you abide by that, and as long as you do not purposefully go out of your way to go in floodwaters, and you put yourself in a non-flood prone area, you're going to be fine. You're going to be okay. Don't worry about it. See ya, AA Ron. Good night. Thank you so much for subscribing. Speaking of subscribing, all the subscribers and stuff like that, first off, I appreciate all the people who subscribed. And if you haven't, I understand. But I gotta tell you what, we are growing our community quite rapidly. Look at that. 48,215 subscribers. Now, as I said, we're not gonna get to 50,000 subscribers tonight, but I mean, man, we are trucking. We are trucking our way through. We are expanding our community. Looking at Wilmington one more time, I don't see a whole lot. So I'm going to bounce in between Wilmington and Morehead City. See what's happening with a lot of these storms. Yeah, it still looks like water spouts making landfall is still likely. That's a new storm that's starting to develop here. Might head towards Emerald Isle. So Emerald Isle might need to watch out here very closely. But there's a lot of these storms here. You can see a lot of these storms that are curling off with a lot of this orange. These are supercells. All right, even down here. You have one that's trying to right here. One that looks very weird, but it's trying to. And then you can see there's one right there. And they're all over the place, right? These are the storms that could potentially produce your tornadoes once they hit land. They'll form as water spouts. They'll move over land. They'll produce tornadoes. Or they'll move over land without producing water spouts, and then they'll produce tornadoes as it is over land. We've seen that before here today in the stream here today. So don't be surprised. But make sure you have your emergency alert notifications on your phone. All right? This is going to be very, very important for you. Regardless if I am on, regardless if the emergency management tells you guys with the tornado warnings or any sort of warnings, regardless if you are at local media, you're watching the local media news sites, news stations, having stuff like that on during a weather day, strong weather day, is very important. So make sure you do that. But once again, we have a lot of storms here that are going to start to march its way through here near the Morehead City areas. I'm going to go back over here to Wilmington before we get into the timings of when those storms will get to Morehead City. You guys see this band that's moving through right now. This final band, or this bowing of storms, is the last round of storms that you will have to deal with. I mean, last line of major storms that you will have to deal with. Once you're past that line, you all could hypothetically go to bed. hypothetically, people could go to bed and it would be all right. But, yeah. Do most areas have tornado sirens? Most areas with decent populace, yes. Otherwise, no. Some areas also have tsunami warning sirens. Yeah, if you're anywhere near Emerald Isle, you guys could potentially get some activity here pretty soon. So here's Emerald Isle. That is a giant text box that I just created. Emerald Isle, Morehead City, Marshallburg, Ottawa is north of Marshallburg. And these storms right here, all right, if we take a storm track and we try to figure out the general path of these storms, this storm right here that is south of Emerald Isle is expected to make landfall somewhere in a half an hour. This storm right here that is south of Morehead City is supposed to make landfall at about 25 minutes. This one that is over here, I don't know what part of that is, but it's just really far south of Harker's Island. This is supposed to make landfall sometime in 45 minutes. And then you've got other storms that are going to be moving on through. This one's going to try and get there in about an hour. This one's probably going to get there in about, if I try to double lap that, an hour and 45 minutes. So we're going to have, I mean, I'm not going to be here throughout the entirety of this thing. I'm going to want to make sure, of course, that you guys know exactly what you need to know as the storm's moving on through. But just keep in mind, there's multiple rounds of showers, thunderstorms, and supercells that are making its way inland. And as I said, I've only had 3 hours of sleep, or I had only 3 hours of sleep last night. And I had a live stream last night. Went from 6:30 to 11:30. Had a live stream this morning that went from 4 in the morning to 11 in the morning. And I started this live stream at around 4:30-ish. And it has been 7.5 hours. And I think this live stream is actually longer than the, is it? Hold up. I'm actually curious. Go to my channel. This live stream is longer than the landfall live stream of Idalia. This is the longest live stream out of all the live streams that I've done. I had a 4.5-hour live stream last night. I had a 6.5-hour live stream this morning. I have a 7.5-hour live stream that I had this afternoon into tonight. So I've been working pretty hard. And I had a video that I uploaded and edited yesterday. I've done a lot of work. The Biofame with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It says, one more thing, how long will the rain and winds last in Red Springs, North Carolina? Well, thank you for the 5 for the first part. Thank you. It really does mean a lot. It really does. Red Springs is on the western side of 95. Once again, if you're on that western side of 95, you really are going to be fine. But the winds should last all the way up to tomorrow morning, sometime a little bit before 7, maybe 8 o'clock. That's what I saw with the models as it moved on through. It looks like the first storm died. It looks like it underwent an unsuccessful merger. It was looking pretty significant. It was looking something like this. See this hook right here? And then a couple of these storms that are over here on the right side, you'll see these ones over here. They actually went into the storm and killed it, which is perfect. Sometimes storms undergo cell mergers, And it can either go really well or really terribly. And it went really terribly for the storm. So, have I taken breaks? I took a break in between 11 o'clock and 4:30. That was only because I had to go to a doctor's appointment. I did take a shower today, and I did lay down for a little bit. But then I went back to the stream. Because the grind never stops, and I got to make sure that everyone knows what's going on, especially if impactful events are still at hand from this thing. And I promised I would do it. So yeah, once again, storm was right here. These storms merged with that supercell, and because of that, it killed it. And it really did kill it. It was looking very strong, and then it just straight up killed it, which is amazing. So this storm is a supercell, this storm's a supercell, this storm's a supercell, this storm's a supercell. And technically that one's a supercell over there as well. So let me uncircle and see. So it looks like this might be undergoing a giant cell merger. We'll see how that works. This is a supercell. That area's down there as well. Tabletop with the 5. Tabletop Geek. Thank you so much. Says, can I consider the following and go to bed in Wilmington, North Carolina now? Any more tornado risk? Yes, you can consider the following. Always. You are always welcome to consider the following anywhere. But specifically here in the stream, you're always allowed to. Not quite yet, honestly. There's a little area that is over to the west of Leland that has a little bit of rotation. I'm not sure if that's going to produce a tornado or not, but that's still something to kind of note of. Give it, honestly, if you can give it another 10 minutes, you should be fine. You really should be fine. But other than that, yeah. Night, Silvercat. Water balloon fight? Sheesh. So yeah, Wilmington, as I mentioned, give it another 10 minutes and you guys should be done. How I learned so much, am I a meteorological student? Right now I'm currently learning in Penn State. I'm going to try and transfer to Oklahoma eventually. But all in all, yes. But I also learned a lot of my stuff even before I went to college as well. I tried to get as much information on research data and whatever as I could. And because of that, I am who I am now. But I really worked hard to try and make it so that if I really wanted to, I could forecast on my own and hold my own. It took a lot of work. It's pretty cool. Worked out for me to an extent. There's a lot of stuff on the internet. Research studies, there's videos on YouTube. All sorts of cool things that you can find on there that teaches you things. There's so much. There really is so much. And once you start dipping your toes into it, and if you really want to go further into it as well, you can just start searching up specific terms, learning it little by little that way. There'd be some times where I would find like these research videos from NOAA on YouTube, and I would watch those videos over and over and over again to try and fully comprehend what they would mean. Because it's not like I completely knew. But how can I stay calm in these situations? They never fail to make a panic move. I understand that, honestly. Realistically speaking, I've done this for 4.5 years now. So, one, I'm kind of a little bit used to it, and two, this is kind of my passion to look at some of these things and how they develop and what could happen with it. So, honestly, just watching how storms like this progress and try to produce tornadoes. I mean, not like normal storms. You know, not the stuff that, you know, just dump a little bit of rain and then just die. I'm talking about the ones that try to produce tornadoes. And the ones that try and become hurricanes. And the winter stuff. And all sorts of stuff like that. That's what I look for. Bladen County, you guys are honestly pretty far inland. Honestly. Or at least from the looks of it, that's what I saw. Yeah, you're pretty far inland here. So the tornado risk for you all is not really that high. At least not as it was anymore. However, the majority of the line and the rain hasn't passed through you. So flooding and wind gusts are still definitely a thing. But honestly, I don't really think it'll be anything more than that. I think you guys in Bladen County, specifically if you're in central and northern as well as western portions of the county, you guys should be good. But if you're a bit closer to, like, let's say Wilmington, if you're closer to that, like East Arcadia, then you guys might wanna wait a little bit. Renee, with the Weather Watcher, the membership, thank you very much. I really do appreciate that. Really does mean a lot. Oh, there's more things that you can find beyond Skywarn. It is limitless for the amount of stuff that you can find with research data, especially on YouTube. Yeah, that would be amazing, right? That would be amazing to be the most viewed, the most concurrent live stream over the past 24 hours, but unfortunately that is not the case. Someone on YouTube who's a little bit smarter, not like in weather, but like in how they can build their brand on YouTube, got up to 100,000 views or 100,000 people watching at the same time, which is pretty crazy. 100,000 people. But it would be amazing if I had 100,000 people watching at the same time. Heck, I dream of having 100,000 subscribers. You know, I had dreamed of that ever since I was a little kid, whenever I grew up watching YouTube. So, part of me also, you know, I do YouTube as a passion for weather and stuff like that, and that's the main reason why I started this channel. It's the main reason why I continue to do this channel. But I also can't help but think that if I ever get to that point to where I get 100,000 subscribers, I would probably be over the moon. Like, I might even cry. Yeah, it's Ryan. Ryan got over 100,000. And even though I've been on YouTube longer than anyone else on the YouTube weather community, I'm gonna be honest, it's really hard to beat someone who's already had previous YouTube experience. So, but it's fine. We don't need to talk about like bad things and good things about what each other, you know, what we all do and stuff like that. I think the main point for the people in the weather community, all right, regardless of what people think, the truth is that those live streams do put out a lot of information. A lot of information. So, I talk about spreading awareness. Technically, they do it in their own way too. I may not agree with how they do it, or at least not completely. But we all have the same idea. We all have the same plan. I'm almost halfway there. I am almost. That's pretty cool to think about, honestly. Yeah, Wilmington, it's almost done for you guys. It's almost done. Yeah, wow, these storms are not really, wow. I mean, there's a couple that are trying to become water spouts. But some of the stronger storms are really starting to surge its way into Emerald Isle and Morehead City. None of those are tornadic quite yet. There's a couple tornadic storms that are still off the coast right now. It'll take another half an hour for it to do so. April, you're still up? Sheesh. Yeah, I'll drink more water. Here we go. There we go. I still have my sandwich on the side, actually. All right, so it is midnight. It is officially tomorrow. Ryan was also... So, funny thing about that, all right? Here's the thing. You want to know something funny? Neither Ryan or I are official documented meteorologists. Both of us have been in the meteorology program, right? Neither of us have a degree. He has similar issues to me, to where we kind of struggle in college, and college is just not for us. But recently I've found a little bit of a loop, and hopefully I can be able to punch through and be able to make it completely through college. Because I would like to think I'm pretty smart. It's just putting pen to the paper has always been pretty difficult for me. But yes, though he's been on air, he's not an actual official. But he does have experience in the field. He does have experience. But honestly, and this is my hot take. This is my hot take. All right, hear me out. Hear me out. Okay? Though being an official meteorologist is important, I think if you know enough, if you're like very knowledgeable, and this is where the weather community has to hold each other accountable. If you're knowledgeable enough, then you should be able to have a platform and help, right? That's what I believe. I believe that if you are knowledgeable enough and you want to help, and the meteorology community believes that you can help, you should help, right? But if you're either not there yet, or you're in it as like a snake oil salesman, you shouldn't have a platform. Like constantly creating fear through titles and thumbnails and stuff like that. I still am going to continue to have this stance until the day I die, unless if it's important, unless if it's necessary for you to have that thumbnail, that title, to be as extreme as it is. No one should be doing stuff like that, because we don't really want to scare people. We want to have people trust us, right? Like my video that happened, well, technically it's no longer yesterday, it's 2 days ago, but yesterday, video that I uploaded yesterday that has over 400,000 views. It said, you know, scary stuff, but it was for a good cause. It was to tell people that, hey, this thing is coming and that you need to evacuate now, right? For the areas in Florida. So that's my hot take. And yeah, someone brought up a good point in chat. Tim Samaras never graduated from college with a meteorology degree, or even nothing in general, I don't think. He was an engineer. He was an engineer, and yet he participated in meteorology. And he was one of the better well-known minds in all of meteorology at it, during his time. It doesn't take a degree for you to be impactful in the community. You just got to have the aptitude for it. You got to be able to try and put in the work. And when you are, right, when you are ready and you have enough knowledge, then, oh, you will, April. I think you'll know the reason why you'll be invited too. Not just because you're my mod. I hope you know. Actually, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. I think you already know Mrs. Wonderful's malfunction. Do I have a plan to get a ham radio license eventually? Do I live stream on other platforms? I used to do it on Twitch, and then I realized that it didn't really work out. But I could probably see myself doing it on other platforms. I probably could see myself doing it, so we'll see. Wow, this thing really... Wow. So we have a lot of storms that are going to be making landfall here soon. But they just are kind of blobbing together. A lot of these storms that are forming outside are colliding into it and killing it off. Which is very interesting. Now, I'm not saying these storms can't produce a tornado still. But I'll tell you what, I'm feeling sleepy. Yeah, if I'm going to be on here, I'm going to be on here forever. And it'll come to a point to where 24 hours will go by. And I wouldn't have gotten a single hour of sleep. So honestly, I'm thinking here at 12:30. 12:30 Eastern Daylight Time. That is around the time into which we might call it quits. Now, just because that's around the time in which I'm thinking of calling it quits does not mean that this channel is done and over with and that we just immediately turn inactive again. We will be uploading a video tomorrow evening. I usually try to upload it around 6 or 7 o'clock, although recently I've been doing it in the afternoon for personal reasons. But if you just come back to the channel at 8 o'clock tomorrow, things should be, things should be smooth sailing. You'll be able to see what the forecast for weather in the future is going to be like, and things should be all right. And usually I upload every single day, unless if it's like the day of, like it's happening that day. But usually I upload every single day when there is significant weather in the near term. But if there isn't, I'm going to be starting a new upload schedule, so that way I'm not forced to try and, just make it whenever. I'll be able to put it on specific days, so that way people can come back in certain times, and hopefully it can allow us to continue to increase our outreach. So, hopefully, by the time we get towards next week, hopefully the start of next week, we'll be thinking of Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. All 3 of those days every week will have an upload. And if there's significant weather, such as another hurricane, a tornado outbreak forecasted, or a significant winter event, you know, that's when we'll turn into storm mode on the channel. But other than that, we want to try and get pretty consistent. So, yeah, we're going to keep going for another 20 minutes. Another 20 minutes. The one thing I want to stress is that the tornado risk continues, even after my live stream. Even after I close off, Tornado Watch will continue all the way up until 4 in the morning. 4 in the morning. It says 10 p.m. there on the scroll text. It's 4 in the morning. Actually, let's update that scroll text, shall we? Where is the watch? There's the watch. Tornado Watch. Effective until 4 a.m. Few tornadoes possible. File, save, boom. I think that is fixed. So that's the new Tornado Watch. It's not new at all, but there you go. No, the Tornado Watch expires at 4 a.m. It is midnight right now, though. Oh, that is a water spout that is in progress right now. Look at that on Spectrum Width. That thing is screaming with turbulence. Screaming with turbulence. The last band of storms should be passing by Chadbourne. Let me see. Is it? Well, actually, first up, let me look at where Chadbourne is at specifically. Because once again, my geography is not the greatest. Chadbourne, North Carolina, which is near Whiteville. Okay, it's all the way over there. Yeah, it's passing through right now. Chadbourne, it's moving through right now. And those are honestly not tornadic. Everything with that is mainly damaging winds. So realistically speaking, if you guys wanted to, you guys go to sleep. You guys can go to bed. CP time. CP time. We are 1 subscriber away from getting a 48,300. I really do appreciate you all. I do. Like, look at this. We have grown so... Look at the graph at the bottom right-hand side. And notice how it just shot completely up. Like, that is... Man, oh man. Yeah, this is a water wedge. Water wedges. They happen. Yeah, that's definitely not 48.2. This is 48.3 now, fortunately, which I'm grateful for all of you all. I really am grateful for all of you all. So I appreciate that. Special marine warning has been canceled. Oh boy, what does that tell me? Well, it tells me that there's a storm here that's trying to merge with another one. It may not work that well. That might dissipate. I wonder if they're thinking these clusters of storms may not try to produce a tornado. It may have clustered a little one too many times. Yeah, I appreciate all the new subscribers. Everyone, you guys are amazing. So thank you so much. Yeah, it looks like everything is just clustered. Yeah, you know, remember what it looked like down here? Everything was every individual supercell. And that was kind of our fear, right? Was every individual supercell is going to have a chance to try and produce that tornado. And it just started merging with each other. You had 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 down here, maybe 6 right here. But because they just started merging with each other, everything got so clustered. Like the storm, one of the main storms out here, they actually died before they made it to the coast, which is honestly pretty amazing. Yeah, that is amazing news, honestly. If that can continue to happen, I mean, there's still going to be more storms that are going to be forming, because you can see that is going to be the case. There's just an abundance of storms on that band that's going to continue to move further and further towards the north. But if those storms can start merging with each other and then killing each other off, that'd be amazing. But I think the unfortunate reality is that we also have to look at the other thing of what happens with merging thunderstorms. Not all the times when storms merge does that mean that it kills each other off. There are some instances where when we have mergers like that, we can actually they can actually enhance the lower level vorticity and make things worse. And so when they merge together, the tornado actually becomes really strong. So we have 3K likes, really? On this stream right now. We have 3K. We do have 3K likes. We do have 3K likes. Look at that. That is amazing. Hold up. So if we have 3K likes right now, I want to look at our analytics then, if you guys don't mind. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, this stream has got 150,000 views. At its peak, we've had 3,545 people watching at the same time. That is the highest in any sort of stream that I have ever had. This is getting close to one of the highest stream view totals I have ever had. The highest, actually, it has already surpassed it. It has already surpassed it. It does not have as many likes. It does not have as many likes. But it has surpassed it in views, which I am honestly just like, wow. A lot of the stuff that has occurred over the past 36 hours on this channel has been absolutely amazing, and how we've been able to get information out to as many people as we possibly can, while also continuing to increase our outreach by growing our community. And why I want to grow a community is so that we as a team, everyone here, you guys watching at home, me here talking, right? We have an opportunity at hand to try and help spread awareness for these storms. And we also have an opportunity, or at least I do, to kind of showcase my passion, show you guys why this can be fun. I know some people may just go outside and say, hey, what's the weather as a joke? Stuff like that. But, I mean, for me, I notice a whole lot of specifics in weather, and weather changes a lot. And me being able to tell you guys as much as I know and trying to keep you guys updated with as much information as I possibly can give you, right? That's just a byproduct of me knowing and wanting to know even more, right? And that's the type of things that I also want to share with you all, is I want to also make it so that you guys know too, so that way, right, for any of the people who may not think it's true, I can provide as much supporting evidence as I possibly can to convince people. But on the other hand, I also can have people who also may be in the chat kind of understand and maybe even enjoy this with me. Unless if it's, you know, the worst case scenario type stuff, then we don't want that. But now I'm interested. I looked at that. Now I gotta look at my video that I uploaded on Tuesday. First off, it's my most viewed video ever. And it has 414,000 views. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Really is. Yeah, Mark has done an amazing job to help try to kickstart my channel earlier on as well. So I got to thank Mark as well. Mark helping me around. And of course, you know, when we get to, or hopefully when we get to 100,000 subscribers, I'll get into a video of all the people that I can thank, including everyone here. Stuff like that, but yeah. It's just a testament to how much information we want to spread together, and it seems to work really well. That looks like a water spout that just fizzed out at the last second. All right, cool. Making my life so much easier. That's perfect. Wow, a lot of these storms are actually moving further away from Morehead City. There's only one of them here that is about 50 minutes out that could honestly knock on its door. Now you have to stay on with us until the end. More views. See, listen, I love that idea. I love that idea. But for the people who have just came in, I hope you understand. I started working on a video at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Tuesday. 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Tuesday. I started gathering data at 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday. I took a break, studied my college stuff, came back, started making preparations for my video at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Tuesday. Recorded, uploaded the video at 5 o'clock in the 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Or no, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I uploaded it at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And then 2.5 hours later, at 6:30, I started a live stream. I live streamed until 11:30. Or something like that, or until 11 at least. So about 4.5 hours, give or take. I didn't get to sleep until like midnight, honestly, because I was still kind of just like shaken up about the storm. Woke up at 4, so got, I would like to say 4 hours sleep, but I was like trash sleep. You know what I mean? Like the sleep where you just like closing your eyes, you were sitting there and you're just like trying to wait for you to sleep. And there would be multiple instances to where you would just still be conscious while still being aforementioned asleep. So it was just like not good sleep. So I say 3 hours of sleep technically, because I was conscious for like an hour of it. Got started streaming at 4:30 again. Went until 11 o'clock in the morning yesterday. Went to my doctor's appointment. It was a routine checkup. And then I came back at 4:30 again here today to live stream for another 8 hours. So as much as I would love the views, or as much as I would love to continue to help people figure out what exactly is happening with these storms and warning people ahead of time like I did a lot earlier on in the stream when tornadoes did come through, I honestly feel like I'm going to pass out soon. So, yeah. The last time I did something like this to this extreme, as I said, I've been doing this YouTube channel. I'm the longest tenured YouTube channel here on the weather community. I started in summer of 2019. There was a tornado outbreak in 2020, the Easter outbreak of 2020. It was April 12th. Unfortunately, that live stream is not with me because I did a full 24-hour live stream. And the night before, I did a 12-hour live stream. So I did a 36-hour live stream, technically, that was separated into 2 days, or a day and a half. And that sucked. I didn't get any sleep in that. So at least I got a little bit of sleep here. But I'll tell you what, it was so worth it to be able to try and help so many people. And I actually don't feel entirely that bad. I mean, of course, there could have been a couple things that, I could have done better, but obviously hindsight is always 20/20. You always learn, you always apply it to the next situation. But honestly, I'm really happy with how this has all turned out since Tuesday. So, yeah. I really do appreciate your guys' support. I really do. It is 12:29. It's going to be 12:30. And I said we'd end the stream right about now. This is exactly what I'm going to do. However, just because my stream ends doesn't mean that the weather does as well. Make sure you have emergency alert notifications on your phone. If you don't, and a tornado warning gets issued, that's something you can't blame on me. That's something you can't blame on 911, the cops, and emergency management and stuff like that. All right? Those tornado warnings are there for a reason. Same thing with flash flood warnings. All those warnings are for a reason. You just got to have emergency alert notifications on. All right? So, please be sure to turn that on. Once you do, this is something else that I can actually tell you. And hopefully you guys will listen to me. Go to bed. Go to sleep. The emergency alert notification will warn you of something that is happening. Go to sleep. Get some rest. It's been a long day. It's been a very long day for a lot of people. Get some rest. Try and get some rest. Try and get some sleep. If you have to, lay down on your bed. Think. You can watch a YouTube video until you fall asleep. I do that sometimes. I know thunder, rain, wind is scary. But the one thing that I can say right now is what currently is happening here on radar is a lot of good news. A lot of these storms that were anticipated to hit areas along the Morehead City area is they're colliding with each other and they're killing each other off. And though not every storm may do this, there might be one or two storms that squiggle through the lines. That's what the emergency alert notification is for. But I'll tell you what, there's been probably 15 storms that I've seen do the same exact thing that I just said. It collided with each other. Looks like a mess. That's what I'm saying right now. It looks like a mess. It looks like a lot of rain. Looks like a lot of wind. That's pretty much what it is right now. So, with that being said, go to bed. Sleepy time. Or as I call it, seepy time. Seepy time. Go to bed. You all should be fine. Roblox Gaming with the 5. Thank you so much. Says, you're still live. So glad. How are the weather systems looking since I last checked around 10 p.m.? Will you follow more future hurricanes? Yes, I will. I will actually be doing videos and updates. If we're not tracking significant weather in the immediate future, our upload dates are from every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday every week. So Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays every week. And whenever significant weather occurs, so such as hurricanes, winter weather, tornado outbreaks, stuff like that, or even derechos, which is just significant wind events that occur on land that are not hurricanes, right? We cover those too. Cover those live, and we try to make videos on them when we can. So, yes, we will be covering up. And the system has weakened since the last time you came in, and there's not really as much tornadic activity that is coming in either. I'm genuinely surprised that there aren't as much tornadic storms that is hitting the coast as what the models were saying. But I'm very happy. I'm very thankful. So, all right. That's going to be it. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy the live stream, hit that thumbs up button. Hit it up. Hit that like button up. If you also enjoyed this style of content, or just me or my channel or whatever, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. That also helps out the channel big time. If you also think other people could enjoy this content, or if you think I did a good job today, share this with people. Tell them to subscribe. Tell them to watch the live stream or any sort of live streams that I have posted earlier. There's a crap ton of content that I have. I'm sure that if you ever wanted to look back and see what all has happened, there's a bunch of stuff for you to see. I've covered a lot of things. Significant hurricanes in the past, significant tornado outbreaks. There's a lot of things. Winter stuff, derechos, you name it. Okay? I may not have covered every single thing, but I've covered most, if not all. All right? So, if you think other people would enjoy that, share it. Let's continue to grow our community together. Turn on notifications. Always going to want to stay up to date with the channel here, especially if we're not in storm mode. If we do that, then we actually are... what the heck is that? I just saw on the screen. All right, that's so weird. But anyways, you're going to want to always know when I upload content. Because if I upload stuff, I'm going to be telling you about what exactly is going to be happening with the weather. Or at least somewhere around it. I'll give you everything I know. Everything you need to know. And the best ways that you can imagine. I'm going to try and give you all the information that you may need. So that way you know exactly what could be happening. So turn on those notifications. As I mentioned, share this with friends and family and on social media. Follow me on social media. All the links to that are in the description down below. I am tired. I am very tired. But I am happy of the work that we have put together and the community that we have grown. I will pull up for us our subscriber count. 48,338 subscribers. For reference, earlier on, and I'm actually going to make this screen a lot smaller now. Here. For reference, earlier on. Oh my goodness, I can't enlarge this. All right, so here's our graph. August 26th, 2023. August 26th was Saturday. I had 39,952 subscribers. As I said, I was losing subscribers, and then I uploaded a video on Saturday. I gained about 20. August 27th, we got our way back up to 40,000 subscribers. 40,500. August 28th, we almost got to 41,000 subscribers. August 29th, 45,600 subscribers. August 30th, right now into August 31st, is what is exactly on your screen. We are growing, ladies and gentlemen, as a team, as a community. So let's continue to do it, right? My name is Nate. I will catch you guys in a video tomorrow that'll be uploaded tomorrow evening. So please be sure to come back to the channel when you can. Peace out, everyone. Stay safe. Turn on those emergency alert notifications. And I will catch you guys tomorrow. Peace out. I am tired. I am very tired. But we'll be fine. It'll be okay.